getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GC. Go. Guidance, go. Fido, go. Bravo, go. GNC. Go. Max, go. Eagle, go. Eco, go. DeFeo, go. Payloads, go. Scan for the customer, go. DPS, we're go. Eco, go. Booster, go. Surgeon, go. PRS, go. Okay. And let's see, we'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
STO, hear you loud and clear, 5 bytes. Tell me. Have you loud and clear as well, thanks, sir.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You have a good forward leg now on S10. Okay, you sound good. negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
I wanted you to know that I love the way you laugh. I wanna hold you high and steal your pain away. I keep your photograph, and I know it serves me well. I wanna hold you high and steal your pain, because I'm broken when I'm lonesome, and I don't feel right when you're gone away. You've gone away, you don't feel me here anymore.
The worst is over now, and we can breathe again. I wanna hold you high, steal my pain away. There's so much left to learn, and no one left to fight. I wanna hold you high and steal your pain, 'cause I'm broken when I'm open, and I don't feel like I am strong enough, 'cause I'm broken when I'm lonesome, and I don't feel right when you're gone away. Cause I'm broken when I'm open, and I don't feel right, I'm strong enough. 'Cause I'm broken when I'm lonesome, and I don't feel right when you're gone away. Cause I'm broken when I'm lonesome, and I don't feel right when you're gone. You've gone away, you don't feel me here anymore.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those edges. Screw 'em! That's right. That's where we like to fling foo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Guys, good morning to you. The title for the day, I couldn't help but laugh. Chris over here saying, what did he say? He said "you." That's the very first thing. He started hearing the music. It was like "you." The game is broken. It's time to pay up. And what am I talking about here? From what I'm seeing, we talked about last week. A broken market, a broken system where market makers were either refusing or forcibly being forced to not continue to make a market with synthetic shares that we normally would see happening. And so what's changed? Something changed there, and then I think it was on Thursday I mentioned to you guys that we were going to need to see a sell-off. You need to see a sell-off of institutional long. Anybody who is short in the market, selling off of their positions to create liquidity. Having liquidity available makes a lot of volatility because you're now able to start making a market. And once you're able to start making a market, then you start seeing price fluctuations. But first, that sell-off had to happen. And so we saw that big sell-off going on Thursday. And then we saw a lot of volatility, and we saw Friday being a little bit more of an up day. And we ended up finishing AMC anyways, up 505, 2.64% on Friday. I think this is going to continue on this upwards drive until that liquidity from the sell-off on Thursday is gone. Once that's gone, there's going to have to be another round of sell-offs that have to occur. And so I think we're going to see this process where we're going to get these huge drives up in the market for a little bit, and these like big days where we have this volatility back down. It's going to be a roller coaster ride, but for the most part, it's going to be going up until it doesn't. And I don't know how long this is going to last for. It could last all the way up until the FOMC meeting that would be coming on 23 days, 6 hours, 27 minutes, and 56 seconds from now. So we could have a while that, but I do believe that the market's going to be heading upwards here, and it's possible that I'm pretty certain that we're going to be setting all-time highs, especially on like the SPY, and I don't know how high it's going to go. I mean, we could take a look at some of the numbers when we go through those in just a minute and see if there's like maybe like a potential ceiling on where that might be at, and just kind of like see if we can't figure out where it might start taking that turning point at. So let's do it. Living in 3D says cringy. Yeah. Yeah, all right. I hear you. Sometimes you can't like every day's song, you know what I mean? It's just it happened to be the one for me today. But let's do this. Let's take a look at these numbers. I'm going to take you guys over the other page here, and I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Starting on the top left-hand side, price per... Oh, one more thing. Obviously, the camera's not working still. So I got something in the mail. I ordered something that I thought would fix the problem. Didn't fix it, obviously. So I got a little something bigger going on, a bigger issue going on right now with my computer, and until I can resolve it, there's going to be probably no camera. And it's going to take me a hot minute or so because I have such slow internet, but I'm backing up everything I can on my computer before I have to do a fresh reinstall of Windows. So I'm going to have to start from scratch on Windows. I don't know how that's all going to work out for me, but hopefully we'll keep our fingers crossed and it's not going to be too painful. But all right, let's do these numbers here. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be there. If you do set that up, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, might not be a bad idea to set that up, as you never know. You never know when something's going to happen to your primary device. Last but not least, make sure you guys have those statements of your portfolio in case something should happen and you need to have that information for your own personal usage. It could become very handy for you in the future. And I'm not just suggesting it, I'm telling you it's a must. You should do this. This is not something that you should just, I'll do it when I do it. I'll have a chance later down the road. I would highly recommend that you do it now or whenever your account changes significantly. All right. Let's take a look and see what we got going on here. On the price prediction tally points from Friday, we ended up closing at $5.05. The highest person, nobody got the price prediction correct. The person with the highest price prediction was myself with the 501 prediction. which means that I win out the week with the extra bonus point for having the closest price prediction. Rigged, I know. But I didn't change my price prediction, and Price is Right, these guys, so it just happened to be higher than everybody else's. I feel like we should make it so that whoever had the closest price prediction throughout the week is the tiebreaker. Like how many pennies off were they compared to everybody else? I feel like that would be like more appropriate. Just feels like to base everything off the one last final day just seems kind of wrong. All right, we'll have to discuss it with everybody to see if that's something they want to do in the future. My glasses are clean. No, they're not. But they're close enough. I'll call it good for now. Short exempt volume. What did we have for volume on Friday? Let's see here. Historical data. We ended up having 9 million shares. Just a little more than what I was saying. We should be able to hit 9 million, I think, in the end portion of the day, and we did hit 9 million. Just barely. 9,075,000. It certainly beat out the rest of the week. That was the largest volume traded day that we had of the entire week by just about 300,000 shares. And as a result, we should see a larger short exempt volume value. Not much, though. 157. Day-over-day price change, we were up 2.64%. And I think utilization's dropped. Let's see here, 59.95. Somebody is definitely getting out of the way here, returning shares. Let's see what else we got going on here. Max pain for this week for AMC. And I refreshed the computer from last night, so these numbers should all be accurate. But let me just check them one more time on a refresh and see. $5 should be the max pain for the week. And then GME's lowered. It was 22, and I don't know if you remember, but it was 22 for max pain on GME, which is sitting this morning at, what is it sitting at? 22.29. Max pain for this week is 21. So it's already 50 cents over max pain starting off the week. Shares reported as borrowed from IBKR over the weekend. Our weekend ended on the 23rd. As I look at this data here, anything at 2045 is usually, anything from 2045 is what I usually count going forward. So we got 100,000 there, and then another 100,000 borrowed here, and everything else was returned. So we're looking at about 200,000 shares borrowed so far this morning, according to IBKR from last Friday. Going forward, and on Friday last week, we only saw 400,000 shares borrowed. Fees are currently at 1.94 with a rebate at 3.38. Let's take a look at exchange traded volume. We had an very large abnormal amount of volume going through the New York Stock Exchange. You can see here on this page that the 30-day average is 11.42% of our volume. We ended up having almost 6% more going through the New York Stock Exchange. So by the end of a day, I would normally expect off-exchange and EDGX to be somewhere right around 64%. We ended up having 41.74% going through off-exchange. EDGX was 11% for a combined total of 52.74%, or 11.26% of our volume going through other exchanges, other exchanges that are not what we count as the off exchanges. Some of the other ones are off exchanges as well, but a lot of volume going through the New York Stock lit market on Friday. Hence the reason why we saw upwards momentum on price movement. Taking a look at GME's, CHX volume on AMC, 9,771. Elevated, but not to my liking. 30,000 shares or more is a lot to me. CHX volume for GME was 8,618. Nothing unusual going on there. And let's see their borrowed shares from last week, or since last week, I should say. Looks like they've had approximately 2.1 million shares borrowed since last Friday. So somebody is definitely borrowing. A lot of those got returned. 1.4 of the 2.1 got returned. So we're looking at like 700,000 shares still out there floating around. Fees are at 0.32 and rebates at 5%. So somebody is borrowing heavily here. So why would they do that? I mean, first off, the price of the stock is already over 50 cents, 70 cents. $1.30 rather. Sorry, $1.30, $1.20, dollar. It's about $1.30. It's about $1.30 higher than what max pain is right now. So somebody may be wanting to borrow a lot of shares to try and short the price down, as price movement is going to be painful. Moving on. Institutional long positions. When I last reported to you on Friday, they were at 120.889 million. Let's give it a refresh and see where it's at today. No change. Let me take you over to the other page here, and we'll move some screens around and take a look at the rest of the data. That is not what I wanted to show you. I'm going to have to fix this page, so I'm not going to show it right now. This is, what are we looking at here? I wanted to be pulling up this one. Let me fix this page up a little bit later, off to the side, and then I will pull that up for later. We will look at this one though. That was the carry trade page that I'm talking about. All right, starting with options. This is the open interest. I've already refreshed it from over the weekend. This is the open interest that we have. I just refreshed this before I started. So the highest amount of open interest for this week, let's make sure we got the right week up here. August 30th is correct. This is the last week of the month. Highest amount of open interest, and this is a light week this week. On the call side, is at a $5.50 strike, which is where we were at last week. There's 14.6 thousand contracts in open interest. Highest amount of puts is coming in at a $5 strike, which is where it was last week, and those are on the light side. 7.7 thousand contracts so far. Let's scroll down and take a look at the next week's numbers, which are extremely low, ending September 6th and September 13th. Also very, very, very low numbers. And then after that week will be the quad witching week, which we'll see a bump up in numbers. GME. Highest amount of call volume closest to its current strike is at a $22.50 price point, 7.8 thousand contracts. Highest amount of puts at a $21.50 strike, which means the market's kind of targeting 22, which is a full dollar higher than max pain at 21. So yeah, 4,000 contracts on puts at 21.5. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out this week, because the option contracts are targeting 22, which is a full dollar higher than that max pain. Oh, let's scroll through the list here and check out all of the option contracts in open interest for this week, next week, and the following week. All right, Vortex. Utilization dropped from 60.97% to 59.95%. That usually means that the on-loan amount is going to decrease. If it doesn't, there are other reasons why that could be the case, but it did decrease from on-loan amount from 72.69 million shares to 71.6, so 1.09 million shares returned. Uh-oh. I seem to be missing my... There it is. My eraser. 71.6 is on loan amount. 1.09 million shares returned. Ortex usually estimates about a third of that in open interest that was returned. Oh, I said open interest. Sorry, I meant short interest. And they're estimating it went from 46.35 million shares in short interest to 46.16. So we're looking at 0.19 or 190,000 shares returned in short interest. That's actually been a very common theme on that number over the last couple of trading days. Either up or down about 190,000 shares. That's going to obviously drop the estimated short share interest of the free float slightly from 13.8 to 13.75. On-loan average age per day, if they're returning newer positions, is going to be continuing to drive upwards, and it is. 40.01 to 41.48. Security lending volume day over day slightly decreasing from 3.73 million to 2.52. GME. Utilization on GME driving down from 27.83 to 27.02. On loan amount decreasing from 28.48 million to 28.08. The estimated short share interest of the free float shrinking from 9.72 to 9.69, and the on loan average age per day is probably rising, and it went from 34.48 to 35.13. Security lending volume dropping day over day from 2.32 million to 1.41. SSR trigger price for AMC for the day today is $4.55. Let's take a look at some of the open interest here that we have on calls and puts. Highest amount of call volume, 20.1 thousand contracts we have in the calls. 2.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. 20.1 out of the money. 12.9 out of the money on the puts versus 1.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. GME's SSR trigger price is $19.99. And the option data is not showing for this morning. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for. And we had low volume on Friday, so do not expect us to be on this page, and we're not. Got to see that spike in volume. MMRI, when we left last week, was 237.77. It's a little bit up from there. It's about a point higher. It's 238.81. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond yields is currently at 0.103. We started out last week at 0.185. By the end of the week, we had finished at 0.108. This week, we're starting off the week at 0.103. So that 2-year, 10-year is normalizing. It's getting smaller and smaller, the spread. We may watch that actually invert in the next week or two. I say invert, normalize. It's going to cross over about a week or two from now, I think. Futures. VIX futures are showing up 0.01 at 1593. However, we closed out last week at 1586, so it's really not. Futures on the VIX are not really suggesting one thing or another. The Nikkei is down 0.54. It was down worse last night when I went to bed, but it's at 0.5. It recovered about half a percentage point overnight. Hang Seng is up 0.59, and the Nifty 50 is up 0.51. Depending on, we have mixed markets this morning, depending on what you're looking at. We have things down anywhere from 0.04 to up as much as 0.73. Mid caps seem to be doing pretty decently this morning. Actually, let's not do that. Of the Mag 7, 6 out of the 7 are red, 1 green one. NVIDIA, which has its earnings report later this week, we're looking at 8:28, so on Wednesday afternoon. There's a lot of eyes on this one. A lot of eyes here. It's going to be very, very interesting to see what ends up happening in the aftermarket hours on Wednesday for sure. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since last Friday's closing price will get a shout out. We actually do have some here. Bank of California is down 2.73 in the pre-market. There's not very much red in the pre-market this morning being reported on these financial institutions. So it's interesting to see that Bank of California seems to be taking a bit of a hit compared to everybody else, and I don't see an earnings report badge on this, so I'm not sure what's going on there. Let's see here. Gold is currently up 0.56. There was an interesting event that occurred in the crypto world over the weekend, and the volatility from that event, I think, can be seen on. I'm not sure if this is. I went to go look for it, and it had a very sharp rise in gold prices when it started to happen, and I think this might have been it right here. Very, very, very quick rise on this, followed by some stability and returning back to kind of like the normal pace upwards, but you can see there's a definite trend up here on gold. Silver is up 0.77. Let's take a look at that and get the same kind of bump. It was around 10 o'clock. You know what? This must not be it right here. It must be something different. It might be, because I'm pretty sure the news came in yesterday around the 25th of the arrest, which would be, it's probably this little bump right here. It's got to be this bump right here on silver. See, on gold it would be probably this right here. Ethereum Classic up 0.07. Slightly trending upwards. The US dollar is currently showing up 0.12. Trending up. Looks like we found a bottom at 100.53. It is currently testing this level of resistance that I have after breaking through it this morning at 100.82. Oil in the pre-market is up 0.86, getting a healthy trend over a larger period of time and trending upwards still, which usually means the markets are going to be trending up. Mortgage-backed securities, actually those have not yet traded. SPY is up 0.13 in the pre-market. It gapped up this morning, consolidated for a while, and it started to trend down a little bit. Tesla is down 0.18 rather, sorry. Trending down. It looks like it's trying to break that trend currently, but it is trending down. Amazon is down 0.27. It gapped up earlier this morning, started consolidating, did a little bit of a trend up, and then started falling from 177.6 down 69 to 176.26. Cinemark has not yet traded. Doge is down 0.42 and very slightly trending upwards. Bitcoin is down 0.31. slight trend upwards. GME is, and it's at 63.9K a coin. GME is trending up. Maybe a little bit of consolidation currently after a trend up. HYMC is not yet traded. NCMI is not yet traded. Hood up 0.19, trending up. And AMC is up 0.2 and trending up. Inflow versus outflow on Friday, we had approximately $3.1 million more outflow than inflow. 6.14 thousand shares traded so far. We got our pokey stick of volume coming in here in about 5 minutes. And I would suggest to you guys that this is a little bit higher volume than what we're used to seeing in the pre-market this morning. So based off of what I'm seeing on these numbers, I would suggest that there might be a chance that we get maybe 30,000 in the pokey stick. So total 30,000 or more. So we're probably not going to see much more than 40,000, which is still going to be a low volume traded day, but 5 to 25 million should be an easy prediction. On a 4-hour time interval, we currently have more buying pressure than selling pressure with a vortex indicator with an RSI of 57.54, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 60.05, which is above average. On a 30-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with the divergence on the vortex indicator within a little kind of whipsaw going on here with within the last hour. RSI is at 56.3, which is slightly above average, and on a 5-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 51.02, which is average. Let's take a look at a 1-hour Ichimoto. Lagging line is above price line. Give those back there. Lagging line is above price line. Conversion is above base, and price is above the cloud. We have red cloud that we broke through on Friday, green cloud that's right here, which means we might see a sharp push down initially, but then we've got red cloud again, and then green cloud. So a lot of volatility showing up here over the next couple of days. If we can manage to keep price above this entire cloud this entire time, we'd be looking to stay above 495 over the next 2 days. Remember, price likes to break up through red, down through green. As of right now, this is signaling a buy signal. Nothing needs to change. By tomorrow, closing price by the end of today needs to be about 510 to keep this a buying signal. So we need to see at least a 5-cent day-over-day change in price upwards to keep it as a buy signal. I'm going to write down on my board. I'm not going to change anything on my board. I think 505 is really what we need to continue to maintain. But the baseline is sitting at 499. I'm actually going to write 5. We need to see above $5 before the end of the day is over. Did I write 5 or 510? Let's go with 510. We need to see 510 before the day is over, so that's what we want to see to keep it a buy signal. On a 4-hour time interval, lagging line is just barely above price line. Price did not manage to break down through this green cloud. It is very unusual to not see price break down through the cloud. So at some point, probably not today, but more likely Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, we should see a dip down just below $5 to maybe like 495. I would suggest that it's going to be earlier than later, so perhaps maybe on Tuesday we'll see that dip down below $5, perhaps maybe for puts for the week to close out at a $5 range. But shortly thereafter, let's see, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, yeah, Friday we have our red cloud that's forming here. So a move back up on Friday above 505 for a close is kind of what this is signaling right now. As it stands, in order for it to be a buy signal for the day today, all we need to see is 510. No. 515. That's down from 520 from last week. 515 to keep the lagging line above price line. So a 10-cent day-over-day trading price change upwards should be good for a continuing buy signal coming in on AMC. And with that, our pokey stick of volumes hitting, it's just under 30,000. 26,000 shares, 26.6, giving us 32,000 shares. 5 to 25 million shares traded is the most I can do here on volume prediction. And let me head over to the back of the Big Tramp. And let's see what you guys are saying. Roseanne, Danny is back at school. I don't know if Danny answered or not, but he is. Yep, there he is. He said it. My kids are back in school. Actually, all of them, I believe. Twisty says, I'm happy to report that my schedule will return to normal. This means I'll be able to listen all day again, and more importantly, I'll have more time with my kids. That's really awesome, Twisty. That's important. It looks like we have a tweet overnight from 18 minutes ago. Actually, it's not even overnight. And 35 minutes ago, he posted out something too. 35 minutes ago, he said, in about 2 weeks, our new concert film, shot in Paris, starring Usher, will be in theaters everywhere. Open September 12th and playing for 4 days only. Buy your tickets now. September 12th through 15th. The most current post that he put out here, he said, I had such an interesting weekend participating in a series of wide-ranging lectures from visionaries talking about the current and future problems and opportunities facing the U.S. and the world. Truly fascinating. 20 of us got to sit down with Elon Musk for over an hour. The most interesting speaker by far was former Navy SEAL Commander Admiral William McRaven. So impressive. John Hannaford, good morning to you. You can change your name back, John. You don't have to put dang. Dang Hannaford. All right, let's see. I want to see if I did not post anything about the news in regards to what was going on with that crypto issue over the weekend. However, I did post this one. When did I post this? I posted this at pretty late in the night or afternoon. I guess it was afternoon, the 23rd. Okay, I guess this was Friday afternoon. Breaking news: Bank of Japan Governor I can't say it. Kazuo Ueda warns global markets are unstable. The circus is back in session. Also, I saw some breaking news that perhaps China is going to lift the ban on Bitcoin. Andrew Morgan saying the Adam Aaron meeting with some heavy hitters. Interesting. It is interesting. I'm looking to see if there's any current. I think box office numbers are pushing us perhaps maybe above 2 billion for the quarter. I think Tech's watching that a little bit more closely than I am. We could find out for him. Let me pull up Box Office Mojo. So quarterly, so close. Let me put it up on the screen here for you guys. Quarterly, we're just about ready to break the 2 billion mark. I mean, we're just shy of it. 1.981 billion for the quarter so far. On Q3. Considering the fact that this is the same time that Barbie, I mean, you can see that Barbie was, one of the bigger movies of Q3 of 2023. Considering that and Oppenheimer and all the other movies that were pulling in some big numbers during that period of time, and we did 2.6 last year's, I think, saying quite a bit. Also, we have another month to go. So, I mean, if we pulled 2 billion in 2 months, I think we have another month to go, don't we? June, July, August, September. Yeah, we have another month to go. Let's see here. Yeah, we're on pace right now for like 2.97 billion in Q3 of this year. If we could manage to pull that off, that would beat out 2016. I think that might be the largest. Yep, I think that's on record. 2016 was the largest third quarter we've ever had. So we're on pace to beat that, almost barely. I mean, it's real close, and we've got an amazing group of movies that are coming out. Beetlejuice being one of them in the next couple weeks. So Usher's coming in with his perhaps maybe he's going to bring in some good money for the company as well with his, I don't know if I want to call them movies because they're not really movies, but his concert on film. So we're actually looking hot and tasty here. And then I heard week over week, Deadpool's still pulling in some really good numbers. Living in 3D says, as an FYI, Casey, you stopped appearing on my sub page and getting notifications, but I still see you are live if I go to your page. Been like this for over a week. I don't play nice with monetizing, and so my best guess here is that it's, I don't play nice, they don't treat me nice. So it is what it is, man. And I don't go out of my way to advertise the live stream either. So I just, the way I kind of figure it is just let the dice roll, let the cookies crumble how they crumble, and word of mouth is usually what if you're doing something good, maybe word of mouth is better than anything that could ever advertise. If you build it, they will come kind of thinking process here. So if people happen to find their way here and they do, great, that's awesome. And this, to be honest, this live stream is not for everybody. Okay. Myro says, did you see the Batman popcorn bucket coming out this week? Pretty cool. So first off, I missed out on the Deadpool and Wolverine bucket, which I have on order, by the way, that has not come in yet, unless Melissa comes walking in the front door here in a little bit and says that she has it or it's in the mail. Secondly, I missed out on the face-hugging bucket from Aliens because and that's where I found out the manager was telling me that people are coming in when AMC first opens in the morning with their weekend tickets, and I'm talking about for like we saw the movie on a Thursday, Wednesday or Thursday. I think we saw it on a Wednesday. I don't remember. It was Wednesday. I think we saw it on a Wednesday, and they come in with their Saturday tickets and buy the buckets when they first open. So here's the deal. I saw that Batman movie bucket and I was like, I've got to have that. I need to, if there's any bucket that you're going to have, and I said this about the last two, this is the bucket you need to have. But I'm not, it's for a movie that's being released. It's a movie that's already been seen. It's already been released before. It's a re-release, and it's going to have trailers in it that are for the upcoming Batman movie. There's only one showing, and in my area, so and it's on Wednesday. I'm going. I'm gonna get this bucket, guys. I'm not missing out on this. So. I'm not missing out on this one. This is not. I've seen this one, and this bucket is pretty sweet. Let me see if I can pull it up for you guys and share with you. I don't even think. I went to go look for this on the AMC Twitter page, and I don't even think that they're advertising it on there. Yeah, I don't see it. I'm not even sure how I saw it. I think I was pulling up a news article on AMC and found it that way. Yeah, let me try and see if I can find it here. Spotlight. Okay. I don't know if this is this doesn't really give it enough credit, but it's a legit spotlight. It's like 30 something dollars, $34 for this. Oh, yeah, $34.99, which it says it right on here. I didn't even see it. But the spotlight, that actually doesn't do it very much credit at all. But I was like, this would be an amazing one to have to be able to add to your buckets, because you could just have it on your shelf and have the spotlight going. And I thought it would be even funny to put like something like an AMC logo down below it. For those of you who've been around long enough, you'll remember that Adam Aaron put a and this is on Wednesday, by the way. He put up an image where it's got the AMC logo shining up with Batman, and then there was a chess piece that was on the wall. And I don't know if you guys remember that or not, but it was a while back. And it's pretty cool. I don't know if there's any other. That is not it. It's not easy to find. I don't know. I'm really hoping that I can get this, but this This is not it, but it kind of looks like it a little bit. Yeah, this is the only one that I see here for the link on it. There it is. There we go. That's with the light off. No, John. The Batman post that he put up on Twitter was like, I don't know. I feel like that was from 2021. It's pretty cool looking, though. Definitely got to get this. Back to that box office mojo. That'd be really cool, man. If we can beat out, if we can get a record Q3 going, and beat out every other year with 3 billion, that would be awesome. Yep, 3 billion has never been accomplished in a Q3 before. Actually, has it ever been accomplished? Hold on a second here. It may have never. I think Q2 is the worst quarter for AMC historically, for movies in general. Oh no, I guess not. I guess Q2 is the strongest. Maybe it was Q3 I was thinking of, or it could be Q1. But we do have 3 billion has been beat before. So Q2 of 2018 and 19 had 3.3 billion in 2018 and 3.2 billion in 2019. Also 2015 had 3.1 billion and 2013 had 3 billion. So Q2 is the strongest quarter by far, where 3 billion has been beat on a couple of different occasions. So, but Q3 for sure has not had a 3 billion quarter, and so AMC would be doing extremely well to see a 3 billion. We're kind of shy on that on a pace right now, but it's close. And we got some good movies coming up, and we're still doing well on some of the movies that have already released. Grub, you got to go see the movie, man. I believe it's only releasing for Wednesday. At least in my area, it's only open for Wednesday, and hold on a second here. Maybe maybe it's not just Wednesday. I don't have my phone on me. I can't pull it up because my phone's charging right now, but I can't pull it up. But I know that the only streaming day that I saw for the opening day was just one movie theater, one showing. In my area, so it might differ where you're at, but it is showing on Wednesday. Andrew says you should live stream in a lawn chair while waiting in line for the bucket. You'll go viral. Yeah, I don't know about that. I'm trying to think if I even have like a one of those like wands that you would use for holding your phone at a distance to be able to live stream something like that. How do you get the popcorn out of the spotlight? I think it's on the back side of it. I'm not positive, but let me see here. If I had to guess, I think it's on the back side. Yeah, I'm not sure. Because there's not really any good profile pictures on this, but it might be possible that it opens up from the top and fills in into where maybe even where the light is, and so maybe the light doesn't show if you've got popcorn. I don't know. It's a great question. It says here the popcorn bucket is near prop quality bat signal popcorn bucket that can light up with the classic bat signal. I don't know. Maybe I'll find out for you on Wednesday. We can talk about it Thursday maybe. Melissa says, "What if the bucket's a lie to get people to come and watch an old movie?" Somebody better have this bucket. I'm sure somebody will have the bucket. Probably. You know what'll end up happening is I'll get there and they'll be like, "We didn't get our shipment and it's going to come tomorrow." I'll be like, "No." I guess we'll find out on Wednesday. It better not be the case. I know there's probably a lot of Batman fans that are probably showing up just so they can see the trailers that are going to be released for the new Batman movie that's going to be coming out. Did you guys see the August 24th AMC post? I thought it was really kind of weird. I'm not sure what to make of this quite. Let me pull this over here real quick and we can look at it. The entire time, this thing was saying, "Do not watch this ad." And I'm not going to play the sound on it for fear of me getting some kind of contact strike or something. But at the very end of this thing, he says, he says, "Here, kitty, kitty." I don't know if you guys saw that or not. It was posted out on August 24th. It's real short. It's 20 seconds long. Listen.
Here, kitty, kitty.
I'm not sure.
Here, kitty, kitty, kitty.
Here, kitty, kitty, kitty. I'm not sure what's going on with this. I didn't even know what was going on with this movie here either. By the way, this is Strange Darling. Melissa, since you're listening, hon, I think this is going to be a movie you might want to watch. I don't know, but it does seem like it might be a little horror flick that maybe we might enjoy. I'm not sure exactly, but I don't know why it says "do not watch this ad." I think maybe that's just a advertising ploy. Not sure. Thought it was kind of interesting though. August 24th, it came out at 2:55 p.m. Yeah, buy and hold says it 3 times. Here, kitty, kitty. Here, kitty, kitty, kitty. Living in 3D says I'm really trying hard not to watch that ad. Yeah. Living in 3D says it'd be cool if it was a bait and switch and it was a preview screening of the Batman 2. Well, I don't know. I don't think that, I can't imagine that would be the case, but it'd be really cool if it was. It's not the typical trailer. That one that I just showed you, because it's like 20 seconds long. I don't think most of the trailers are much longer. And it says do not watch this ad flashing up on it, and I feel like it feels like it was an edited ad that was meant to just have like specific parts of that whole kitty thing in there. It just doesn't feel like the typical ad. Myro says it tilts on its side, the glass is the lid. For the Batman spotlight. All right, guys, I'm going to put the message up on the screen here. And I will be back at 8:15 in the morning for price predictions for the week, for the day. Morning, hon. Casey, that Strange Darling came out in 20... Hun, did you see Strange Darling when it came out originally? I guess it came out in 2023. I did not know this. Well, that's why... I guess that's why it didn't hit my radar. I was like, I didn't... let me look this up. What is going on with that? Well, apparently they're putting it up for one of their showings. I don't have my phone on me, so I can't go look and see what day it's airing on. But apparently, maybe it's part of their thriller bringbacks. What do they call them? Reviewings. Horror suspense. Well, that is very, very interesting. I will see you guys back here at 8:15. And we'll do price predictions for the morning and get the day started. See you in a bit.
Living life on the open road, ain't got no home, just a van for mine. Long beard hanging down, taking AMC, it's all about the line. No ties, no suit and tie, just dark circles round these tired eyes. Sipping coffee, crunching numbers, technically analyzing. When I roll down, in my head I embrace the gritty grind. There's my castle, roots my kingdom, no place else I wanna be. AMC ticker, keys on rolling, stock charts and patterns unfolding. Fear and greed, wolves and bears, it's a wild ride, I'm all inside. Hard ticker in my sights, AMC's my fight.
Alrighty, guys, I'm back, and I'm just trying to take a look here a little bit at what I think maybe price prediction I'm going to give for the day today. And I see a little bit of resistance on price movement above 5, obviously 5.0, I think it's 5.14 or 15. I can't tell what number this is exactly. It looks like 5.15 seems to be a level of resistance, strong level of resistance here. That I'm waiting to see us break past, and I think that 509 seems to be kind of a level of a good stopping point, perhaps, maybe, I guess. And I think 510 is the number that would really kind of signal for a lot of volume. Sorry, not a lot of volume. Well, I mean, it would create some volume due to some buying pressure that would kick in when indicators start showing some buying signals. So I would assume that 509 is going to be probably where they want to try and park price to kind of stay out of that zone. You can see that we're coming close to. I have this on a 1 hour time interval right now. You can see that we're coming close to the end of a wedge. I can't say for certain which direction this is going to break out of this wedge, but it is. It starts on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and goes until Monday. Actually, goes right up until Tuesday morning. So a weeks long kind of box here, leaving out just the tip of the wedge. And I can't assuredly say which way this is going to go. We are on low volume right now. Pretty low volume, as a matter of fact. We've only had 59,000 shares traded, and it's making me wonder if I'm even getting good internet. Is this accurate? 59,000 shares going into 10 minutes before market opens, surprisingly low. So if we do see upwards momentum on price, I'd like to see some more volume. It's more bullish to get some volume on the way up. And do note, I can see here there's already a buy wall at 520. I'm sorry, a sell wall at 520. 13,000 shares. They've definitely got a wall up here to avoid 520. On a 1 hour chart for the Ichimoto, it was 510, and for 4 hours, 515 for the big numbers. And so it looks like they're trying to block a break past 520, which is where this level of resistance at 518 is. I think I'm gonna go with 509. Yeah. $509 it is. Let me just check one more thing real quick here. Strength on the 5 minute. TTM squeeze is showing strength on the 5 minute. 30 minute showing weakness. 1 hour showing weakness. 4 hours showing strength. So if we've got near-term strength and the 30 on a 5-minute, if we're showing strength, and a 30-minute and a 1 hour could see reversals going the other direction. So we might see on, like, for example, like the 1 hour, we might see we got a little bit of a cool off, which we needed from being hot on RSI. We might see the conversion and base come and touch, but never actually, kind of something like this back here, perhaps maybe, where there's like a deflection away from each other after they get close to hitting. So this is kind of like the pullback. This little point right here is a little bit of that pullback or cool off period needed to allow for price to continue to move upwards. I think 509 is where I'm going to stick to my guns on this. So that means I'm going to go 459 to 559 for a price prediction. Let's see what we got going on here for the crew. Nana's going 457 to 557. And then we've got Tech coming in at 515. So he's going to go 465 to 565. And last but not least, Apex. Let me scroll up and see if he put something in earlier and I just missed it. I do not see anything in the comments from him. Yeah, unfortunately, attendees, I can't do movie trailers. They're hard nose on those. I get shut down for those every single time. So I will no longer be playing any more movie trailers. It's unfortunate. It's probably the dumbest thing I think I've ever heard of. But I imagine what's happening is that there's probably just advertising companies out there that want to make money on on what it is that they're doing, which is the advertising, and they hit me up for their work, I guess. No, I haven't seen it yet. I need to check it out. Let me see if tearjerker. Oh man, I don't like tearjerkers. Give me a second here. Let me see if I can contact Apex real quick here. Make sure he's okay. Oops. Give me 1 second. JC says, what's the best app to watch stocks price action on a daily? I mean, so here's the deal. I am not... You're watching what I'm streaming right now as Webull, and I'm not a huge fan of Webull as a broker, but I do like their platform, and I like the color schemes that they have on there, but it's not necessarily one of the best ways to track price, especially on like a mobile. Well, actually, on a mobile, it's actually really not too bad. TradingView is probably one of the best on a PC in terms of like free platforms that you could potentially use. I don't know. I think it depends. I think everybody has their own preferences, and I would just say I like the color schemes of Webull way better than I like anything else. It for me, it has a better feel to it. I can't necessarily say that I like their phone version very much. But I don't like TradingView's phone version very much either. I don't know. I don't have a favorite. to be honest with you, for mobile. I don't. I can say for a PC, though, that my favorite is just the color scheme on Weeble. But, yeah. It's time. I don't see Apex in with a price prediction for the day-to-day, which means he's going to have to go with his price prediction from last week. Unless somebody wants to put in a price prediction for him. I know Twisty Swifty was in here. Tendy's one of you guys, if you want to throw in a price prediction for him, I'm sure he would probably appreciate it. And you have like 4 minutes left. So I will see you guys on the other side of Market Open.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GC. Go. Guidance, go. Fido, go. Bravo, go. GC. Max, go. Eagle, go. Eco, go. DeFeo, go. Payloads, go. Stand for the customer, go. DPS, we're go. Eco, go. Booster, go. Surgeon, go. PRS, go. Okay. And let's see what we got GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
FTO, I hear you loud and clear. 5 bytes. How many? Have you loud and clear as well? Thank you, sir.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, remaining start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now on S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
I wanted you to know that I love the way you laugh. I wanna hold you high and steal your pain away. I keep your photograph, and I know it serves me well. I wanna hold you high and steal your pain, because I'm broken when I'm lonesome, and I don't feel right when you're gone away. You've gone away, you don't feel me here anymore. The worst is over now, and we can breathe again. I wanna hold you high, steal my pain away. There's so much left to learn, and no one left to fight. I wanna hold you high and steal your pain, 'cause I'm broken when I'm open, and I don't feel like I am strong enough, 'cause I'm broken when I'm lonesome, and I don't feel right when you're gone away. Cause I'm broken when I'm open, and I don't feel right, I'm strong enough. 'Cause I'm broken when I'm lonesome, and I don't feel right when you're gone away. Cause I'm broken when I'm lonesome, and I don't feel right when you're gone. You've gone away, you don't feel me here anymore.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. Hope you had a wonderful 2-day weekend with your family, your friends, taking your pets out for walks and watching AMC movies. And today's title for the day today is The Game is Broken, Time to Pay Up. Talked about this last week. On Wednesday, I believe it was, the title had something to do with the system was basically broken. What we were watching happen was before us, and why we were seeing such low volatility in the entire market was there was a market maker or makers, I don't know if it's more than one, who were no longer making markets with just anything or just printing shares in order to make a market. They were either refusing to do it willfully, or they were being forced to no longer continue to do that. I'm not sure which it is, and it doesn't really matter. But the point is that in order to create liquidity during those periods of time when you have no ability to be able to create or make a market out of something out of nothing, you have to sell positions. And in order to, that's to create liquidity. When you create liquidity, you create volatility when there was a demand. And we saw that there was demand. And when that demand starts happening and the volatility starts to occur, then you start to see price moving afterwards because you can actually make a market again. Eventually that liquidity is going to run out. The volatility is going to kind of die off a little bit, and then you're going to see another round of sell-offs that lead into more liquidity creation, more volatility, leading into higher price movements. I'm now kind of leaning towards the idea that we could very possibly see some new all-time highs on the SPY. I don't know how high. When we go look at the SPY a little bit here in about 20 minutes or so, we can take a look at it. I meant to do it earlier this morning, but I forgot to. But when we get to the SPY, we'll look at it and we'll see what possibly the top may look like for this. Because I don't believe this is going to be able to continue to eventually this will exhaust. Right? There will be a point in time to where those forced sell-offs that are occurring to create that liquidity will end. And that's when those margin calls will start rolling through. Especially if a lot of institutions are short right now, it'll just become, seeing a bunch of green or movement in this direction is not going to help. So currently AMC is up right now, $5.16, up 2.04%, and we are breaking past that 518 level of resistance, and this could be a little bit of a boom signal here for us to be able to see higher numbers, as that's where most of the resistance was at 518. Where some of the, if you look at the order book here, you can see some of the other levels of resistance popping up at around 531, 539. There's different levels in here, but don't expect this to continue to move consistently upwards, but because there's always going to be some pullbacks, but looking pretty decent right now. All right, I'm done with what it is I had to say. Let's go ahead and head on over to... Oh, I'm already in the back of the Big Tramp. Apparently, I forgot to leave. So I'm already in the back of the Big Tramp. Everybody got to hear what was going on in my house who happened to come in and sit in there. That was probably fun. We had a good morning this morning. All right, so yeah, that's all I got for you guys. But Donkey Kong says the liquidity fairy is dead. That's right. And if they want to make more, if they want to create liquidity, then they have to sell. And if they're going to sell their positions into demand, then you're going to see price initially drop as that selling is going on, but more than likely ripping afterwards as the demand is met. VIX is up currently 0.44 1593, which is I think about where the futures were suggesting that it should be at. VIX futures are 1593 is what the VIX futures are at, and it's at 1593. So VIX is aligned exactly in the same spot. Poverty with Nathan says, "Can you clue me in on this liquidity fairy is done?" Yeah. You'll know when when they stop selling in small increments, right? So the pullback that we saw last Thursday, that would be when you start seeing those pullbacks look way more severe. And I'm talking like 4 or 5% down in a single day or more. When you start seeing those pullbacks in the SPY of 4 or 5% down, you know that the liquidity fairy is already gone, and she's not coming back. It now comes down to how many positions in short institutions can sell off and continue to hold their positions short as price starts to rocket in the market. That's going to be what it's going to come down to. So in regards to when will the liquidity fairy be gone, she's already gone. She's left the building last week. Maybe actually she left at the beginning of this month. Liquidity fairy left at the beginning of this month. And it all happened when the carry trade went south in Japan. So 518 is being retested. That's going to be our key level of support and resistance right there. If we can manage to stay above 518, the better. But that is going to be a key sticking point for us. It's been that way for a little while now. I think if we go back on this chart here, I've got this white line drawn up here where we've tested this value several occasions. It really kind of became the sticking point for us, I'd say, right around maybe the 6th of this month. Again, all leading back to the beginning of the month. I need to, I had said earlier that I was going to fix my carry trade chart because I unfortunately needed to use it for something else earlier this week. So if you guys don't mind giving me a minute here, I need to go through and fix this up real fast. If you don't mind, put this on a 10-minute. Actually, you know what? The chart's not that bad looking. I think I might just leave it right where it's at. Okay, we're definitely seeing some movement here that is a little bit unusual. And where am I going to put this? Down here. So this is the carry trade screen. Some of the different tickers that I'm kind of tracking to kind of let me know when there, if there is a continuing carry trade problem going on here. And again, you've got the Nikkei and Nikkei, whatever. You got the Nikkei in the bars, green and red. You've got green is the U.S. dollar. The red is the U.S. dollar to the yen. And then in white, you've got SPX. In baby blue, you have the VIX. And there's two different purple colors here. One's XRP and the other one's Bitcoin. XRP is the darker of the two colors, the one that's on top here. And you can see that there's been a deviation or a move spread difference. You can see they were tracking each other pretty well over the last 4 trading days, and there's over this weekend there's been a little bit of a separation there. So we'll continue to watch that. Yeah, I know Mac Ned and Bees. There's a reason why I'm tracking that, and I kind of posted this up a while back. But XRP hit my radar a long time ago, and we talked about it in the back of the Big Tramp for a while. And there's some really interesting stuff going on there, and I think that apes should be kind of taking note of it as to what's happening, because there's some big news. Oh yeah. I'll show you this. I'm gonna take you. I've already got you guys on the other page. Let's talk about this real quick about XRP, and then I'm gonna show you. People were asking about the popcorn bucket for the Batman signal. I've got your answer for you as to where this goes. Let me find my XRP post real quick here. Here it is. I wrote here, I believe this to be important and should probably be noted and on Ape's radar. Breaking Judge Torres has authorized U.S. institutions and banks to utilize XRP for payment processing, rejecting the SEC's appeal. And I think there's a really big push here to create a system, and it's been alluded to that they are in the process of coming up with a system that will allow the government to be able to complete and process orders in a much faster pace. And I have a feeling this is all going to kind of play into XRP is going to play into the end game here, and so I think in terms of MacNetB says not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Yeah, I know. I kind of feel the same way. I know there's been many occasions in the past where I've suggested to you guys that an eventual payout through some type of cryptocurrency is a possibility, and that you should be anticipating that. We are in uncharted waters. We always have been. Nothing like this has ever happened or occurred before, and I think you need to be completely and open and willing to believe, or at least think that in the future, normalcy will change, and how you get paid may be different than what you were anticipating initially. And it's not a bad thing per se, but it all, if you were paid out in a cryptocurrency, it would be a matter. It would just mean extra steps for you to be able to turn that back into a currency, is what it mostly means. But it's something that you need to consider, because I don't have full faith that we're going to necessarily be paid in cash, U.S. dollars. Moving up to the popcorn bucket, Mahul, if any of you all know who he is, showing up with the win here, with the DC Films post. This is the Batman popcorn bucket. A lot of people were wondering, where does the popcorn go on this thing? And so you can see here that the front lid of the thing opens up. The popcorn goes straight in to the light area. So I'm sure they must have the light sectioned off from the popcorn area. Pretty cool. I think that's pretty neat. MacNedB says potential MasterCard replacement if we go full crypto. And John says then they drop the price of crypto as everyone sells. Well, it would certainly have an impact on it, but here's the other part to it as well, is that if you were to pick a group of people who you wanted to be the distributors of a currency, that might be an excellent way to kind of disseminate the currency into the population, is to pick a large portion of people who are being paid out in said currency, and then it would certainly so. And there actually may end up being a lot of people who don't trust the currency, especially if they see like an immediate sell-off of the currency. In which case, if that were to be the case, and a lot of people fled from it, it might end up being a mistake, because the people who actually held it might actually see some more profits down the road. I don't know for sure one way or the other on that one, and I'm not going to speculate on it because I really don't know. I mean, what the future holds for us, but I can certainly see that if you wanted to make something more readily used, then you would pick a portion of the population who's going to be getting a payout and pay with said currency, and then that way it kind of it gets distributed out because they go to pay for things. Maybe they go to pay for stuff with it. Maybe they cash it out. Who knows? One way or the other, it gets the job done. New poll. Will Casey get a Batman popcorn bucket? No, we're not polling on this. Don't you dare. Yeah, I believe we already broke the Spectre. I think we already broke the Golden Cross, I think, last week, or we were right on it. Vivian, good morning. But AMC is at $5.21. We're up 3.07% with 23 minutes of trading into the day today, with volume at 3.09 million shares traded so far. Did y'all have a wonderful week? Did anybody see Deadpool this weekend? Just out of curiosity, anybody who saw it, and what was your opinion on the movie? What did you think of it? I got ticket. My next tickets are for Batman this Wednesday, and then after that, I think the next thing that I'm seeing is going to be Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice. Let's see here. Let me pull up my movies. See what I got going on here. Yeah, Beetlejuice, September 5th. Nice. So we're looking next week, Thursday. We actually had to go a day later on Beetlejuice, just because it was all when we went to go buy tickets, it was completely full on a day. It was a school night, and we didn't want to go too late for the kids, so we're actually going to have to. We're going to go the day after we could have started seeing it. Turtle says, I saw Alien Romulus and it was great. That's awesome, man. That's like I said, I think the average person will probably give the movie like a 9 or a 10. And my 7.5 rating that I gave it should have, it's a biased review. And I made that disclaimer a long time ago. I told you guys that it was a very biased. I'm a horror fan and would rather see something that really makes me kind of just either skin crawl or jump out of my seat, and that just wasn't happening for the movie for me. But that's just because I'm used to something more intense. For those of you who go see this movie, you're probably going to be like, "What are you talking? That movie was so intense." And I'll be like, "Okay, well, that just shows the difference between you and me." For me, it was a 7.5, and for everybody else, I think it'll be a 9 or a 10 because it was actually it was a very good movie. Plot was great. Movie was great. Melissa and I actually agreed on the music. The music portion of it felt like Jurassic Park. And to be honest with you, like it wasn't. If you were to say Jurassic Park, and I'm talking about the original, and as far as gore goes, if you were to give Jurassic Park a gore rating of like 7, then I would probably say that this more recent Aliens movie was probably an 8.5 in terms of how intense it was. Yeah, Casey needs a movie like Saw. Exactly. Exactly, or Final Destination or something like that. You know, those are a little bit more intense in my opinion. MC says I saw Deadpool 2 weeks ago. How was it? Did you enjoy it? Mike says Beetlejuice is going to be the number one movie this summer. You think it's going to beat out Deadpool? Wow. I'm impressed. Who do we got back here? Who's this? Parrot, good morning to you, sir.
Good morning, bud. All right.
Yeah, starting off the week a little tired side?
Yeah, I was sleepyhead this morning, but I'm here, man. Better late than never, brother. Better late than never.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, I think it's really interesting that
playing poker last
all night,
way beyond my bedtime. Yeah, well, till midnight. And that's like a wrecker for me. It's destructive.
Yeah, I was playing Fallout 76 with my son, and it wasn't until I think this morning when I woke up and saw your invite to come and play poker, and I was like, oh man. But yeah, him and I were playing Fallout 76 together.
Time's much better spent playing with your son. Yeah, you made the right call on that one for sure.
Him and Kelsey started their first day of college today. So they're
nice. Very nice.
Yeah.
First day of college.
Yep. I remember my first day of college. Grossmont College, community college. And I remember that finding parking was like, it was the worst thing ever. It was so bad. Yeah. And I had like one of those classes, it was like the time of the day where it was the first class of the day. Like nobody could possibly be leaving before you or coming out to the parking lot to leave because there was no classes before you. And I remember the very first day I got into that parking lot, and I think I spent 20 minutes waiting for that like unusual person who wasn't supposed to be there, or just, I don't know, for whatever reason. I think I was late to class. I think I wasn't the only person. There were tons of people walking in late to class that day. And the first day traffic and parking was just atrocious. And it lasted for about, I want to say it was, don't kill me, but 2 weeks. I think it lasted for about 2 weeks. And then it died down a little bit and it got better. Either that or I just was showing up earlier.
One of Jesse's, my oldest, his primary bitch and complaining was parking. And now his younger brother's in the same predicament. It's either parking tickets or other issues.
He gets parking tickets?
Yeah, don't you remember the one got? I told you the one got a parking ticket at college. Some issues about.
Oh, I think I do vaguely remember this.
Yeah. Sticker. Had to have a sticker to park in the parking lot, and one day his vehicle wasn't up to speed, so he took one of our other cars, and because it didn't have a sticker, they gave him a parking ticket. I think it's a source of revenue for these places. The one that aggravated us the most was at Embry-Riddle down in Penn. They sold more parking passes than they had spots, and then they would drive around and give guys tickets if they didn't park in the designated areas. Sometimes it's like most things; it's all money grab.
Jana, good morning.
First day of college.
Yep. MC says Deadpool was incredible. I got someone to see it in Dolby. I was heard Dolby, and it was perfect way to showcase. It was good. I saw it in Dolby as well, and I saw it in 3D. I don't know if Dolby means that it's in 3D or not, but I did see. I saw Deadpool in 3D, and the first portion of that movie was well worth watching it in 3D. I would highly recommend it. Like, if you haven't seen the movie yet and you're kind of wondering if you want to go see it or not, I would recommend 3D. Even just for the opening scene was more than well worth it. I felt like halfway through the movie, I forgot that I was watching 3D, and it kind of lost some of its luster. I don't know. it was there were times where I realized I was like, oh wow, that was really cool because it was in 3D, and there were other times where I just didn't even notice it at all. So Dolby 3D was sick. The ganja helps a lot. I've not seen it like that, but I can imagine. Oh, I hear fuzz in the background. Censor content. Good morning to you. I think something's wrong with your. Whoa.
Let destruction commence.
Good morning.
How you doing today?
Not too bad.
Something's turned up a lot.
You're old enough to kill, but not for voting. You don't believe in war, but what's that gun you're toting? And even the Jordan River has bodies floating, but you tell me over and over and over again, my friend, you don't believe we're on the eve of destruction.
Welcome to the destruction tour!
Destruction. Funky, good morning.
Good morning.
Good to see you today. Censored, also good to see you. How was your guys' weekends? Did you end up doing any movies or anything?
Not this weekend.
I did nothing all weekend.
Well,
Same.
sometimes those are good weekends. Nothing.
Recovery weekend.
Nah. Recovery is good.
How was your weekend?
Yep. It was good. I had a bit of a recovery. I would say I had a bit of a recovery week. Well, Melissa, when she works her long weekends or long weeks, she works Saturday, Sunday, which means that usually ends up being my work day. And so I had a work weekend, but it was not too eventful. Mostly just me trying to figure out what the heck's going on with my webcam and how I'm going to fix it. So.
Yeah, it was pretty chill.
You don't have to wear clothes
Just hung
now.
out, made some ramen.
Yeah. Not wearing clothes is probably not a thing for me, but yeah. $5.20. It's time to do some numbers.
Walk around his house naked.
No, I don't know. It's just never really been a thing for me, I guess. I don't know why, but yeah, I'm not
That's good. One of my ex-girlfriend from high school, her dad, she told me that her dad used to do that, just get up and go to the kitchen and get something to drink, fucking completely naked. And I'm like, what the fuck? It's weird as hell.
Yeah. So I've done that maybe once, but it was just it was like one of those things where it's like I knew nobody was going to be getting up and nobody did. So I don't, it was like in the middle,
to be fair,
3
if you have
a.m.
a reasonable expectation that the house is going to be empty. You can, you can do that.
3 a.m.
When
and
the house
everybody's
is empty. When
dead
it's
asleep.
not, weird.
Or the kitchen. If the kitchen's empty, if you think everybody's in bed, that's one thing. But if you're coming out at 2:30 in the afternoon with you,
Yeah, that's what I'm
everything
talking
swinging on
about.
a breeze. That's a
Yeah,
That's
that is definitely not me.
a little too far.
All right. Well, let me take you guys over to the
I
other
have a
page
bad
here.
habit. I wear boxer briefs now, and I have a bad habit of going outside with them. On the rare occasion that I do leave Camelot, Mrs. Pirate gets pretty bent if I go to the mailbox or maybe go outside to
And
finesse a sprinkler system or something.
Hold on a second. I got to reboot my sound real quick here, guys. Give me 1 second.
Unless you get really close, you can't tell whether they're shorts or underwear. So.
Are you telling me that you can't wear boxer briefs to the mailbox? That's not okay?
Apparently not. And she's sitting in the room right now, and she's like, "You can tell they're underwear," and that's the biggest issue with it. And I'm like,
so let me ask you this. So basically, what you're telling me,
society has a larger problem.
Angry Birds is not okay.
Have 2 layers. Sandy said, "Angry Birds to the mailbox doesn't work." Yeah, you gotta giggle out of her. Very rarely she giggle earlier in the morning. She's not a morning girl, but that made her laugh.
Okay, good. All right. Numbers. Shall we do some numbers?
Right on.
All right, cool. I've taken you guys over the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is that you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until I see the big tramp back up on the screen again. 2-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in there. If you do sign up for that, make sure that your broker allows you to, or if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, you might want to set that up, as you never know when something's going to happen to your primary device. And last but not least, and definitely by far the most important thing you could possibly do, is make sure that you guys are getting downloaded statements of your portfolio from your broker or brokers for your own record keeping. Please do not just trust that that's going to be available to you in a future date. I cannot express enough to you how important this is. I don't want to see you guys coming back to me and saying, like, "Casey, I think I hold this many shares, but I don't know how many, and now my broker's telling me I got this many, and I think it's wrong." And I'll be like, "Did you get a copy of your statement?" And you'll be like, "No, I thought I could just wait until another day. I thought I'd have one more day to be able to check it, and now I can't get into it and see." And I'll be like, I don't know what to tell you. I can't help you out. There's nothing that you can do at that point. So please, please, please go get that information if you haven't done it already. Stop watching right now and just go do it. All right. Price prediction tally points from last week. We had, and this is not by financial advice by any means. It's just simply 4 apes trying to figure out what we think price is going to close at on a friendly little competition for ice cream and beer. Tech, Nana, myself, and Apex, we got all of our price predictions correct, but I was closest to getting the price prediction right on Friday, which means I got the extra bonus point to make a tiebreaker win. I don't really like the way that we do it, and I'm thinking about trying to change it up a little bit and seeing, like, whoever has the closest to predictions for the whole week, and in terms of how far they missed for the whole week, I might do that. We'll see if the rest of the guys are okay with that. Price prediction tally points for price predictions for today. And Apex was not here, so we actually had Mike and Twisty both giving a price prediction for him, so he got filled in for. The low ape on the totem pole for the day today is Nana with 457 to 557. 1 penny up from that is Apex with 458 to 558. I'm a penny up from that at 459 to 559. And Tech was the only one that decided to go a little bit off base from the rest of us and went 465 to 565. And he's doing a hell of a lot better right now on price prediction than we were, but the day is not over. Let's see. So there is only an 8 penny spread between us for the day today. Short exempt volume, 157,000 shares from our 9-point-something million shares traded on Friday, the largest traded day in volume that we had last week. Utilization was down slightly to 59.95%, and then Friday's price movement was up 2.64%. Max pain for the day today is $5. It's the same as it was last week. I say for today. For this week is $5. It was $5 last. It's been $5 for a while. And then we saw GME max pain drop from 22 to 21. The interesting thing about that, and I'll show you when we go through the numbers here in a little bit, is that most of the option contracts for GME are kind of pointing towards a 22 close by the end of the week, which is already 2 strike prices higher than max pain. Remember, it was back in May. It was 8 strike prices that they broke through on a single day that really caused a lot of pain on a Friday before moving into the May period, I think it was. So I mean, I think it was like May 3rd or something like that, right? It was just a huge amount of strike prices to be jumping through in a single period of time. For the day today, on volume, exchange traded volume normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see right around 54% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. Right now we have off exchange at 52.71% and EDGX at 11.17. The combined total is 63.88% or 9.88% higher than what I would expect it to be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 4,756 shares. That is kind of low, a low number, but big for this time of the morning. And CHX for GME is at 239. There are two exchanges that have not traded any shares at all, NYSE National and LTSE for GME this morning. Taking a look at IBKR reported amount of shares available to be borrowed. Earlier this morning, we tracked about 200,000 shares having been borrowed this morning. Since then, we have seen 950,000 shares borrowed on top of that. So we're looking at 1.05 million shares borrowed in total for the day today. That's over, I think, the 600,000 that was borrowed on Friday, obviously. Fees are at 1.89%, rebate at 3.43. Taking a look at institutional ownership on AMC. Actually, you know what? I'm going to put up a duplicate page here. I'm going to actually pull GME's data as well. I haven't been doing this, but I think I would like to start tracking this. Give me just 1 second while I pull it up. Institutional ownership. Okay. What is it showing right now? Okay, cool. On AMC, earlier this morning, the institutional ownership was at 120.889 million shares owned by institutions on AMC. That is still the case. GME is showing up at 103.596 million. Options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day today on AMC is coming in at a strike price of $5.50. That's up 50 cents from where we were at last week in volume. And currently there's 12.6 thousand contracts in volume so far at 5.5. That is extremely large amounts of volume. In fact, normally by this time of the morning, I would expect to see about 3,500 contracts in volume. So you can see that's very, very high right now. The highest amount of put volume is coming in at a $5 strike, which is where it was last week. There's 1.8 thousand contracts and puts at 5. The market is suggesting a close somewhere between $5 and $5.50 by the end of the day today. Taking a look at GME real quick here. Let's see what their day is looking like to start off with. GME is currently showing down 0.03 at 22.18. The highest amount of call volume is at 22.50 with 4.3 thousand contracts, and the highest amount of put volume coming into $22 strike with 642 contracts so far this morning. 22.50 is what it looks like they're targeting somewhere between 22 and 22.50 for a close today, which is where price is. Moving on, I'm going to take you guys over to the other page here, and I'll move a couple screens around. We'll take a look at the rest of the data. Starting with Ortex. So far for the day today, 156,000 shares having been reported as borrowed. It's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float a little bit to 13.76%. The cost of our min is at 1.04, average 1.55, and max 3.14. Let's take a look at what some of our numbers look like day over day. Utilization slightly dropping from 60.97 to 59.95. On loan amount, dropping as well from 72.69 million shares on loan to 71.6 million. That's a drop of 1.09 million shares. That usually will drop the estimated short share interest of the free float, and in this case it did. It went from 13.8 to 13.75, and then the on-loan average age per day, it looks like mostly newer positions were returned of the 190,000 in short interest, and so the on-loan average age per day rose from 40.01 to 41.48, and security lending volume dropped a little bit from 3.73 million to 2.52. Looking at GME, 800 shares returned this morning so far. I don't think I've ever seen such a low number. Their estimated short share interest of the free float's at 9.69%. Cost of borrowings at 0.39, average 0.75, and max is 1.04. Let's take a look at what some of these numbers look like. Utilization dropping from 27.83 to 27.02. On loan amount dropping from 28.48 million to 28.08. The estimated short share interest of the free float dropping from 9.72 to 9.69. The on loan average age per day rising from 34.48 to 35.13. And security lending volume slightly dropping from 2.32 million to 1.41. SSR trigger price for the day today is at $4.55. On AMC, there's 20.1 thousand contracts that are out of the money in the calls versus 2.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. 12.9 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 1.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. Do note that this week, next week, and the week after have some pretty low amounts of volume in the derivatives. So we could see some price movement during this period of time to create some movement. And then obviously with the quad witching week coming up here, there's quite a few contracts out there. GME's trigger price for SSR for the day today is at $19.99. There is 69.6 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 9.4 thousand contracts that are in the money. 8.8 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 6.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. Also, with this as well, the next 3 weeks. This week is actually kind of heavy on volume for options, but the next 2 weeks are still kind of light. And then, of course, the quad witching on 9/20 is a little elevated right now. I would actually say that this week's more elevated than the quad witching week on the call side, but not necessarily the puts. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. Neither of which are on here. MMRI earlier this morning was at 238.81. It's now 238.16. Remember, when this number drops, that's risk off. And when it rises, it's risk on in the market. 237.90. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates, 3.91 for the 2-year, and the 10 years at 3.799. We're at a spread of 0.111. Earlier this morning it was 0.103. Taking a look at this page here, a lot of this is really just kind of focusing on the carry trade that I'm trying to point out, and I would guesstimate. I mean, with what I'm seeing on SPX right now, it looks like the market's kind of down a little bit, and it looks like the VIX is rising. And so what this kind of maybe tells me is maybe we're getting another day of some of those sell-offs that might have been needing to occur, kind of like similar to Thursday last week, which means that they may have ran out of the liquidity that was needed to trade the market within one trading day, and that's quick. So we'll see if the market continues to head that way. We'll take a look at some of the numbers here in just a minute. NASDAQ is down 0.69, Dow Jones is up 0.43, and the S&P 500 is down 0.08. We have 3,445 advancers to 1,776 decliners. As of right now, the market's looking like it's cooking with bacon grease as far as I can tell. I'm not quite seeing that SPX data the same way, but 3,445 is the amount of advancers. Cooking with bacon grease. Looking hot and tasty right now in the market. It might be, and part of it is that since we're seeing like the NASDAQ is down, the S&P 500 is down, but the Dow Jones is up. What we could have happening right now is a rebalancing out of perhaps large caps and maybe into small and mid caps in the market. Hence the reason why we have so few decliners to advancers. Sectors that are doing poorly for the day today: consumer discretionary or actually technology followed by consumer discretionary. The worst two. The top performing sectors. We have energy followed by materials. Of the Mag 7, all 7 are red. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% are going to get a shout out. Coinbase is down 2.48%. FRC is down 6.25%. Stank of California was down earlier this morning and is not as much. It's actually recovered most of the downwards momentum that it had in the pre-market. And I don't see anything else that's going to get a shout out. Gold is up 0.28. The current trend is down from the consolidation period it had after an uptrend. Silver is up 0.15, also trending down after an uptrend. And this is really starting to look like a head and shoulder type pattern. Let me pull this back out here just to kind of get an idea. This might be a head and shoulder starting to form. We'll have to take a look at it later and see if this develops, if it stabilizes and then consolidates for a bit longer. Ethereum Classic is down 1.44, trending down. The US dollar is up 0.11, trending up. Oil is up 1.93, was trending up at market open and is starting to make a reversal into a downtrend. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.01 to 0.03 and are currently consolidating. SPY is down 0.04. It was trending upwards leading into market open and continued that trend right up until about 9:30, 9:40-ish, and is now on a downtrend after that. We did hit a high of 563.90, which did not break the 565.16 all week or 52-week high and all-time high. VIX is up 1.83 at 16.15. The overall trend has not been broken into an uptrend just yet, with futures suggesting that it should be somewhere around 15.93, so it's a little bit above the futures right now. IWM is currently trending down. VB is up 0.54, trending up. Tesla is down 3.08, trending down. Amazon is down 0.75, trending down. Cinemark is up 0.13 and consolidating. Doge is down 2.11, trending down. Bitcoin is down 1.01, trending down. GME is down 0.27. Looks like it kind of took a little bit of a hit around 10:09, so we waited about 20 minutes before starting to make that downtrend, but is trending down now. HYMC is down 0.41, trending down. NCMI is down 1.09, trending down. Hood is down 0.59, trending down, and AMC is up 2.38%, consolidating after an uptrend. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day in AMC, approximately $1.5 million more outflow than inflow. 4.96 million shares traded so far. After 56 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace right now for about 34.54. Let me just recheck those numbers, because that seems awfully high. That's right. We're on pace for 34.68 million shares traded by the end of the day today, so we're definitely seeing some buying pressure that was a little bit unexpected. It's 5 to 25 million was the price or volume prediction that I gave for the day today, and I mean I still think that we can hit that. But we are definitely seeing elevated amounts of volume, considering the fact that there were some days last week where I felt like we weren't even going to break 5 million shares traded in a single day, and you can see that in the first hour of today we're breaking it. On a 4-hour chart, we currently have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of what is this value? 69.15, which is above average. On a 1-hour chart, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 75.05, signaling overbought. On a 30-minute time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 72.03, which is signaling overbought. And on a 5-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 56.59, which is slightly above average. Let's take a look at what the Ichimoto cloud has to tell us about price movement and where we're at right now. There is a pretty strong buy signal on the 1-hour time interval at about $5.10. Now, currently, we're still over 510 at 517 right now. Really, what we want to do is maintain price movement above the base. The base is obviously going to rise as this continues to move like it is. And it base is at 508 right now. So we want to continue to see price movement above 508 range. Taking a look at a 4-hour time interval. Lagging line is above price line. Conversion and base are pretty much stacked on top of each other. Conversion is just slightly above base right now. This is also turning into a very strong buy signal. And again, what we want to see price do is stay above base, which is around 507, 508. So 1-hour and 4-hour charts are in strong agreement with each other. So those are both looking very, very strong as of right now. Seeing a deflection off of this cloud. The only worrisome part about what we have ahead of us on this chart here is that we have not technically broken through this green cloud here. And this is a pretty significant green cloud, so I would expect to break past this at some point. So we may see price coming back down a little bit, and I think that within sometime between now, like Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, we should get a break below this, or at least a test at 498, or maybe even a little bit lower. And that's going to be so that $5 puts can close out before the end of the week is up, and you can see that we've got red cloud ahead of us, which is positive movement upwards. So I'm not sure when that's going to happen, but I would suggest that it was probably going to be more likely on Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday that we see that one last retest of $5 before potentially seeing more upwards put movement. And with that, to keep this a buying, I said we need to stay above 515 on my chart. I know lagging line is, our baseline is at 507 right now, but I want to see 515 or higher for a close to keep this into a buy signal for tomorrow. And with that, that's all I got for you guys. Let me take you over to the back of the big trap. And I'm back. Let's see here. I should probably, I wonder if I should send a text to Hunter and say happy school day. Let's see here. I think if I could go back in time and if I could have done it all over again, I think I probably would have made sure that my first day classes, or all my classes, were not going to be in the beginning portion of the morning, so I could avoid the monstrous parking conditions. Casey, did you see the suck, squeeze, bang, blow on Joe Rogan? I put it in the Discord. What? Get out of here. He did not. Did he do the suck, squeeze, bang, blow? Are they taking my stolen my stolen gig? What's it? Hold on here. They can't steal my stolen
bit that I stole from somebody else?
Yeah, they can't steal my bit that I stole.
I stole that fair and square.
Yeah, I stole that 30 years ago. They can't take that away from me. What the hell? Dylan, I have not seen it. Let me see here. Suck, squeeze, bang, blow on Joe Rogan. I put it in the Discord. Let me check and see here. If he stole it, I'm stealing it back. You can't steal that. Let's see here. Where in? I'm assuming it's. Where would I find this? I do not see it. Where specifically, or what section is it under? And if you guys don't know, I think does this channel have it listed in the? Let me make sure it's in here. I think it's in here. There it is. Yeah. If you go to the description of this channel, there was a question there, like suck, squeeze, bang, blow? Question mark. What's that all about? I don't even know why. Hold on a second here. Let me change this. I don't have spaces after these commas. Suck, squeeze, bang, blow? Question mark. It's a long read, but start with this link. There's a link there for you in case you haven't read this. This is pertinent information to the past, but it kind of outlined some periods of time that I was seeing in trading on AMC. It's actually, I can't remember if there's 2 or 3 parts to it, but I think there's 2 or 3 parts. I know there's 2. I don't know if there's 3. But it's a long read. It's kind of a toilet read. So if you ever have a chance and you want to just sit on a toilet and take some time to read it, I highly recommend it. And it kind of defines different periods of time where we see price and volume movement and relates it to a 4-stroke engine and defining those points as Mr. Lear, my school teacher, referred to it oftentimes because kids in high school don't remember stuff unless you make it fun for them to remember. I often refer to it as suck, squeeze, bang, blow. So, it's worth taking a look. It's a fun read. Frank says she's going from sucks to blow. So actually, if I were to define, censored content's back. I can hear his microphone making censored. You okay?
Basically, we're fucked.
Okay. It's like, he's going to say something because all of a sudden you get these like
summation. Yeah.
So let me read these periods of time off to you real quick here. I think I can take you guys to the other page for just a second while I pull up a. Actually, you know what? I don't think I have to do that.
Who cares?
Oh, hush. You know you like it. Give me 1 second while I pull up this folder. Desktop. All right, here we go. Okay. So, in terms of watching price movement on a stock, I'm going to get rid of the Bollinger Bands here for just a second. I need to kind of take out this portion of volume because I don't want to see that. So I'm actually going to move that off screen here for just a second, just so we can see what volume kind of looked like day over day as we were kind of moving into this time frame in here. And I'm going to read to you how the suck period is best identified as. It's a period of time where both volume and price begins to drop. Single outlier days may exist where both price and volume go up, but the very next day, the previous day's pattern resumes, and it misses in both price and volume, meaning it's not higher than the day before. Increases should be the main body of this period of time, meaning like every single day, like you're just watching price and volume just kind of getting sucked away, right? And that you can see that. You can see volume kind of trending down here day over day. It's just kind of getting lower and lower and lower. If I put the Bollinger Bands back in here, you can see the volatility getting tighter and tighter and tighter until you get to this one point right in here, right? And this is what I would probably label as the suck right here. This is the suck where you've got volume and price getting sucked out. And I've kind of referred to this as like if you were to think of price as being fuel, and if you were to think of volume as being air, you need a proper mix of gasoline and air ratios in order to get a proper combustion inside of a cylinder in your car. So what you're seeing here is you're seeing the piston sucking in volume and price, which is your gasoline and air. It's sucking it in. Then all of a sudden you have this small little period in here where price kind of dips one last time, but volatility gets a little bit larger during this period of time. And so you can zoom in on this just a little bit. You see like what's this? What's this all about right in here? The squeeze is best identified when there's a sudden volume spike. Price and volume may fluctuate during this time, but day-over-day price and volume hits should be happening. And you can see here that during this period of time, there are some hits in volume and there's some spikes in volume. There's spike in volume here, but no price hit. Here you got a price and volume hit. Here you got a price and volume hit. There's a couple different places in here where you have price and volume hits that occur. And I am looking at this on a daily chart here, so it seems a little less impactful. And then you have the bang. And the bang is best identified when there's a sudden volume spike. Best identified when volume and price spikes. Price will remain relatively the same during this period, but volume will fall leading into the next phase. And so here we had this big, huge spike in volume, spike in price, and price remains relatively the same going into the next phase. And you can see we have had a long period of time of that happen. And it says, but volume will fall leading into the next phase. And what have we been seeing happening after that, right? We see this sudden spike in price and volume. Volume starts to fall. Price tries to settle in on a single price, but relatively the same. And we've been stuck on $5 for quite a while now. And then the blow, which is the last part, and it says it's best identified when volume and price spikes. And that's how you identify the blow. So we may be moving into this time frame here. Why does suck, squeeze, bang, blow? Why is that a thing? It's a cycle. It's a cycle of reducing volume and price to try and elicit a movement, is what it really is. And in this particular case here, I think institutions wanted that movement to go down. But we didn't do what we were supposed to do. And in most cases, I think that you would have seen a different reaction. Like if you were to look at another security out there, if you were to see one of these cycles occurring, I think you would have seen a completely different thing happening here, and chart wouldn't look similar to this. But why? Because people sell. People sell when they start seeing price moving in a certain direction and out of fear and anxiety about what the future might hold for the price when it gets too hard. And that ends up creating liquidity, and it ruins the cycle. It ruins the normal cycle of a proper running engine. But when people hold their positions, you start to see an engine that's working the way that it's supposed to work, which is if you're gonna take volume and price out of the market unnaturally and compress it, and people are going to continue to hold and buy those positions, then eventually what you end up having is a release, or the engine coming full cycle, and a release and blowing of the volume and compression of that volume and price for such a long period of time. So that's kind of the whole thesis behind suck, squeeze, bang, blow. But and how you can relate it to a moving market. Dylan says they were talking about jet engines. YouTube funnies. All right, I'm going to check it out. Probably not right now, just because I know that I'll probably get some kind of like hate for looking at it. I'll watch it on one of my breaks. Nelly says, we're still waiting on our blow from the May movement. Yeah, I think so. Nelly's also saying it really feels like they threw out a trap this morning with a triple top around 524. It could get nasty one last time before a run up. I mean, look at the options chain that we have for the next 3 weeks. Every time we've ever seen the options chain get super light on contracts, that's when we usually see price starting to go up. Why? Because they're trying to create some kind of situation that elicits reactions in people, that gets them to try and buy in and then maybe be discouraged and then sell out. That's what they're trying to elicit. They need people to give up their shares. So you've got to create a situation where people may inadvertently buy, thinking that they're going to see some kind of crazy price movement, and then pull it back. I see the dirty is strong with these with these guys. The force. I'm reading what Turtle wrote. Tendy says blow does not make me go up. Well, actually, if you think about it, blow is actually exhaustion, right? So in terms of the 4 stages, cycle stages of combustion, exhaust is the last one, right? Blow, exhaust, and really it's the exhaustion of the compression and ignition of everything, and causing it. All that has really just created this mess of everything that's left over in the cylinder, and then the piston blows everything out. So really, the blow's more of an exhaustion of price and volume compression and ignition. But the link, I spent a lot of time writing that article and that link up there. So if you guys, it's kind of funny. It gives kudos to my auto shop teacher from back in the day. Nelly says, hedgies don't want to blow yet. They still have a headache. 2 weeks. That's right. Turtle, if you want to find it, it's always in the description of the channel. You can go to any one of my videos, click on the description, and pull up that link there. So you don't have to copy and paste or anything. You can just go to any video and pull it up through the description. There's actually a ton of stuff in there, guys, that is really super helpful. I don't know how many of y'all have had an opportunity to go in there and actually check it, but there's some good stuff in there. We got about 15 more minutes here, and we'll take a look at the numbers again. Does anybody want to talk about what happened with the arrest over the weekend? There was an arrest that went down.
That's news to me.
Telegram. I don't know much about Telegram. I don't know anything about this. Why was Telegram CEO arrested? Understanding the nuances between privacy and crypto. Durov's arrest underscores tension between government control and digital privacy. Let's see here. At 39 years...
I didn't do a deep dive on it. I just caught the headlines. And correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't it have something to do with child porn or pedophilia or something like that? Wasn't that what they were trying to make the case for?
Yes. Yeah. So... so I'm reading this article here. It says, 39 years old, Pavel Durov, the Russian-born billionaire and founder of messaging app Telegram, has done a lot in the tech world, not just for the crypto industry, but also for the mass consumer base that's making use of privacy features for the applications he founded. Durov was recently arrested at the I'm going to destroy this, Le Bourget? It's probably Bourget. Airport near Paris. Bourget. Bourget? Somebody?
Bourget.
G's or J's? I don't know.
Either Bourget, it's silent, or Bourget.
According to French authorities, Durov was detained as part of an investigation into alleged illegal activities facilitated by Telegram. The authorities claim that as a platform, Telegram failed to moderate its operations and curb these entities and groups. The high-profile arrest has sent shockwaves through the tech industry, particularly among privacy advocates and the crypto community. To understand the implications of this event, it's crucial to examine the context surrounding Durov's arrest and its potential impact on privacy-focused technologies and blockchain ecosystems. For a long time, I have always wondered, because I know, I know sexting is a thing, right? Like, as adults, right? We know sexting is a thing and stuff like that. Like, I'm sure there's like a lot of pornography that people like push through on like DMs back and forth through different social media sites, whether it be Facebook or X or whatever it might be that people are using, right? And one of the things that I've always kind of wondered is like if people, if especially these CEOs of these companies have access to just about anything, or somebody could potentially have access to this, and kids are involved in perhaps some of the stuff that's going on here, are they going to be potentially at some point or another responsible or accused of being responsible for that getting, I guess, maybe disseminated or somehow leaking out? And so now here we have this guy getting arrested. And so I'm wondering, like, is there going to be more like, is Elon Musk next? Who's next? Elon Musk.
Yeah.
Elon
Musk. That was my initial thought on this was this just yet another example of how they use the the incendiary topic of child porn.
Yeah.
In order to stifle free speech? Because I'm like, okay, so now what it is where do you draw the line? If you and I are discussing the topic of how wrong and how abhorrent it is, if we're discussing that back and forth on an app, we're still talking about child pornography or child pedophilia or whatever.
Yeah.
So does that make us? Are we running afoul of the law? You're down to this thought police and this speech police stuff, and the whole thing smacks to me of censorship and a way to control people's thoughts and speech. You know.
Oh, I mean, you could even go after Apple. You could go after any cell phone provider because they have people who are, doing stuff on their phones as well. And I'm sure that they are just, they have access to that information and can see what's being sent back and forth and whatnot. So, if a pedo in the old days called somebody on a phone at their home and they answered the phone and they engaged them that way, was Ma Bell complicit? Was the Bell Telephone Corporation, did they play a part in that sexual abuse? I would argue no. They could just provide the phone line and it was misused. So none of it makes any sense, Yucca, welcome. All we had to say was sexual. And Yucca's here.
Yeah.
Hi.
There he is. Speak of sexual. How you doing, Yucca? Good to see you today. Did you have a good weekend?
Yeah. We're in the back of the tram, clearing up everything.
You were tearing it up back here?
Yeah, man.
Oh, man.
Having a good time.
No wonder it stinks a little bit. I came in this morning like,
I
what is
sent
this?
you an invite.
What is this musk back here?
No, whatever.
Nothing. I know. I got. It was really funny. I got my invite late. I don't remember exactly how it worked, but my phone died on me this weekend, and I started charging it, and I got. Have you ever? Do you normally charge your phone when you go to bed at night?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. That's my normal routine. But if I end up having a problem where the next day it's not charged and I have to charge it in the middle of the day, I get off on my cycle. And so my phone ends up dying on me like in the middle of the day. And that happened to me this weekend. So I ended up having I wasn't able to use my phone like during the peak hours I would normally use it. So when I actually had, I want to say like 10 different messages when I finally got my phone opened up this morning. Actually, I didn't even see them on my phone. My phone was dead. And so I had to plug it in this morning, and then I opened up Discord on my computer, and like 10 different messages were in there. I was like, "What the heck?" So I apologize, I didn't see it.
It's okay, you missed out.
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah, it's all right. There's always the next time.
Yeah.
What did I miss? Who's getting arrested? What's going on with?
Oh yeah, there's this CEO for something called what is this called?
NVIDIA?
No. It's
It's one of the famous apps.
Telegram.
Communication apps.
Telegram.
Oh, I've kind of heard of it. Yeah, what about it?
Yeah, he got arrested. And then there was a little bit of an upheaval in price movement in crypto when that happened, but it was only brief. It was very, very brief. It wasn't something that lasted very long, but a lot of people were, I think, caught off guard, I guess, by this arrest.
Bless you.
Did you just say? Did you say the BS?
No, I'm sorry. Mrs. Pirate sneezed across the room. I tried to sneak in a little bless you her way without muting my mic and unmuting.
I heard bullshit.
That's what I heard too. I heard a bullshit. That's what I heard.
Bullshit.
Yeah,
if it works, yeah, if it works, that's fine too.
Okay.
Are you saying he's calling her out? That sneeze was just a way to get attention?
I don't know. Turtle says, when's the next poker game?
Turtle, we play every single day, 7 days a week.
Let me see.
Sometimes longer, sometimes for hours, sometimes for just 20 minutes. But there's never a day that goes by that somebody doesn't play cards at least a little bit. So if you go to Casey's Discord in the back of the big tramp where we're at right here, at any given time outside of the when the market's closed, there'll usually be cards being dealt.
Yep,
You're always welcome.
Right now.
I think we said that we were going to do them quarterly, and I don't remember the exact time of the last one, but
tournament.
Yeah,
You didn't say tournament.
No, I think no. I think we said we were going to do the tournaments quarterly, and I think the last one was done in maybe May. Does that sound right?
I heard September.
Well, I think that's what we should be looking at, is maybe like a September time frame, maybe for the next one.
Yeah.
Let's look at the calendar.
I remember you telling us it was going to be September 1st.
Oh, and that's probably a little soon. Yeah, that's too soon for me.
Oh.
Maybe. Let me see here.
You want to check with Melissa?
Well, that's what I'm looking at, because she works long weekends every other week. So, and this week was a long weekend, so she's not working the 7th, or she is working the 7th. She's working the 21st. So it's gonna either be the ideal days would either be the 7th or the 21st for me at night.
Well, it's a little too far out, but we need to probably schedule some sort of an organized game for election night. If we're all going to gather together here and watch the election together, we probably need to play cards. Seems like they go hand in hand.
Yep, it's a gamble.
That's still some time off, though. A little over 90 days, a little over 3 months.
I feel like mixing cards and politics is just going to get ugly.
Oh, that's what I'm hopeful. I'm counting on it.
It's dirty, huh?
That does not sound like a good night.
A good old fashioned Donnybrook. We're gonna have a good old fashioned cuss them out Donnybrook fighting in the parking lot. Yeah, how can anything go wrong with a poker tournament and the election all in one night? Yeah. If things go well, somebody will bring up the discussion of religion, and we'll have the trifecta. Yeah. We can bust this mother out then. Yeah.
Oh man.
I'm trying to decide which one's better for me, the 7th or the 21st. I could do the 5th of October.
You keep pushing it out.
No, I'm throwing more dates out. I'm trying to give recommendations. All right, here's what I'll do. I'll put in 4 dates. I'll put in the next 4 dates in a poll to find out when everybody wants to have it.
Yeah, it sounds like you're trying to schedule a pajama party. I don't know about that.
All right, so
Dan wants some alcohol. Yeah, everybody bring your own beer.
9/7. I think I said 9/21.
You can come dressed or not. Entry fee? I don't think there's one.
There's no entry fee.
But you can send me $100 if you want.
It's all just for bragging rights. Happy kid.
8-5.
We play with computerized digital free money. There's no entry fee. You play till you lose your bankroll, and then you're done. And whoever's the last man at the table, he gets to talk smack until till he's dethroned at a later date.
8-19. All right. So the only other thing here is, and here's the thing is, I tried to make it this last one kind of like earlier in the day for people who are international players that wanted to play, and we did it at like 11 o'clock in the morning. I think is when we isn't that about when we did it?
Yeah.
I think yeah.
It was early, and then that's when we got some cheaters coming in, getting to know people. We got some cheaters.
So I don't mind doing it earlier in the morning for international players, but you know I think that's something we'll have to decide as a group after we decide the date. So let's decide the date first.
Just remember, don't cheat, man. You get kicked out. Try to stay in the table when you've already lost.
That's right. No cheaters.
I want to play one where we don't have the progressive pots any longer, where it becomes a battle of iron will. Like you just play until you bow out, quit. Kind of like a contest where you put your hand on the new car, last guy with his hand on the car, as opposed to rushing it to a conclusion towards the end. Maybe we can stretch a game into maybe like 2-3 days or something. See where the hardcore guys are at.
Mm-hmm.
You put a date here. You put 8/19.
Is that not a date? Did I get it wrong?
What is that? August 19th? Are you time travel?
October.
10 days ago.
Oh, son of a!
What? Yeah, you put. What are you?
I'm sorry. Those are supposed to be 10.
You got to send it.
All right, hold on. Let me end the poll. I'm ending the poll. I'm fixing it. Sorry.
Yeah, time travel over here.
Son of a... I was sitting there looking at those dates, going like, "Why does this look wrong? Something's wrong about those," and I couldn't figure out what it was. And
if you're gonna show up last week, that'd be a nice trick.
You guys are gonna have to vote again. I apologize.
Rigged.
When would you like the date for the next poker tourney? All right, let's get this right this time. Man, I'm so Ed.
You tired?
I'm so Ed.
Numbers time.
So 10-5 and 10-19. Let me just verify that real quick here.
It's definitely rigged.
10-5 and 10-19. That's correct. Okay. These are correct dates now. 9-7, 9-21, 10-5, and 10-19. Sorry about that, guys. Let's do that again. That might change some votes. Who knows? All right. Numbers?
Let's go.
Roseanne says, that's funny, Casey. Well, you know. I've never said I'm perfect. Ever.
He's a natural.
I am a natural at being unnatural.
He's a natural.
Mm-hmm.
Have you noticed his beard? He lets it all out. He lets it grow. He's natural, man. Why haven't the short interest hasn't changed?
I gotta update the screens here. Give me a second. All right, I've taken you guys over the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is that you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange, normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see about, what we got, it's 10 o'clock, 60% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. Currently, there's 53.39% going through off exchange, EDGX at 9.92. The combined total on that 63.31% or 3.31% higher than what I would expect by this time of the day. CHX volume is 7,656 shares. GME CHX volume for the day today is coming in at 239 shares. Nothing big on those numbers. Borrow fees and shares available to borrow. From earlier, we've seen another 100,000 shares borrowed on AMC. That's going to put us at 1.15 million shares borrowed according to IBKR for the day-to-day with fees at 1.89% and rebate at 3.43. Taking a look at Ortex, the total amount of shares being reported as borrowed versus returned is a return of 739,000 shares. It was a borrowing of 156 an hour ago. It's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to drop a little bit to 13.71. The cost to borrow ends at 1.04, average to 1.55, and max 3.14. Total amount of shares on loan for the day today is at 71.6 million shares. That's 1.09 million shares less on loan today than there was on Friday. And Ortex is estimating that there was a return of about 190,000 shares in short interest. Taking a look at GameStop, showing 258,000 shares borrowed or returned so far for today. Options. Highest amount of call volume as of an hour ago was at a $5.50 strike for AMC. There was 12.6 thousand in volume. Now it's 16,000 contracts in volume. Highest amount of puts was at a $5 strike. There was 1.8 thousand contracts. There's now 4,000 contracts. The market's suggesting a closing price somewhere between $5 and $5.50. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. I do not see either on there. We are seeing more elevated amounts of volume on AMC for the day-to-day, but probably not enough to put us on that heavy order list there from Fidelity. MMRI was 237.9 as of an hour ago. It's now 237.79. Not much of a change. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond yields. .109. It was .11 an hour ago. Got a lot of hooks going on here. NASDAQ is down 0.89, Dow Jones is up 0.2, and the S&P 500 is down 0.3. We have 3,071 advancers to 2,284 decliners. The market is more declining now than it was an hour ago by a little over, almost 300 less advancers, and is no longer cooking with bacon grease. There is now 3 sectors in the red. The worst 2 are technology, followed by consumer discretionary. The top performing sectors have switched a little bit. The best performing one is materials, followed by utilities. Of the Mag 7, all 7 are red. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since Friday's close will get a shout out. Coinbase is down 2.6. FRC is down 6.25. Definitely starting to see the market go red all of a sudden. Moving into that sell-off. Gold is up 0.1 and is trending down. Silver is down 0.29, trending down. Ethereum Classic is down 1.2, trending down. The US dollar is up 0.01, but started to find a downtrend. We're starting to see everything turn the other direction here. Oil is up 1.5, moving into a downtrend from an uptrend. Mortgage-backed securities are... BlackRocks are down 0.01, consolidating. Vanguards are up 0.03 and also consolidating. SPY is down 0.24 and trending down. VIX is up 3.4% at 16.4 and starting to trend back up. With futures, it's at 16.4 and the futures are suggesting 16.18, so it's definitely leading the futures upwards. IWM is up 0.1 and trending down. VB is up 0.14, trending down. Tesla is down 3.19 and consolidating after a trend down. Amazon is down 0.84, trending down. Cinemark is down 0.36, trending down. Doge is down 2.13, trending down. Bitcoin is down 1.17, trending down. GME is down 2.07, trending down. HYMC is down 3.83, trending down. NCMI is down 0.94, trending down. Hood is down 0.81, trending down. And AMC is up 0.69 and trending down. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day-to-day. There's approximately $2.1 million more outflow than inflow. 6.51 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day. After 100 minutes worth of trading. We're on a pace right now for about 25.38 million shares traded by the end of the day today. We are certainly seeing way more volume than what we have from the past. And I suggested somewhere in the pre-market, somewhere between 5 and 25 million. I think that's going to be a good prediction. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure on the Vortex indicator with RSI at 61.43, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 59.35, which is above average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 54.7, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 45.22. Which is slightly below average. So we're getting a little bit of that cooling off on RSI, things that, and we're seeing volatility, which is going to allow us to have potentially find some support down here somewhere, and potentially maybe 502. It could be higher than that at 505, where we closed out last week, and seeing potential more steady climb instead of just big huge rush that we had earlier this morning. So, with that, I yield the rest of my time to the back of the big tramp. Pirate, did you have a chance to read your messages this morning? Yeah, this microphone's off. Or mine's off. Who's off? Preacher, good morning to you. Land of Lincoln, good morning. Land of Lincoln.
Yes.
Your mom was in here. No. I'm sorry. It wasn't your mom. It was somebody else's. I forgot. I thought it was your mom. It wasn't your. That was a hell of a way to greet you this morning. Your mom was here. And that wasn't your mom. It was somebody else's. How you doing today?
I'm doing good. How are you? I did I texted you some information. Did you get a chance to look at that?
You said where did you send it through?
This. I did a first.
Where you're breaking up a little bit. Where at?
To the Discord, I sent it to some information.
What do you say?
Okay, as a DM, or did you post it in a specific folder?
I did.
Let me see here.
I did the DM.
Where did you send it to? You sent it to his mom?
No.
Oh man, that was a total slip up. Land of Lincoln, you're in Canada, right?
No, I'm in.
Okay. Oh, okay.
That's why I put Land of Lincoln.
Let's see here. I see the message now. I did not see this before. Let me see here.
See if that would help you in getting some more analysis on GME and AMC.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. I'm seeing it now. Sometimes it's weird if I have Discord open on my computer, but I also have it open on my phone. Sometimes the messages, notifications don't go to my phone, so it's easy for me. If you ever find that I have not responded, I usually at least like to put like a thumbs up or something in there, just so you know that I've seen it, and that way, if I don't respond in any kind of manner whatsoever, then there's a good chance that maybe I just didn't see it.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I've heard the bonds are picking up value. Is that correct?
They're jumping around a little bit. There's a lot of instability in what's going on with the bonds. The overall trend, I would not say, is up just yet.
Okay.
But let me look at. I am curious to see what the FedWatch tool is suggesting right now. Hold, give me 1 second. Let's see.
Okay, I have to leave. Casey, I'll join back again.
Sounds good. Take care.
I'm in the work, so I have to join a meeting, so I'll join back later.
Sounds good.
Okay, thanks.
The FedWatch tool is saying 67.5% chance that we see a 25 basis cut in September. In November, we have a 46% chance at another 25 basis points. And in December, wow, a 44.8% chance at 50 basis points. So the Fed target rate probabilities are suggesting a 100 basis points cut by the end of this year, which is pretty big. I feel like that's really fast. This is why I say emergency rate cut. And what do I have down here? 2 days. I got 2 days from now. Emergency rate cut, 8/28, 2:30, red tie. What are we going to have to see have happen in order for that to be the case? Also, did I tweet this? Did I retweet this? Ah, yeah. Here we go. Unusual Whales posted this up here. How long ago? 7:47 a.m. this morning, my time, Central. I guess that would be 8:47 a.m. Eastern. And they posted up, say, economists see core PCE inflation rising 0.2 month over month in July per Bloomberg. They've got, let me see here. I don't see how they're seeing a 2 point, because I see a July reading here, but it does not look like a. Let me look up something else here real quick. Probably shouldn't have retweeted this out. Usually Unusual Wheels is really good about their information, but I just... Let me see. Let me pull this up. Let's try this. This one or this one? Oops, that is not what I meant to do. Yeah, that is definitely up. Month over month. I don't think that's the website that I wanted. Here we go. I don't normally for me, whenever I pull this, the BEA reports, I'm usually pulling up PPI and CPE values, or CPI rather. Sorry, not CPE. So I don't have personal consumption expenditures or PCE set in my polls on this, but PCE price index released each month in the personal income and outlays report reflects changes in the price of goods and services purchased by consumers in the United States. Quarterly and annual data are included in the GDP release. We are seeing the most recent numbers rising 2.5% right there from change from 1 year ago. Let's see if we can pull up interactive data. This might be worth looking at. Goods are up 0.1. Let's see. Or no. Yeah, up 0.2 for goods. Let's see. Where are we getting hit the worst? Furnishings and durable household equipment is up quite a bit. So is recreational goods and vehicles. So is other durable goods.
Got to install microwave ovens, custom kitchen deliveries.
You know what? I was cooking my coffee this morning in my microwave for 30 seconds like I normally do. And I was sitting there looking at my microwave because it's starting to make these like kind of rumbling sounds that are a little bit more rumbly than they used to be. And I'm like, this thing's getting kind of old. I wonder how much longer it's got left to go. I wonder if I'm going to be replacing a microwave anytime soon. I hope not.
I thought somebody might pick up on that. That's some of the lyrics from.
I didn't pick up on it.
Not the Sultan of Swing, but yeah.
Sorry.
That's money for nothing and your chicks for free.
I want my MTV. I like that song. I used to sing that all the time growing up.
Yeah, I'm a big Mark Knopfler fan.
They wanted me to do a survey. Personal income increased 50.4 billion, 0.2% at a monthly rate in June, according to estimates released today by the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysts. Table 2 and 3, disposable personal income. Personal income less personal current taxes increased 37.7 billion, and personal consumption expenditures increased 57.6 billion. The PCE price index increased 0.1%. Excluding food and energy, the PCE price index increased 0.2%. Real DPI increased 0.1% in June, and real PCE increased 0.2%. Goods increased 0.2%, and services increased 0.2%. That doesn't sound like it doesn't sound inflationary friendly. How does that work? Let me see here. Give me a second. Okay, so I had to do like a quick look up on, specifically like what does PEC numbers increasing specifically have to do with like how that impacts inflation, and there's like four really like main ways. Demand pull inflation, higher consumer spending, increasing demand for goods and services. If this demand outpaces supply, price tends to rise, leading to inflation. That part I get. Cost push inflation. Increased spending can drive up the cost of production. For example, if more people are buying a particular product, the cost of raw materials for that product might increase, which can then be passed on to consumers in the form of higher prices, which I don't know if that's really a thing right now. But wage price spiral. As spending increases, businesses may need to hire more workers or pay higher wages to meet demand. Higher wages can lead to increased spending, which can further drive up prices. And I feel like we are seeing a little bit of an issue right now in the marketplace where people don't feel like they're getting paid enough for the jobs that they're doing. And so we're seeing a lot of businesses that are being put under pressure to raise not only minimum wage, but also raise existing workers' pay, especially as they're starting to lay off some people. I mean, we already know that there's been increasing unemployment, which means that people are probably doing more workload than they had from the past, which means that they're going to probably want to get paid more for what it is that they're doing, or they'll become disgruntled. So wage price spiral, probably is a little bit of a thing right now. Monetary policy response. Central banks like the Federal Reserve monitor PCE as a key indicator of inflation. If PCE numbers rise significantly, the Fed might increase interest rates to cool down the economy and control inflation. So, well, that's actually kind of the opposite of what we're expecting. We're expecting to see them lower rates as we're starting to see PCE rise year over year, month over year. A year ago compared to today. Interesting. When was our last rate? When did they last? What was? I gotta look up rates here. Hold on a second. Give me a second. I gotta look this up. So our last rate hike was July of 2023. So we're literally seeing we're up. We're inflation. So they left rates for a year, and a year later we're seeing inflation starting to see PCE rise after a year of keeping rates the same. Look, I'm not running this show, and I always feel like I feel like it's sucky to kind of come in and Monday morning quarterback this shit. But if it were me, I think I'd be telling. I know you can't really tell them, but I'd be like, I don't think we're doing rate cuts. I think we need to keep it either right where it's at, or I think we need to raise rates some more. I don't know.
Yeah, there's some really smart people make an argument for raising rates. I posted one of them on my little Discord channel, or my general, but it's it's another example of politics. I know everybody gets sick of hearing me saying it, but it doesn't work. It doesn't make the news cycle better. It's not what people want to hear.
I think there's some more shock and awe that needs to happen to fix inflation right now. I mean, okay, so there's been this ongoing argument that I've seen kind of just floated out there that, and actually I think you even said this last week, like the amount of interest rates that we've been having over the last, decade or so are some of the most amazing rates that we've ever seen historically, right? Like, and to suggest
unnaturally low. Yeah, it's ridiculously low.
To suggest that we should continue to be at those kind of levels or get back to those levels is kind of almost asinine.
Exactly.
Hence the reasoning behind, why not just leave the rate where it's at right now and let's just see what happens a little longer, or maybe even raise the rates and get a little shock and awe going on and really get the people to stop spending money. Because quite frankly, they're not cutting their spending. I don't see any numbers.
It's really quite simple. It was artificially suppressed so long by our government that it's become the norm, so that young working class people think that when they have seen it for so much of their young lives that it's become what they expect. So they think that they're getting screwed if the rates are any higher than that, and they have I don't want to say trained, but they've conditioned people to think that anything other than a 3.5% interest rate is egregious. That somehow or another they're being taken advantage of, and it's ridiculous.
Are they? Where do? And I'm just saying this just as a talking point here, but what rates are acceptable? What should we consider to be an acceptable rate?
Here's the way I put it. Here's the way I put it. In a perfect world, the government shouldn't be loaning money. I should be loaning money. I've worked my entire life. I have been diligent. I have saved. I've kept my discretionary spending limited. I've been frugal. And as a course of that lifestyle, I have amassed some savings. So now what I want to do is I want to put my money in my local bank and loan it to you and Melissa to buy your dream house on the beach. And I want a fair return on that. So that begs the question, if I need to loan you $400,000 for 30 years, what's fair? So, again, my argument is
that's my question.
What they need to,
What is it?
Well, what do you look for out of the market? I know most people want 10% out of the market, right?
That's so high.
But you'd say, well, but the market's dangerous. Yeah, so you're rewarded for the dangers of the market by the uncertainty by getting 10%. So I would argue that 10% would be the ceiling, because if it's done properly, a mortgage doesn't have any risk. So it can't be as high as 10%. So now we know what our ceiling is.
Okay.
So that argues, okay, so then what's the floor? Well, if I can buy T-bills, if I can put me and Mrs. Pirate, I can just put our modest little money into 10-year treasuries and get 5%. Why would I take the risk of fucking around with you and Melissa on a loan that you may not pay back? So now we know the floor is risk-free at 5%. So then common sense, I'm just a country boy, but if the floor is 5 and the ceiling's 10, there you go. I'm right there with you. I was going to say 7.5, your second number,
and 6.25 on a low end. Yeah,
right. But you got people running around saying, if I can't get 4%, I'm being ripped off. And I'm like, that's not logical. So yeah, I would argue, I think that between the two of us, 7.5, 7.25, 7.75, some fluctuations in the market. And but what you have is you have a government who's putting their thumb on the scale. But let's be real clear about this. I have some friends who have been retired for 20 years, and for the last 18 years, they have been going backwards. They worked their entire lives, put money in the bank, and they didn't necessarily have a formal retirement plan, but they had left their professions thinking that they had put enough money away that they could live the rest of their days off the interest and then leave the difference to their children when they die.
Right.
And unfortunately, because of our government's policy, they've been dipping into their savings to cover up the difference between, and that's not sustainable. People, that doesn't create a healthy economy when you tell savers they get punished. So I think there's a sweet spot in there, and our government has made cheap money available for far too long, and it's created a misconception with the borrowers of what is quote unquote fair and reasonable. And here's where we find ourselves. It's always funny when you ask them, like you just said, when you pose the question of what's fair, you say, well, what's fair to who? The guy borrowing the money or the guy lending the money? And it's,
right.
and it's
no,
true,
I get
right?
what you're saying. Yeah.
It's all about whose ox is being gored.
Right.
I'm like, well, if I'm the guy lending the money, my concept of fair is going to be a different number than Melissa and KC if you're on the other end wanting to borrow money for a 30-year process. But the truth of the matter is, like most things in life, there's a common ground in the middle. Some people, guys want to rip people off and charge them, Shylock rates from a loan shark. Well, that's not fair. That's not good for an economy. But the other side of that is free money isn't good for an economy either. It's like most things in life. There's got to be a balance, a compromise in the middle.
Yeah,
a balance. Thank you, sir.
Harrison Self says, but nice last name there. I really like that. But think about the cost of houses now. 3.5% now is still higher than 6% 10 years ago.
No, you're conflating two issues. The cost of money is not the same as the cost of a house. When you pay an interest rate, it has nothing to do with the cost of the house. It's the cost of money. You're like, just like when you go in and buy a gallon of milk off the shelf, if you walk into your bank and borrow money, you're buying money. You're buying money that you don't have now.
He's pointing out that inflation has devalued your money way faster than the value of your property has. Like the property value is outpacing the devaluing of or the inflationary impact on the dollar.
Oh, I wouldn't disagree with that. Yeah. And there's a lesson in there. What that tells you is that real estate is a much better store of value than cash. Yes.
Yeah. So, but
I'll say it again. Real estate is a much better store of value than cash, a 30-year T-bill.
Right. Yeah. But does that, so that's pricing out people from, is that potentially pricing out people from homes, or is it just a new expectation that now, like we were talking about before, instead of seeing those 30-year mortgages, you now have those 40-year mortgages? You know, is that just indebtedness is now going to cost people more of their life than it did before because of that devaluing of the dollar? Ah. By allowing our government to continue to print money the way that it does, we become indentured servants for longer periods of time to the people who take our money.
As far as the pricing of real estate goes, I get it that there's an ebb and flow, but it's important that people realize that over the course of 100 years, 50 years, or let's just say your lifetime, your working life, the trend for real estate is not to stay flat. You'd be naive to say, well, I'm 28, 29 years old, married with my first child on the way. I want to enter the housing market. But, you know, to think that those prices that you see at that point in time are somehow, that somehow or another you can make the argument that as years go by, you'll get a better deal. I think it's myopic. I think people get too caught up in the entry level. It's that thing about, again, trying to time the bottom. You want to try to time the bottom on a real estate market, and good luck with that. You know, I would argue that it's much better to bite the bullet and buy a piece of real estate, because real estate is not meant to be a short-term get-rich scam. It's supposed to be a way to provide housing, to fill a need that your family can't escape from, housing. And as a consequence, if you do it properly over the course of your life, it should be also an investment, simply because the cost of building materials go up and the land is there's less and less land. So over time, you know, I tell people all the time, they say, well, houses are too expensive right now. I'm like, what? $300,000 is too expensive right now. What are you going to tell Hunter and Bradley in 20 years when houses are $600,000? They're going to look back and they'll look back and say, I should have bought one of those houses at $300,000. So what looks to be high now will be the dream price in 20 years. It's always been that way, going back all the way to the 50s. It's always the same. One generation says the prices are too high. As they become mature and look back, they say, God damn, I wish I'd have bought more back then. It's a theme that's played out over and over again.
I just wanted to throw this out here because, I mean, it kind of begs the question. For me, it begs the question of, it's like, what has historically been the average term on a fixed rate mortgage? And so I just pulled up some quick information. But in 1934, which, remember, 1928 was the market crash, right?
Crash.
I
feel like, I think you're correct.
Why do I feel like I'm getting the date wrong? I feel like it was 28.
I think you're correct.
Son of a, I hate it when I can't get this stuff out. My mind just doesn't keep these kind of things like in it forever. Hold on a second. Let me pull it up. I feel like 1928 was the correct year, but I can't remember. 19. Oh, that doesn't. Didn't I put in DJI? Oh, I gotta do SPX. What do I gotta do? Hold on a second here. That doesn't either. NYSE. deal. I don't think SPY goes that far back. Weevil sucks. Give me 1 second here. Let me pull up some. Let me pull it up on TradingView. I know where to find it. I just gotta pull it up on a different platform because this Weevil piece of poo poo. Let's see here. Give me 1 second. Duplicate. It's like so awkward to have to like wait. Checker. DJI. And let's go to. It's got to be 1929. The date just came back to me. It's got to be 1929. I'm pulling up the. I'm still pulling it up here on the page just so you can see. I haven't looked at it yet, but it's got to be 1929. I don't know why I couldn't come up with it off the top of my head, but yeah. Yeah, it was 1929. I don't know why. That's why 28 just didn't sound right to me. It's 1929. All right, so after going through all that,
that's your OCD right there.
Yeah,
it's really critical that you get the exact fucking date.
I don't know.
Did you get the hour? We need the hour that it actually flat.
Yeah, it was October. So, yeah, this is definitely my OCD kicking in. Okay, so 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. 5 years later, in 1934, the Federal Housing Administration was established, which is where they introduced the 15 and 20-year fixed rate mortgages. Between 1930
and Freddie Mac.
Yeah, from 1934 to 1948, the 30-year, it was in 1948, so basically 14 years later, the 30-year fixed rate mortgage was officially authorized by Congress for new construction. For new construction, not existing, but new. In 1954, or essentially 6 years later, you have the 30-year fixed rate mortgage extending to existing homes. So everything has been the same.
That's interesting.
Since 1954.
I didn't realize they had separated. Yeah, that's cool. That's a cool fact.
It made me think of it because I was just sitting there going like, okay, well, how long has it existed like this? And there was really just a short period of time that were existing between, you saw a complete market meltdown, right? And then you saw a change or a structure in mortgages that went to 15 to 20 years, approximately 5 years later. And then after that 5 years, you saw 8 years later, you saw it going, you saw 30-year getting introduced, right? It goes from 15 to 20 to 30. And then just a couple of years after that, you see extended from not just new builds, but to existing homes. And then you have, what are we at here? We're 80 years. Is that what it is? 50, 60, 70 years later.
A lifetime.
70, a lifetime. 1 lifetime year later, you start seeing markets having some major instabilities. You have a repeat of things like a pandemic, right? I don't know if you guys know this or not, but there was a pandemic before the market crash in 2029. So you have a pandemic.
Spanish flu.
Then you have back then I think it was called the plague. But you're right, it was the Spanish flu, but it's also called whatever. Who cares? But anyways, then you move into 1929 where you have a market crash, and then you move into war. And at the time that you're doing the whole war thing and the market crash, the war helps spawn a recovery, and you start creating things where people can buy homes called loans. These 15 and 20 year loans. And so now what do you have happening, right? Like things are all just kind of, the cycle's repeating itself just 100 years later.
Well, I've said many times that the concept of these long-term multi-year mortgages is relatively new as compared to, like, say, for instance, the age of our country. There was a time where if you wanted a house, you, your brother, your mom, your wife, your father-in-law, you all had to pool your resources and go buy one. And it didn't mean signing a bunch of documents that meant you had a payment for 30 years. It meant lay that cabbage on the table, just like you buy a gallon of milk. That some banker come along and said, look, there's money to be made here. If somebody wants a house and they don't want to be a sharecropper or a renter, they want to own it. They don't have the resources, even in their inner circles, they can't raise the cash. And I guess it's always existed to some extent. It was just more a function of your local bank. If I had a piece of property and Aunt Susie died and the house was vacant, you and your family wanted it, well, we would negotiate a price, and then you'd have to go to your local bank, and maybe your banker would help you out with, the difference between what your family could produce and what you needed to give me. But the concept of a government-backed home loan over the course of 30 years is relatively new in the big picture.
Spectred's saying, did we get a golden cross on the 15-minute explain to the noobs? I don't really care one way or the other. I think we actually had a golden cross on the daily already, and it's not, those aren't, as I kind of had mentioned to somebody else, I think somewhere, I mean, if you want to make trades on charts like that, that's fine. But for me, I've always seen momentum indicators as being more reliable and for short-term price movement than long-term price movement. Now, if you're Warren Buffett and you plan on staying invested in the thing for 10 years, and probably it's more something that you probably would be interested in looking at. But for me, I could care less. Yeah, it's no problem. It's usually the golden cross is something where you're going to be looking. It's a 50 and 200 moving average off of a daily time interval. And all you're doing is you're just reducing down, and you could just type in golden cross into the Vestopedia if you want to and go check it out. But it's really just a momentum indicator showing you that you're having a bullish momentum movement starting to form. That's just really bullish, and you're seeing it on a 15-minute time interval. Maybe I'm not looking at the numbers myself, but I'm assuming that's what you're seeing. It just means that more short term, it's looking bullish. Now, there's plenty of other indicators out there, like I use, like Ichimoto, that incorporate some of those moving averages into the formula for the indicator itself, which is why I like looking at some of those other indicators a little bit more, because they're more, what's the word I want to use? More, I'm going to use this word, and I hate it with a passion. Robust. I hate it. I hate that word so much, but I'm using it. Like, I want to stab people in the eyeballs when they say robust. It's just like, it bothers me so much.
Well, that explains it, because that's one of my favorite words. I like it. I like the term robust.
It's a very good word, but it's just it got overused for so long that it just kind of like got on my nerves when I heard it, and I was just like, oh, can we get to a new one already? Yeah.
Well, and it could be an example too of people who are just being pretentious instead of saying big or whatever. But I like pretentious. I'm pretentious, so I like
it. Spectre says, I've had an Ichimoto since I was 15. Yeah. That was fun to go down a little memory lane there on, the events of mortgages and how PCE can potentially impact the market, and that's cool. Billy says, I freaking hate that word too. No idea why. It's just like, it's one of those words where if you've worked in manufacturing, I'm going to guess, Billy, that you probably have worked in manufacturing at some point or another. And it's one of those words in the manufacturing sector that, like, when you walk in, it's like the key word for like the decade or whatever. I don't. There's these cycles where all these manufacturing industries will like pick up on these words, and it just gets cycled around, and it becomes the key word, and it's like everybody wants to talk about, and for even to this day, it's still a lot of it is like, everybody's talking about like Six Sigma or black belt certifications and whatnot, and it's just like one of those things where it's like, and
it becomes trendy.
Yeah, and you go through. Well, they're not. I mean, that's not really trendy. It's actually really helps to create efficiency, but it can be overdone in some cases. I feel like, you have these situations where everybody wants to, throw out like just some key term and then look for efficiency or something like that, and be like, oh well, we can be more efficient on this because of this, and this, and it's like, and then in order to pass your certification or whatever for the program, somebody's sitting there telling you, you got to come up with like six different ways you can be efficient in something. It's like, well, I decided I was gonna not brush my teeth in front of the sink today, and instead I'm gonna brush my teeth in the shower to save water. And it's going to be more efficient because I'll actually be cleaning and washing my teeth at the same time. And they're like, good job. You found a way to be efficient. It's just like, whatever. But I have a feeling, Billy, that this is probably the reason why you haven't? Okay. It used to be way back in the day, one of my more, the one that I hated even more than robust was clearly. That one drove me so nuts. If you got into these like arguments with people who were really well educated and obviously smarter than you, and then they throw out the word clearly. Talk about how you murder somebody in your mind.
What about actually?
Actually, yeah. Let me teach you something.
Previously stated.
That's my wife and stepson's favorite one. Actually.
Johnson B Streets, he knows what I'm talking about. He says, coming from the automotive industry, yes, it gets overdone. Everything's, yeah, it's like, I don't know. Whatever happened to just winging it? Why is that not a thing anymore? How come you can't just wing it anymore? I'm teasing. There's so many people cringing. Yeah, there's so many people cringing right now that are listening to me say that. That reminds me, I went into an interview one time. I didn't even want the job. I just wanted to do the interview because it was an in-house interview for the company I was already working at, and I knew that the interview that I wanted to have was coming up, and so I interviewed for this other job, which would have been cool if I would have gotten it, but I wasn't really seeking that position. I just wanted to know what the interview process was like in-house, because they had, the very routine kind of questions that they would ask, and I wanted to get the routine ones out of the way, so I would be more prepared for the next interview, which was for the job that I really wanted to have. So anyways, they asked me, I'll never forget this one. They asked me about, describe a time where you had to fix something. And I was telling them about how I was working on a computer problem. And then I started I used the word tinker. I said I was tinkering around a little. I've never gotten
Tinkering is a good word.
No. You never say the word. Apparently, when you're applying for equipment engineering position, you don't say tinker. That is not the word that you use.
It's not technically.
Yeah,
it's not technical enough.
No. You need.
It has an air
problem solving.
Frivolousness to it, like a lack of focus. Or
right. Problem solving, working through the problem. Those are kind of more maybe acceptable things that you could potentially say. But tinker, no, not okay to say tinker apparently. So the look on the faces when I said tinker, it was that kind of thing where you're sitting there and you see the looks and you go, it was at that moment, in case you knew he fucked up.
Yeah, I guess to be fair, you wouldn't want to hear somebody from like big pharmaceutical working on vaccines to say they're in a laboratory
tinkering
around with some ideas.
I learned real
Go
quickly.
into a big like Dow pharmaceutical laboratory and like, so exactly what are you guys doing in here today? We're just tinkering around a little bit with some of these chemicals.
I don't even know. I don't even know how that word got into my vocabulary, but it did. Somehow it did. And yeah, that's not what you never say tinker.
You go in and watch a heart surgeon while he's got somebody's chest cracked open and he's in there fooling around, and you say, "What's he doing?" Oh, he's just tinkering around a little bit with the aorta.
Oh, that didn't work. Let's try this.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Put a couple stents in it. Put a couple stents in his heart. We're going to tinker around a little bit while we got him cracked open here. We got the hood open. Take a look around.
Attendees, take care. Let's see here. We've got about 3 more minutes, guys, and we'll take a look at the numbers. I'm all tinkered out. Looks like 9-7. Wow, that's really close. Okay, so we're looking at like maybe 2 weeks away from now, less than 2 weeks away from now on doing the poker tournament. So. Good old Diesel over there is filling up.
Filling up the pisser, man.
That's right. How often do you let him out a day?
3 times.
That's it?
A minimum of 3 times. Yeah.
He really is a tank.
He goes out first thing in the morning. When I wake up in the morning, the very first thing that happens is I let him out. And he'll go out, and he does like Bruno does. He'll do his business, come straight back to the door to be let in.
Mm-hmm.
That's first thing in the morning. And then usually sometime midday or what have you, someone will let him out. And doesn't always happen in the middle of the day. Sometimes he'll go all the way till later in the evening. And then right around sunset, he likes a little, I always say he's a hopeless romantic. He likes Sandy.
Does he like those sunsets?
See the sunset. Yeah, he likes to see the sunset and that last little closing bit of light of the day. So that's usually when he goes down and drops a steamer.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, it's pretty. Why not?
Yeah.
You know what's weird?
What's that?
My dog is so I take my dog on a walk every evening, and my dog is so stubborn. She will hold it all day until we go on a walk.
Really?
Late afternoon.
She's that regular.
Yeah.
She's like
there's dogs that'll hold it. There's dogs that'll hold it because they know if they go, they have to go back in the house.
Oh yeah.
They're not dumb. They say, well, if I shit, the fun is over with. So they'll hold on to it just so that they can stretch that fun out a little bit longer.
Yep. I also think my dog has a fetish with like shitting in other people's yards besides ours. So I feel like she holds it because she knows she's going to go on a walk, and it's like, because as soon as I say walk or anything that resembles that, her ears perk up, and then like she will bug you until you take her for one, and like she's just like stubborn. She's just like, why do you hold it? Why do you gotta hold it all day?
So
it's gotta be bad for you, you know?
If I know I'm going to take Bruno for a walk, I'll let him out in the backyard to go to the bathroom first because I don't want him pooping in everybody else's yards. So he'll go out there and he'll dump one, and then come in, and then I'll be like, "Hey, let's go for a walk." And then he gets all excited. And I kid you not, like I feel like he tries to poop.
He'll teach you. He's like, I got another one in the magazine.
Yeah. Oh, he's like, he'll find 3 more. No, he'll find 3 more.
Chamber. He's like, I got another one in the chamber. Yeah.
I'm sitting there going like, why didn't you let it all out the first time? Like, did you expect that I was going to just take you for a walk and like because it's not like, a regular, I'm not doing it on a regular kind of thing. And so it's just like a random. And it's like he's just saving one. And oh my gosh, he is a habitual.
Yeah, you never and all remaining rounds. You got to keep a few bullets in the gun for what happens.
And I've never, and so I have to end up taking a bag with me every time, and it's just like, there was one time.
Yep.
This is probably like I shouldn't even be saying this. There was one time where he decided we sometimes Melissa and I will, because she's a night owl, and we'll be up at like 2 or 3 in the morning. We'll take him out to go get the mail at 2 or 3 in the morning, and we don't put him on a leash because there's nobody out. And one time he ran up, and I'll take a bag, right? I'll pick up the poop if he poops in somebody's yard. But this one time he ran directly into somebody's ground bush, and I'm talking about one of those thick bushes that's it's probably big enough to, stand maybe about a foot or two off the ground, but it's not like massive.
Like a hedge.
Yeah, it's not a hedge. Yeah. So, and he just runs smack dab into the middle of that thing and just plops one right there. I'm like, I am never finding that at 3 o'clock in the morning in the middle. I'm like, that's just going to have to stay.
Yeah. It will. And they're not going to hit it with a lawnmower, and nobody's going to step in it. So you get a pass on that. You get a dookie pass on that one.
I felt bad, though. I was like, the poor people are going to come out every day, and every time they come out to mow their lawn, they're going to be like, what? Why do my bushes stink so bad?
Yeah, like I usually my dog will take like 2 shits, but on occasion it'll take 3, and like I won't like have an extra bag, and then I'm like, God damn it, like
yeah,
I can always just bring 3.
Yeah, and then Bruno likes to. I mean, I've never seen a dog hold so much piss. He pisses on everything. And sometimes he'll lift his leg and nothing even comes. Like towards the end of the walk, he'll lift his leg and nothing even comes out anymore. And he's still trying.
Yep, my dog does that too.
He is trying everything.
That's their business card, man. That's just their business card. They're laying a business card around town.
It's so annoying, though. It's just really annoying. Because if I wasn't walking him, he wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
He only does it because I'm walking him. Anyways, numbers. Everybody's like checking out right now. They're like, okay, I can't handle this talk anymore. Let's take a look at what we got going on for numbers. I'm going to take you guys over the other screen here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look at what we got going on. I feel like Yucca, it's like a hit and run today.
I'm here listening to your poop talk.
Oh, that's good.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm with the mouse clicking away.
Okay, all right. Well, he's so quiet. I know. All right.
Yeah, it's the beginning of the day. I'm trying to get things done before I jump in.
Good.
And talk,
Work.
We talked about hiding keys, and specifically with hiding a key on your vehicle. But if my memory's correct, they made a dog turd. Looks like a little dog pie, and you can hide your key to your house and put that like in your flower bed.
That's funny.
I think they had that for a while.
I have not seen that one. All right, here we go. Normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 62% going through off exchange and EDGX. We got 65.69% going through those right now, which is 3.69% higher than I would expect. CHX volume is 7,656 shares. Nothing unusual about that value. GME CHX volume for the day-to-day is coming in at 339. Very low number on that one. Borrow fees or shares borrowed within the last hour, no change. Fees, according to IBKR, are still at 1.89 and rebate at 3.43. According to Ortex, the total amount of shares was 739,000 shares returned an hour ago. It's now 978,000 shares returned. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to drop a little bit more to 13.7%. Hold on a second. Cost to borrow min is at 1.04, average is 1.46, and max 3.14. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is at 71.6 million shares. That's approximately 1.09 million shares more on loan today than there was yesterday, and Ortex is estimating about 190,000 of that is in closed short interest. Taking a look at GameStop here, estimated short share interest, borrowed change amount for the day-to-day was 258,000 shares returned. An hour ago, it's now 423,000 shares borrowed. Options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day today has been at a $5.5 strike for AMC, and there were 16,000 contracts an hour ago, now 17.8. So we're starting to see that kind of cool down a little bit on volume hour over hour. On puts, the highest amount of volume was at 5 an hour ago. There's 4,000 contracts. There's now 4.6. The market's suggesting a 5 to 5.5 close by the end of the day. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. Neither of which are on there. MMRI was 237.79 as of an hour ago. It's now 238.69, almost a full point higher. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond yields. .11. It was .109 an hour ago. We started off this morning at .103, so a little bit higher. I think Yucca was mentioning higher. It does seem a little bit higher. Here's our mess. On you can see SPX is down, VIX is starting to climb back up, and you can see that the Nikkei is starting to move away from the US dollar and the dollar to the yen. Normally they follow each other pretty well, not always. Starting to see the barcoding right now. NASDAQ is down 1.06. Dow Jones is up 0.06, and the SP 500 is down 0.45. We have 2,835 advancers to 2,634 decliners. The market's more declining now than it was an hour ago. And we're about ready to shift into seeing the day flip over here to where we maybe have the market more down than up. Sectors that are doing poorly for the day today, the worst two are technology, followed by consumer discretionary. The strongest two sectors are utilities and consumer staples. Of the Mag 7, all 6 out of the 7 are green, or red rather, and one is breaking even. That's Google. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since Friday's closing price will get a shout out. We may not have anything on the list right now. We do not. Gold is up 0.18. I'm going to go with consolidating. Silver down 0.113, trending down. Ethereum Classic is down 0.98, trending down. US dollar is up 0.15, trending up. Oil is up 1.39, consolidating after a trend down. Mortgage-backed securities are breaking even to up 0.05 and consolidating. SPY is down 0.39, trending down. VIX is up 4.92. Consolidating a little bit at 1664 with futures suggesting 1628, so it's leading the futures up. IWM is up 0.19 and starting to make a little bit of a reversal on the trend down that it was on earlier to an uptrend out of that downtrend. VB is up 0.01, consolidating after a downtrend. Tesla is down 3.57, trending down. Amazon is down 0.89, trending down. Cinemark is up 0.54, trending up. Doge is down 2.19, trending down. Bitcoin is down 0.9 and trending down. GME is down 1.89, trending down. HYMC is down 1.79, trending down. NCMI is breaking even and trending up. Hood is down 1.02, trending down. AMC is up 1.09, consolidating after a trend down. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, there's approximately $1.8 million more outflow than inflow. 7.46 million shares traded so far. After 160 minutes worth of trading, We're on a pace right now for about 18.18 million shares traded by the end of the day today, which is a pretty big drop from where it was, I think, earlier. It was 25, I think, an hour ago. So we're definitely in the 5 to 25 million share range. But we're seeing a big uptick. Even if we hit 18 million shares traded today, that would be double the amount of volume we had on Friday, which is nice to see volume rising with price movement upwards. On a 4-hour time interval, we currently have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 62.6, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 60.84, which is above average. On a 30-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 55.8, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute time interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 49.03, which is average. And with that, I yield the rest of my time to the back of the big trap. Sonny says, poo talk, laugh out loud. So, yeah, poo poo. I saw something one time. I was watching this special on Mr. Beast. I don't know if you guys know who that is or not, but he's probably, I think he's probably identified as probably one of the most popular YouTube personalities that has been successful out there. Maybe not everybody knows who it is or what he's done. But they actually look at statistics for his show, his live or his streams that he's put out. They look at statistics on what topics that should be avoided and topics that are really popular. And they literally based everything. They've based a lot of what they do based on what's getting the most hits on views. So. But one of the things that I found out in a little documentary that I was watching is that poop is apparently one of those things that you're not supposed to talk about. Like it gets really low. Like I guess people just don't want to hear it.
It doesn't encourage engagement.
Yeah. Which is funny because we all poop, but nobody wants to talk about it. Oh, dang, Hannaford just says 46K and CHX volume just popped in. Beautiful. Somebody's delivering shares. That's got to be happening. Yep, I see it. 46K. Look at that.
KC, do you ever wonder if houses are too expensive, people want too much for them? Why don't people just build one? If you say, I don't like what's being offered in the sales prices, what is it that stops people from, and I get the skill set. I'm not saying physically drive the nails themselves, but what precludes somebody from hiring a guy like my neighbor who's been building houses for 50 years and just saying, here's my family's money, build me a house? Wouldn't that be an alternative?
How difficult is it to finance a new build home from scratch versus like
it's not difficult.
Cookie cut?
It's really not. It's not difficult. Yeah, it's not difficult. You get
I don't know.
A builder's loan.
I've never done it.
It's really not that difficult. You get a builder's loan, and then once the house is done, you get what's called the certificate of occupancy. It means it passes its final inspection. And the county says, yeah, this house won't burn to the ground and kill everybody in it. The electric was wired properly. Then once you get the certificate of occupancy, then you immediately get your mortgage. So the only difference is you have a construction mortgage. And what they do is let's just say you're spending $300,000. When you clear the land and pour the concrete, they come out and you get progress payments. So they're like, okay, the house is 10% done. We'll give you 10% of the money. So your banker just pays off the contractors as the house is being built. But I've just thought it's just a curious question, a thought experiment. If nobody likes the prices of houses that are being offered, for instance, if I'm saying I'm selling a house today and you think my price is too high, what's to stop somebody from just hiring a guy and building a house?
So back in 2000,
I gotta go.
Okay, back in 2000, I worked with a gentleman who built his own house, but he didn't do it on his own. He actually got involved in a co-op, and I don't know if these things are real popular. This is in Oregon where this happened. he got involved in a co-op, and basically the way the co-op works is you get it's almost like a pyramid scheme, but what happens is you invest your time to help build somebody else's home. I think you help build you help spend time investing in helping to build homes, and you do like I don't know, I'm making up a number because I don't actually remember how many, but you do like 5 or 6 of them or something like that. And then you work yourself up to the top of the list, and when you get to the top of the list, it's your turn for your house to be built. And so it's kind of a pyramid scheme on people helping people build their homes. But the interesting thing about the whole thing is that there's certain things that they don't do, but you would buy your blueprint from I don't remember who, but you could buy a builder's blueprint. Things like foundation getting poured was stuff that would be contracted out. A lot of different electrical work had to be contracted out, but all the other stuff, a lot of the woodwork, framing and drywall, and a lot of that other stuff was all an installation. All that stuff was done by the people who were in the thing. And so here was the amazing part about the whole thing is that the price to build the home was like less than 100,000. I don't remember the exact specs on his house, but it was under 100,000. It was like 75,000 to build, and it was a decent sized home. All of the tools that were purchased, all brand new tools were purchased as part of this home building project. And when the project was completed, all of those tools stayed with the completion of the home. So in other words, the person who owns the home gets to keep all those tools. And so we're talking about like everything that you would need to build a home is kept. And then the other part to that is that obviously you don't pay anybody, so nothing's coming out of pocket other than those contracted portions of the job. And you get a house built, and usually I think they were completing the homes in like 3 to 4 months or something like that. And it seemed kind of cool. I never wanted to get really involved with it because I wasn't really interested in building homes, but but it seems like the skills that you would get from learning how to do some of the jobs that are required to do the different portions of building a house would be amazing skills to have. I thought it was really interesting, but I never participated. Controls guy says material cost and contractor availability. Contractors usually want a builder contracts instead of one-offs. Hard to get them to prioritize you as an independent. Yeah. I feel like I remember him saying those kind of things were issues. I do remember that, controls guy. And that usually whenever they had to wait for a contractor to pour like concrete, it was a little bit of a time. It took
That's
him some
why
time.
it's always beneficial if you hire a GC, a general contractor. He has subs that work for him on the regular, and they will reward him because they want his continued business. So it's much more difficult if you just break out Angie's List and you want to be your own contractor, meaning you want to hire the electrician, the carpenter, the concrete guy. But all things being equal, you can generally just hire a contractor, and he will oversee the entire project for you, and he marks up every bill 10%. But he takes on the burden of meeting with these people, and he has his knowledge to make sure that things are done properly.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess what I was getting at is that, and I was kind of doing it in a snarky way, was that there's more that goes into the cost of a house than just what somebody decides they want to charge for it. The first thing happens is you got to go out and find yourself a half an acre of residential land before you can even hire your builder. Where are you going to build at? You're just going to, magically build. So now right off the bat, it's real estate. So if you get yourself something 100 foot wide and 200 foot deep, now you got to start writing checks, and all those individual things are priced in a manner that ultimately adds up to the total cost of the house. And I think people will find that if you go build a brand new home today, you're going to find out that the prices are that ultimately you spend just as much money as if you buy something that's already existing. That was kind of what I was getting at.
Well, I thought that whole thing, that co-op building things always sounded like it was kind of cool. I maybe after this is over, I would maybe entertain maybe something like that as an idea, but probably not. But it sounds cool. Dylan says my dad has been building homes for like 60,000 plus permit. Remind me when John gets in here. Hopefully John shows up in here, which is what I tried to do to Lincoln earlier. Is like your mom was in here. John's mom was in here the other day, guys. We got to remember to when John shows up to give him a hard time about that. Your mom was here. As soon as he shows up, though. I keep waiting for him to pop in, but he's not here yet. I think he usually shows up towards the end of the day. Land of Lincoln, if you're still listening, I apologize. I don't know why I confused you with John, but for some reason I did.
Dirty B33 says, do you need a loan for the plot? And then a builder also. It does. There's no one rule fits all, Dirty, but I can tell you if you already own a piece of land, like your family leaves you a half an acre somewhere on the edge or whatever, sometimes you can use that land that's paid for free and clear. You can pledge that to your bank as collateral, and that'll get the ball rolling because right off the bat, they know that once that becomes part of the process, if they have to foreclose, then that land is already paid for. So it'd be like, let's just say, for simplicity's sake, say that's almost the same as putting 20% down. You know, and again, we're playing it loose and fast, but if the value of the land that your house sits on makes up whatever portion it makes up of the total cost, if you already own that land, then you've already got skin in the game, which makes your loan very risk-free. But having said that, if that's not the case, no. Usually it's one construction loan, and then the cost of the land will be rolled into all of that.
I think my mom and my dad told me one time that they had purchased a lot on like some kind of Caribbean island or something like that somewhere, and that they had I guess they have the deed and the rights to it, but I don't know if it's still applicable or if it's I know some of the times those deeds are only good for like a certain period of time. But to this day, like I have never every time we ask them about it, they always go like, well, we don't even know where. I guess they can't. I don't know if they can find the paperwork or whatnot, but I've yet to see any kind of for some reason, I just have this desire to go like check out this little tiny plot. I think my mom, the way my mom was describing it was probably nothing more than you could camp on or something like that. But I still want to go see it somewhere or just go on the internet and find it. Curious if somebody's built over it or not. Dylan, I bet your dad makes some good money building $60,000 homes that he probably sells for probably like 200 or more. Probably more. I feel like building materials have gone up so much, though. I have a hard time imagining how he's building it for 60,000.
That was kind of where I was going, and it's kind of in keeping with my whole thing about people think houses are expensive now. Just wait 15 or 20 years.
Yeah.
Oh man, it's so fucking crazy high right now. The cost of 2x4s. I'm like, that's okay. It'll in 18 years, it's going to be cheaper. In 12 years, there's going to be greater deals, better deals out there. Tongue in cheek, obviously, for those of you who don't realize can't hear the sarcasm in my voice. Sounds like Dylan Miller's dad is a man after my own heart. He said he doesn't even sell them. He just rents. He builds one and then plugs a renter into it.
Mm-hmm. Sounds like a good way to make some money.
So, I admire the hustle, man.
Yep. Well, it is break time. I think I'm going to head to break, and let me put the message up on the screen here. Do the hustle. Half of you had that song just go through your head when I said that. Looks like 9-7 overwhelmingly.
1974.
Was that when it came out? That was like 2 years before I was born.
I'm pretty close. That's your the height of Saturday Night Fever, the disco era. So yeah, I'm gonna go with sometime between 74 and 77.
What? So does everybody not? What's going on in October 5th that nobody wants to do the poker tournament? That makes me really kind of curious because they're actually all three 9-7, 9-21, and 10-19 are all very close on the numbers, but everybody's like, no way on October 5th. What's going on October 5th? What is that? Is there something happening?
Too far out. I would argue that most people are just eager to have it happen, so they're voting for the closest date.
They're literally picking a date that's further out just as much as the others. 10-19 is getting...
I see. 10-19 is 28. Yeah, versus 32.
Yeah.
Who knows?
AMC Hawkeye said Joker 2. Okay, yeah, then I would probably skip the tournament for that too. That's gonna be a good movie. But you should see it on a Wednesday or Thursday. Let's see here. All right. I'm trying to get Ortex to load back up, guys. For some reason or another, we've been having this problem lately where right around this time of the day, it's been kind of locking up and not really giving any data. So it looks like we're having that same event happening right now to where it's just kind of sitting there. So if I can, I'll stop back by the computer a little bit later and see if I can't get it to report the data. And otherwise, though, I'm out. Oh, white screen. Come on. All right, I'm going to head to break.
Off you go. I'll hang out here with Yucca and Quack Quack, Papa Mac, and living in 3D. See if we can't find some sort of trouble to get into.
All right.
There's shiny metal still climbing today. Gold is inching its way up.
That one. This one. And then these, let me stop fucking. Let me see what I got here.
Did I tell you there's more comments on that now?
Five.
Hey, Yucca, how are those Trump shipments going?
Hey,
How's it
which
going?
one? How are
Your,
you, man?
your Trump statues.
Oh man, I have paused.
Oh,
Yeah, for a minute.
you're going to wait to see how he does after the debate to decide whether you need to move
No,
forward?
no, not at all. I just paused for like a little bit, like a few weeks, but I'm gonna continue because I need to send Deb hers. She sent me a message about that.
What about mine? Where's mine?
Hey.
I'm sending you.
Hey,
get in line, Danny. Get in line.
I'm separating the fist because you ordered just a fist, right, Danny?
yeah.
Little pervert. They knew it.
Extra large.
Extra large fist.
What's up, Papa Mac?
Not much.
What's Casey doing with all that clicking?
Oh, that's Yucca clicking.
Yeah, what is Casey doing?
Yucca. Oh, okay.
That's not me.
I went on the live stream. I heard all this clicking.
Oh, well, KC's muted right now, so on the Discord anyway.
Fair enough. What's up, everybody in the YouTube chat?
How you been, Danny?
Good. Not too bad. Not too bad. I went to a roller rink yesterday for my nephew's birthday party. Man, that brought back memories.
Oh, really?
When was the last time you went roller skating? You know, they had all that 90s music. Talk about nostalgia.
Yeah, I've been stuck on these Facebook videos of people at roller rinks the last couple weeks. I watched once, now you see every one of them, but it does bring a lot of nostalgia to me. I remember going in California, we would go to the Aloha roller rink.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah, this old guy, he had like a button-down collared shirt, and he had what do they call it, the knee pads and the elbow pads, and he was going backwards, and he was a pro. But then he didn't take a spill. He took one spill, and the whole crowd like gasped. You're like, oh, and then he was okay. He got up. He was a pretty cool guy.
I thought you were talking about me at first. You said old guy with the button-down shirt, but then you said pro and skate backwards. I knew you weren't talking about me.
But
yeah, we're just checking in with Yucca to see when our Trump statues were going to be delivered. So Yucca, you said you've got one going out, and then the rest of us are just on the back order list.
It seems like it.
So are you gonna send your first one out with no hydro dip, or are you still planning?
Because it's a little too much for me to handle right now. A monkey cannot do it.
They lied in their advertising.
Monkey cannot do it. Instead of a monkey can even do it. BS.
Well, you tried.
Yeah, I guess.
You haven't given up though, right? You're just
no. Yeah, I don't have the setup. That's the truth. The setup. You need to have a big sink. You need to have hot water. I don't have hot water here. Like warm water. So either I warm it up in the microwave.
What are you, Nicaragua?
Why? We don't have hot water. At the shop, I don't.
Oh, at the shop. Oh, okay.
Danny, California, you know, they're pretty backward state. They're just getting indoor plumbing here recently.
Oh man. No, I go to Nicaragua, you know, when I met my wife when I was about 15. I go over there and we'd be showering with a bucket because all of a sudden you shower and the government just turns the water off. So I'd have soap in my hair, butt naked, and you know I'd be yelling for my girlfriend at the time. I need water, and she'd have to bring a bucket, and I have to shower with a bucket.
Hey, do you think the government turned the water off, or maybe
It's
your
the
girl?
government, 100%.
I think your
Ortega,
girlfriend turned it
Daniel
so
Ortega.
she wanted to bring you a bucket. That's what was going on.
That's the only Daniel I've never liked. I love every Daniel I've ever met, except Ortega.
What do you got? What do you got against Ortega?
Nah, he's a bad guy. Come on, you like Ortega?
What do you got against that guy?
he's been in office for like 30 years.
He makes a great taco sauce, man. Or in Ortega a good taco sauce?
I don't know if I had that one.
I think
What's up, Dino Mike?
Are you upset because it turned off the water while you were in the bath?
The electric, they would turn off the electric on you. Water and electric.
You
Really?
turn cold water on me, and I won't vote for you. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, it's like a communist country, man. What the heck?
Oh,
forget that.
That's what they want to do here with the whole green stuff. You know, probably want to turn off our electric to save the economy and all this crap. Save the environment.
Oh, the wind ain't blowing. Sorry, no electric today.
Jeez. Hey, look what the food dog dragged in. Joe Pounce. What's up, buddy?
And Real Rugged's joined the big tramp.
Oh, I'll let him talk. I like his voice. What's up, Real Rugged?
I bet you like his voice.
Oh, man, I gotta go. I got like a 10-minute break. This sucks. Sorry, guys.
Quit. Go over there.
I know. I feel like
quit.
Join a teachers union, Danny, and get longer breaks.
Jeez, they're worse than the government turning the water and electric off. All right, I can't complain. I have a job. I'm healthy.
Keep it tight, Danny. We love you.
I'm changing lives, you know. All right, keep it tight. See you, Papa.
See you, Danny.
Later, Pirate. Good to see you, buddy.
You're leaving us, Danny?
I have to go. The bell just rang. I'm halfway through my
He's got to go,
lunch.
man. He's got kids to teach.
Yeah.
He gets a break in between classes, and that's it, man. He's helping shape those young minds.
And give me PTSD to hear a bell ring and know, oh man, I gotta go.
All right, tell Casey I said what's up.
All right, keep it tight.
All right, keep it tight. Later, guys. See you.
Rugged, did you and Pyra get your property issues settled last night? I tuned in last night to see what was going on. I thought World War III must be breaking out because Pyra was awake after 8 o'clock, but I couldn't get a word in edgewise, so I had to go to bed.
I partied down, man. I stayed up till like 12:10. I was running buck wild. Up in here.
I just knew for sure World War III must be going on. I thought, man, I better listen in and see what's going on. It had to be big for Pirate to be up.
Yeah. Rugged got spanked.
Oh.
For playing games.
I missed that.
I'll take a spanking anytime if I can learn.
Oh, you freak.
Yep.
You make a spanking trophy, Yucca?
Not yet. But now if Rugged wants one, I'll make one for him.
Hey, Pirate, back real quick on that property. If I heard back from the guys next door, the neighbor that's a friend of mine, the property that I was shooting the video from.
Yeah, what he had to say.
He said, give me a little more insight here. I was asking him if he was seeing lights on at night. He said no. And he
Rugged, just, this one's being broadcast, right? Just FYI.
That's all right. It's okay. I know one of the other neighbors grabbed him by the throat and put him on the ground.
Well, that's always fun.
And let's see here, yelling at people, playing loud music, pissing off his deck, and yelling to my friend's wife, "It's my house. I can piss here if I want."
Nice.
Yep.
Nice. So the community's going to be all the better when he's gone anyhow. So that's even better. That tells you at least you got a little moral high ground. You know, it's never good to buy a piece of real estate and have to have the occupants leave. It's always uncomfortable, especially if they're decent people and just fell on hard times. But it makes it certainly makes it your job easier if this guy's just a general shitbag.
Yes.
So,
yep.
Well, Mrs. Pirate told me to tell you that she had a hip replacement. She's 58 years old, and she doesn't really like climbing stairs. But if you need her at her total height of 5'2" to go up there and knock on the door for you, she'll do that. Even if
Here
you
we
don't
go.
have the balls to do it, she's more than happy to do that for you.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that. I actually am in the going through transition right now. I got my hormone treatment going on, and pretty soon I'm gonna just stay home in front of a mirror and just play with my new vagina all day long. So it'll be, pretty cool, huh?
If you don't, any of the questions I ask you, standard rules apply. If it's something you don't care to share, you can just say no comment. But how's your efforts with your brother? Does he seem intrigued by this idea? Is he amenable to the possibility of a partnership on this, or does he bow out?
He is. He's about to go to court in 3 minutes.
Right. With the other issues. Yeah, but other than that, he's you have
one of the two brothers is more open to it. Yeah, because the other one's kind of got tied up, and the other brother is putting money down on opening a third location out west to
for the distilleries,
the brewery stuff. Yeah,
brewery.
So he's busy.
Yeah, he can only fight so many battles at a time, and he's only have discretionary capital. I get it.
Yep. Yeah, but clearly doing okay. It's a tough and risky business, the brewing business to get into. So kind of creating like these other pizza type places to serve as a sort of a conduit or whatever to kind of get.
That's kind of the trend. That's kind of the trend down here too. In this part of Florida, they open up a wood-fired pizzeria, and then they have artisan beer there. They kind of go hand in hand.
Oh, hell yeah! Pizza and beer always.
Mm-hmm.
It just goes so well.
Hey, Pirate.
Yes.
A quick off topic here. I actually jumped on here earlier hoping to catch KC before he left, but he was trying to come up with a date for this poker tournament, and the 9/7 date is for sure a weekend I would not be able to record it if he's wanting me to record it like he had me do last time. Not that that's a showstopper to the tournament or whatever, but I mean, I'll try to be on here later. I'm getting ready to go on a lunch date with Mrs. Papa Mac, but if he brings that subject up again, just throw that in there.
I think his biggest thing was at maximum participation. I don't know that he has any. I don't know that, like you said, that it's necessarily a deal breaker if it's recorded or not. I just think he was throwing dates out there that make it. If there was one date that would be particularly advantageous to anybody, that they could choose that, I couldn't care less.
Yeah, if he says that it doesn't matter on 2 dates, just say don't do 9/7, and hopefully I can record it then. If that comes up, I hope I'll be back. But I'm getting ready to go on a lunch break, so I'll be back.
I'll share that with him if the opportunity arises.
All right, catch y'all later.
All right, keep it tight.
Rugged, did you learn any more about what will be required to bid on that property? Do you have to put a deposit down ahead of time, or can anybody just throw their hat in the ring? How's that going to work?
I have to look up that. I've been pretty tied up this morning with one of my daughter's first day of kindergarten. And then
I didn't know if you'd already discovered it or not. I just
no. All I do know of is that there's a premium. You pay the auction service.
Yeah.
It's funny because there was obviously there was in the pictures of the outside of the place, and they have the sign of the auction website on the property. You can see it, but then when you go to the property,
I saw that.
So his sign's no longer there. I'll tell you that. So
I noticed that I took the opportunity. I had a few minutes to spare, and I typed in the address to Google Earth, and it's notable that there's no street view there. And that's not uncommon for some of those rural areas. Yeah. So that's helpful because a lot of times that's one of the ways that out-of-state buyers or speculative buyers who just gamble on these sort of things. That's one of the ways that they put eyeballs on the place. They go to street view and then at least see what it looks like from the road.
Yeah.
But I guess that the truth is what is posted on their site as far as the sale goes is not much different than what you would be afforded, which would be afforded through Google View. So
that's correct.
It's about the same. It's about the same thing.
Yep. Exactly.
Did you look at the old tax stuff last night?
I did not. I have not. I didn't have time. The wife wanted to spend a little time with me. I'll leave it there.
No worries. I was just curious what you discovered.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've got some more info to gather, and I'll be working on that. I do have some other real estate questions related to those other parcels out, and that's actually in the same county, but in moving
for the solar project.
That and just more like more title related, and kind of switching it out of another entity into something else. So I don't know if that's maybe we shift gears and put that one in the after 4 p.m. time slot. But yeah, good. Nice little jump up this morning though on the stock. Saw didn't it go up to like 520?
25.
Oh wow, nice. Break out of that weird purgatory. Yeah.
Well, we're right back in it. Not quite. We're at 511, but. So is it your intention to continue with your initial idea about making this a vacation rental and having it generate revenue?
Yeah.
That's kind of the where you and your brother headed with it?
So so basically when I did run into that other childhood friend, of course we're no longer children, but his family, his father, who's like anesthesiologist, he had bought like 2 or 3 parcels when they got into there, and they have one of those waterfront parcels just to put their dock, and they have their paddles
just to give them access to the water.
Yeah. And so it's like, oh, that's nice. Of course, if they would never sell it. They'll never sell that. So they don't need to. So He mentioned that there's other places within there that do Airbnb, and so by that, as I had indicated, I kind of was looking to get a copy.
It would appear nobody's frowning on that then. Yeah.
Well,
is a general rule if they're doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So, but the thing is that I think, as far as the park, there is like an association, okay, and I believe I told him, I said, hey, if you have a copy of the covenants, I'd really like to. He said,
by all means.
So he's going to work on. I got to reach out to him to try to get those, and I will say that out of respect to the neighbors and I think that there should be like a minimum in terms of, you don't want to have people coming in and doing like a 1 or 2 night stay or whatever, a rotating door. So I think like perhaps a minimum, I think would be in order of maybe at least probably a 3 to 5 day. I wouldn't want it.
You think it matters? I mean, does it make a difference whether it's? I mean,
no.
In the end,
probably.
you're just kind of splitting hairs. I mean, who gives a fuck whether people come and go? If it's just a different face every 5 days worth, as opposed to a different face every day, it's a different distinction without a difference.
Let me put it to you this way, okay? If all of a sudden I was there with my family for a 2-week period or whatever, and then next door my friend started renting his place out 2 days to one family, and another family comes in 3 days later, and then another car, I think that would just be for sake of these properties they're not exactly far apart. There is
right.
some.
They're small lots. They're stacked up on top of one another. Your property, the one you're looking at, though, you have the advantage of you have no neighbor on the one side.
No, that's
so
actually,
you only.
No, that's technically not true. Actually, it's my friend's place.
I thought you said that was the park. That the park owned that big parcel.
Yeah, but the map you saw, the map view is kind of wrong. I don't know why it does it the way it does, but it isn't right.
Okay.
So
it was just misrepresented on the map.
Yeah.
You're saying there's houses on both sides. That's what you're saying.
There is, yes.
Well, that's different.
Yeah. Now the home I'm in currently, there's actually a common area between on one side of me. So I do understand.
Do those people live there? Are they year-round residents on the lake, or do those people use that as a holiday home?
They're retired, so they're pretty much there all summer. Yeah.
So it's been my experience. If it's all people who are just using it as a summer camp or weekends, they'll be a little more accepting of a traffic flow that's ever changing. It's really the people who live there they're year-round residents. They're the ones who are usually have an issue with it because it affects their quality of life. The constant, every weekend is a barbecue and music. If you live there as your primary residence, you may have once a month you may cook out or whatever. You might have friends over once or twice a year, but it's not going to be party central with Jimmy Buffett music blasting every single weekend. And when you have it as an Airbnb, every weekend's the 4th of July, and that gets to be a bit much if you're living there. So those are the things to consider. But if it's really if it's 90% recreational, and then particularly the people that live in close proximity to that property, they're just using that for a couple weekends out of the year and maybe 1 week through the summer, then that's going to be a lot more conducive for what you want to try to do as far as Airbnb. The other alternative is that you just seek to rent it out for like I said, a month at a time. You just do a minimum of a 30-day rental or something like that.
One of the local area by owner rental service providers, it's not an Airbnb, but They
Right,
really
I get it.
focus on they focus mostly on like Saturday to Saturday, rentals, that style.
That's most
Yeah.
people. Most people are going to take a week. It's going to be a 1 week's vacation, right?
Right. So I would be inclined to incentivize some longer stays, but I don't want like too long of a stay until I want to warm up to it. You know
week
what
to
I mean?
week to week would probably be more than adequate. The difference being, just understand that most of that is going to be summertime only. So you're going to have about 16 weeks of that. And then you'll either have to do a heavily discounted rate to keep somebody in there through the whole winter because everything's going to be bleak and cold and dark, or the place will just sit empty and then you and your family can use it when it's not occupied.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Yep. I don't mind the idea of spending, Christmas up there or
right. Yeah.
Things like that. Are there rules though if you put if you classify the property as an investment property? Isn't there like a supposed, in quotes, rule of like not spending more than 2 weeks there or something? Or is that bogus?
I've never heard of anything like that. I've owned many varieties of property. I don't even know how anybody would even police that. They're going to drive around, knock on the door and ask you, most of that stuff about whether or not a house is your primary residence has to do with, whether you file state taxes. There's people who live in Ohio who own a house in Florida, and Florida doesn't have a state income tax. So they declare Florida as their primary residence, so they don't have to pay state income. But the simple fact of the matter is they live most of their time in Ohio. So it's a tax dodge by having two houses, one of which is in a locale that doesn't have, obviously. So you see what's going on there. But yeah, I don't know that there's, as long as they have for those particular people, they get a Florida driver's license. They have, they do literally own a house in Florida and all their documents are there. They have electric bills. So there's no like sleeping police that drives around and says, how many nights did you sleep in your Florida house versus how many nights did you sleep in your Ohio house? To my knowledge, I don't think anything like that.
Yeah, when I lived in, I didn't, when my wife was going to school in Florida, we both had at the time we had New York State licenses, but we also had Florida IDs. So we had
to answer your question, I don't think how you structure the ownership of the house, I don't think really has any material effect on how you use it, whether it's in an LLC or a S corp, or whether it's just your home that you and your wife buy. There's, to my knowledge, there's no legal requirement to put a house under anything other than when they ask you whose name do you want this in. It's either you either put it in Real Rugged's name or not, or some other, so
right.
That's all. That's just a function of taxes and making the wisest choices as far as the flow of money goes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Howdy guys, I'm back. Rugged?
Hey guys, Steve. How you doing?
Good, how you doing, man?
I'm doing
good.
Good.
Quack quack. Welcome. Numbers? It's time.
Numerals.
Let's check this out, see what we got going on here. Starting with taking a look at off exchange. Normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 63% going through off exchange and EDGX. And we got 57.44% going through off exchange. EDGX come in at 8.73. Combined total 66.17%, or about 3.17% more volume going through those exchanges than normal. CHX volume is 46,057 shares. Somebody is returning a massive amount of shares today. Anything over 30,000 is a lot. So we're definitely seeing some return shares going on. GME's CHX volume for the day today is coming in at 439. Borrow fees and shares available to borrow. Not seeing anything new changing on that in the last hour on IBKR. IBKR has already reported 1.15 million shares borrowed for the day today, and then fees are at 1.89 and rebate at 3.43. Taking a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 978,000 shares having been returned. It's now 1.07 million shares returned today. That's going to have the effect of lowering that short share interest of the free float to 13.69%. Cost to borrow min is at 1.04, average 1.46, max 3.14. GME has 544,000 shares borrowed so far for today. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume was at a $5.50 strike. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 17.8 thousand contracts for the day. It's now 18.5. Highest amount of put volume coming in at a $5 strike. There was 4.6 thousand contracts an hour ago. It's now 5.2. The market is suggesting a closing price somewhere between $5 and $5.50 by the end of today. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. Neither of which are on there. MMRI was 238.51 an hour ago, is now 238.27. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond yields. 0.116. It was 0.11 an hour ago. Just take a quick look at this just to see. You guys can see what you want out of that. NASDAQ is down 0.79. Dow Jones is up 0.25, and the S&P 500 is down 0.22. There's 3,272 advancers to 2,290 decliners. The market's more advancing this hour than it was an hour ago. There's only two bad sectors for the day-to-day, technology and consumer discretionary. The two strongest performing sectors are energy, followed by consumer staples. Of the Mag 7, 6 out of the 7 are red. Only one green one. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since closing on Friday will get a shout out. FRC is up to 6.25. And that's it. Gold is up 0.44. Looks like it found a reversal off of the downtrend that it was in earlier and is now trending up. Silver up 0.61. Same thing. Found a reversal off a downtrend into an uptrend. Ethereum Classic is down 1.08, consolidating after a downtrend. US dollar is up 0.06, trending up. Oil is up 2.15 and consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.02 to 0.04 and consolidating. SPY is down 0.21. I'm going to call it consolidating. VIX is up 2.14 at 1620. With futures at 1593. Futures are suggesting that the VIX is going to drop. And the VIX is following. IWM is up 0.41 and trending up. VB is up 0.17, trending up. Tesla is down 3.31 and consolidating. Amazon is down 0.76, consolidating. Cinemark is up 0.27, consolidating. Doge is down 2.23, consolidating after downtrend. Bitcoin is down 0.72 and starting to break the downtrend into an uptrend. GME is down 2.93, trending down. HYMC is up 1.7 and consolidating. NCMI is down 1.09 and trending down. Hood is down 0.78 on a very slight trend up. AMC is up 1.29 and consolidating. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day today, there's approximately $1.6 million more outflow than inflow. 7.95 million shares traded so far for the day today after 230 minutes worth of trading. We're on a pace right now for about 13.48 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market, I suggested somewhere between 5 and 25. On a 4-hour time interval, there's currently more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 64.74, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 62.23, which is above average. On a 30-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 57.97, which is above average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 50.12, which is average. And with that, I yield my time to the back of the big tramp.
Well, Mac had to go, but he asked if we would relay a message to you that if it was your desire that he record, for whatever reason, the poker tournament, that the 7th is the only day he wouldn't be able to do that. I didn't mean to speak out of turn, but I told him I didn't think it was necessarily a deal breaker for you. But either way, I've done as he's asked, so I'm sharing that with you now.
Yeah. The only thing I try to do is I try to accommodate the most amount of people. That's how we can afford to get the most amount of people to come in.
That's exactly what I told him. I think your effort was just about whatever works for the most participation.
What I can do is I can run a poll on the top 2 picks out of these and then see which people lean more towards one or the other.
Narrow it down.
Yeah. I can do 9 if it's 9-7 and 10-19. That's what I can do is run another poll and see which one of those two is more popular with the new information. Ooh, but that makes me feel like people. Makes me feel like people who would not participate would pick the other one just so they could see the participation. That's not good. Yeah, I'm going to make sure I stipulate that in the next poll, that only if you're participating, which date would be more advantageous. Cool. Man, I tell you what, I made some pork chops 2 days ago. I made chicken broccoli Alfredo last night. So those are my leftovers for today. And man, am I in a food coma right now, let me tell you. Because there's a lot of leftovers, so I'm trying to, I'm like the garbage disposal around here, so I gotta eat this stuff up or it just gets trashed. Deviant Ways, good afternoon.
Yeah, I made a roast over the weekend, and on the last couple days, I had probably a little bit more broth than I had like meat, carrots, and cabbage and all that. So I made some ramen, and I made it with ramen instead of using like water. I just let it cook in the broth and the meat and stuff.
Ramen. Wait a minute. Look at this.
I think I could transition to a ramen every single day.
Diet?
Like eat it for every meal.
Yeah. There was a point in my life where I could have said the same thing too.
Transitioning for the purpose of ramen.
20 hours ago or yesterday, Josh Gad confirms he is writing the script for Spaceballs 2. And check this out. Would definitely buy that. I would still buy that. I don't even know. I can't even. Man, that's the big tramp right there for sure.
Space Winnebago.
Popcorn Butker. I would totally buy that. Ramen. Man, I can't even talk about food now because I'm like so full. Trevor, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I heard that while you were sleeping in this morning, resting your sleepy little eyes, that somebody else was getting up to participate in the live stream because you held them up all night last night. Nice and tired like.
Nah, come on.
So, how many hours of sleep did you get today, Trevor?
I went to bed at 7.
In the morning?
And yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Why? What in the world? Why would you do that?
I'm getting caught up on work stuff. Just.
What's today? Today's Monday. It's like, what are you not?
Well,
did you
I
call
know-
into work and
I
say,
know.
I got to catch up on work stuff? What did you do?
I am the boss.
And he dances to a different drummer.
Man. That must be nice.
I was trying to get to the live stream, but my pillow beat me to it.
Okay.
I woke up at probably about I woke up at like 11:40.
If it was 7 a.m. your time, then it would have been 6 my time, which means I was starting the live stream, so you could have been there for it.
Some days it works out that way.
Yeah. Was real enthusiasm. I can feel your enthusiasm and all that sleep that you got from 7 a.m. until 12. Yeah.
I'm a little tired, but I have things I have to get done.
I think so. I would imagine. If only you hadn't been up till like midnight playing poker. At least.
Well, I was in the back of the big tramp with Yucca till about just after 2:30 Eastern time.
Which would be midnight his time. 12:30.
No, he's 3 hours behind.
Oh, 3. That's
So,
right. 3. 11:30. Wow.
Yeah, they got the East Coast, West Coast beef going on.
What's that?
Oh, don't you remember back in the day, there used to be like the West Coast rappers versus the East Coast, and it was like a big blood feud.
Yeah.
So that's him and Yucca. You got Yucca on California and Trevor's on the East Coast. That's what I said. They got the East Coast, West Coast feud.
The East Coast don't got love for Snoop Dogg and Dr. Dre?
Hey, Rugged.
What's up?
Not much, man. How are you?
I'm doing. How you doing?
I've always felt like Rugged and Trevor have similar type voices. Not
Really?
not quite the same, but
Yeah.
similar. Like you guys could be brothers.
I get Rugged and Foo mixed up.
Rugged and Foo? No.
Really?
Foo Dog. I do.
Well, it's not Trevor and Rugged. It's not that I get you guys mixed up or anything. I can tell you guys' voices apart, but I just feel like there's some, and my guess is that it's an East Coast, maybe northeastern dialect or something that I'm picking up on. I'm not sure what it is, but there's some similarity there.
Well, now I'm going to change my voice just a little bit so you screw us up.
Well, I think you should do the whole, real like Purdy or something. Like try to imitate him and see how close you can
Real
get.
deep, like.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm real rugged. And my other voice.
That's funny. That wasn't bad, actually. That's not that bad.
Barely white. I'm barely white.
What's your boy?
I live in Virginia.
I have a banjo.
I
Yeah,
like
you got to throw that. You got to
AMC.
throw that hum in there. He's got that hum like the mustard and biscuits hum.
Mm-hmm.
Sling blade. He's got a little sling blade in him.
Mm-hmm. What you fixing to do with that lawnmower blade there?
I'll tell you what's wrong with it. It ain't got no gas in it.
Oh man. Boy, just dead. Nothingness. Do we have any volume even happening right now? 11,000 shares. Done broke it. Last trade was 13:30:54. Is that a minute ago? Are there no trades going through? What's going on here? Do I have an internet connection? I do. What is happening?
It's just barcoding with zero volume.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon.
Good. Is that?
Wait.
Wait. Is that John? Hey, John.
Yes.
Yeah.
Your
I'm
mom.
back.
Your mom was in here. She's looking for you.
Yeah, she lost me 2 weeks in Greece. we barely spoke.
She was literally in the back of the big tramp last Friday. She was hanging out with us.
That's good.
Yeah.
Everything went well?
Well, I mean, I don't know. She didn't talk.
Yeah.
She didn't say anything. She couldn't get her. I guess she was at work and she couldn't do her microphone at the time, so she was just typing everything in.
Oh, yeah. She tried to figure out. She told me something. Yeah.
Yeah. And so we were like, well, so we didn't get an opportunity to be able to say hi to your mom, but your mom was here.
I did those days. I'll check her microphone and stuff like that.
Well, I felt bad a little bit because I was like, did you warn your mom at all? Like, did you say like, hey, mom, these guys they're kind of rowdy? Did you tell her?
Oh, yeah. She knows. This
Okay.
reason she asked me to join because she was listening as soon as sometime we're together.
Uh-huh.
So she goes to me, come on, I have my Discord. I want to join to hear the guys, what's going on, and have some conversation. I told her, okay.
All right.
She wants to get involved. That's right.
Like a moth to the flame.
Careful.
Like a moth to the flame.
Careful, John. These guys, man. I tell you what, I don't even like my mom coming around sometimes. These guys, you gotta watch out.
Poor grandma.
Gotta watch out for these guys.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah, it is what it is. Indeed. Well, just throwing this out there, we had a trade at 13:30. 13:30:54, and then we didn't have another trade again until 13:32:17. We literally are missing minutes worth of trading.
Yeah, there's something wrong with Thinkorswim. It's locked up. I still show GameStop. I'm still getting my 1 minute candles on GameStop, but
this is trading. It's trading, but it's just there's full minutes going by without trades at all.
That would explain it then. Yeah, you're right. I just saw a ticker. Yep, 512.
Uh-huh.
Wasn't there that day, Casey, back in like 08 or 09 or something, where they turned off everything?
Yep. That was a while back. Yeah. There's a well, I don't want to say famous. There's a YouTube video out there of a floor trader who is talking about what happened when it went down, and he said the entire trading books just emptied out and there was nothing there. It was just nothing, and nothing was happening. It just gone. So yeah.
Yeah, it seems a little nefarious.
Again, this goes back to what I said last week. There is either one or more than one market maker right now who is either unwilling to make a market or forcibly being denied the ability to be able to make a market. So I don't know which it is, but we're seeing as a result in an activity that's resulting in very, very low amounts of volatility and very low amounts of liquidity in the market to make trades happen. So, and typically what follows that is a forced sell-off. And the reason that there's a forced sell-off is because in order for you to be able to create volatility, you have to do something to free up shares. And the only way to free up shares is to sell off some of them. And so if they're being forced to, in order to make a market, to sell off some of their positions to do that, then you see the whole market-wide, this drop, this vacuum that occurs, and like we saw last Thursday. And everything just comes tumbling down in price. And then after that, you get volatility and you have a price swing going the other direction, where you have a bunch of market orders that are being completed and you have price buying, or buying of shares, which is going to increase price. So we're seeing that entire cycle from last week starting all over again today. Today would be like Wednesday last week, which means that either before the end of today is over, or going into tomorrow, there's likely a very strong likelihood that we'll see a sell-off to be able to provide liquidity to create making of a market. And all this is on the eve of NVIDIA having their earnings report on Wednesday. K-Dub says, when does it end then, Casey? I don't have an answer. 2 weeks, man. When you see news reports of people packing their shit up into boxes and leaving their offices, that's when. And there's no way anybody can tell you what that time is. Nobody could possibly tell you when that time is.
I'd like to see them go to prison having their boxes with their shit stuffed in there real deep like. Not just carrying boxes out to go home.
Yeah, as much as I dislike the crime and the nature of all of this that's gone down, I don't ever wish harm upon anybody. So I understand what you're saying, but
that's nice. That's nice. Must be all those sandals you keep wearing.
It probably is.
Scout of you.
Yeah, it is.
I'm gonna smoke another one for that, bro. Whoa, far out. Let's put on our tie-dye shirt, bro. Whoa, we don't want anyone to get hurt.
Why can't we just all get along, man?
Yeah, man. Oh, don't kill that bug in the house. Just scoop it up and put it outside.
Yeah, he needs to eat more bugs.
Yeah, I mean, it's a living creature too.
I've had several people tell me in the past that I need to watch those videos that shows like how they process meat in the meat packing business. Oh. To like change, like let's change your mind as to like whether or not you're comfortable with eating the stuff that you're eating, and I always go like, nope, not gonna do it because I probably will never eat meat again. I don't want that.
I watched. I think Pirate posted one.
Pass.
Yeah, it's actually quite fascinating, and it's an incredible feat of engineering and technology, if you think about it.
Diver Down says Casey's got a room full of participation trophies. Yeah, they're called popcorn buckets. They're all around me right now. Trust me. I'm gonna go get another one here. Actually, do you guys keep any of your trophies? Do you have them displayed anywhere? I don't think I do.
You're talking about like trophies from youth or?
Oh, whenever. Who knows? I don't have any.
No, somewhere along the line, I got rid of whatever modest few I'd accumulated from being a child. They're long since gone.
I have like trinkets, is what I have. I have trinkets everywhere. Like my whole desk is made up of trinkets.
You need to have a trophy wives, very many. I like.
What
many
is that?
wives.
What is it? What is that exactly? A trophy wife? I don't even know.
A trophy wife? I
Yeah.
think that's just. I think it's. Well, it's probably somebody who just kind of. It's sort of like diva-esque and kind of just. I don't think they really do typically. I don't know. So I think there's two schools of thought. One could view it as sort of like there's not a whole lot of activity, or there's one that's just really supportive, helpful.
Isn't it generally accepted that a trophy wife is of the upper echelon of the genetically blessed, meaning they meet the stereotypical definition of beautiful, and it can't just be beautiful. It's like it's got to be a mismatch that if you weren't somehow or another successful, whether it's financially or in sports or celebrity, that under any other ordinary circumstances you wouldn't pair up. So you see a 7 with a 10 or a 6 with a 10. The trophy wife is always the 10. So she's just another one of the accoutrements that go along with financial success or celebrity, what have you. Hence the name trophy.
Interesting.
There you go.
How do you? So it really has to do with the fact that you're not enough. You're not capable enough, other than your success, to be with them.
I don't know. I don't know if it's always that, because you could be, could be rich.
Ask yourself the question: what do you receive a trophy for? Let's all say it together.
Nowadays, participation.
Everything. As a general rule, what is a trophy meant to represent?
Success.
Okay. Yes, winning. Okay. The winner, the bowling trophy, the bowling league, the softball league. Only the winners get the trophy.
Okay.
So by definition, if she's a trophy wife, she goes to some guy as a representation of winning.
I have a Google search result from the search lab. Just type in Google.
Wesley did too. He says Google says it's a young, attractive woman who marries an older, wealthy man.
Older, successful. Yeah. And it's seen as a status.
In many cases, I would argue that it's not necessarily limited to that. The age gap can be. I don't think the age gap is as important as the gap in, like, again, when you see like a celebrity, for instance, like Keith Richards, and he's got a wife that is young enough to be his granddaughter. Well, I guess that falls back into the age differential. Let's just say you have a superstar who enjoys the company of supermodels, and he doesn't necessarily have the looks that under any other circumstances would allow them to pair up. There would be no mutual attraction there based on physical attributes. So.
Well, I'm so.
Can I read this or no?
Yeah. Please go ahead.
All right. This is a paragraph from Wikipedia. It's a few sentences. Okay. A trophy wife is a wife who is regarded as a status symbol for the husband. The term is often used in a derogatory or disparaging way, implying that the wife in question has little personal merit besides her physical attractiveness, requires substantial expense for maintaining her appearance, is often unintelligent or unsophisticated, does very little of substance beyond remaining attractive, and is in some ways synonymous with the term gold digger. A trophy wife is typically relatively young and attractive, and may be a second, third, or later wife of an older, wealthier man. A trophy husband is the male equivalent.
I'd say that was pretty accurate. I think that I can't find any flaws with that description.
And we love all of our are women here, so do not feel any way they perform here. If you happen to have a trophy wife, then by all means, it's great. Have her, get her addicted to buying shares. That's the key. Okay.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Well, while you were saying that, I went ahead and ended the poll for the poker tournament, and so now I'm resubmitting the poll to narrow it down to 1 or 2 days, and just to try and get the most amount of participation as possible. So if you can't participate on either one of those 2 days, I provided a spot for you to be able to vote, and if you just want to participate with just voting, I gave you something to click on too, because I know there's people who just want to click on it, and which is okay.
I love a resubmit my poll.
Yeah.
Very nice.
So, and the only reason I'm doing this is because I just want to, try and narrow it down to a specific day. I know 9/7 already won on the first poll, but I just want to make sure, because some people may have picked another date thinking like, oh, I want that to be the date, but their date didn't win, and so I just want to see which one's going to be the bigger of the winner. So there might be a swing here.
A swinging poll.
A swinging poll, like a moonbeam in a jar.
You take a look at Jeff Bezos' wife, and
okay, hold on a second here.
You compare the two of them.
Don't go too far. I got to look this up. Hold on, Jeff Bezos' wife. Bezos, current or old?
Current.
No. I thought that was appropriate.
With her.
I thought that was appropriate.
With her, and you look at the two of those.
I don't know which one's which.
You tell me.
Am I supposed to be looking at this one or this one, or is that the same person? Is that the same person? Please tell me that's not.
Stretch fake one.
Who's this?
The one with the big boobs. He always has big jugs sticking out.
One on the left is the old one, I believe, and the one on the right is I might be wrong.
It says
the one on the right is the one. The one on the right is the one I'm talking about.
Okay, well this says founded. Let's see here. It says. I don't know which one it is.
Well, maybe that's the same girl. She might have just had work done. It's entirely possible.
Some work done.
I am so confused.
Probably like.
The perfect example there is the center picture. Well, any of them. Just tell me, in what world do you think she would be with him if he didn't have that fat wallet? And that's a perfect example of a trophy wife.
I still don't know which one to look at, this one or this one. I'm confused, but I don't see anything special going on there, honestly.
On a scale of 1 to 10, what would you rate the girl with the big knockers? And I there's no accounting for taste. I know your personal taste. Let me ask you, what would the average
not
person,
very high.
What would the average guy rate her? What would the average 19-year-old boy rate her as on 1 to 10?
Don't know.
9, 8.5, solid 9, somewhere up in there.
Maybe an 8.
Okay. Now ask yourself, what would Bezos rate on have the women rate Bezos? You trying to tell me that Bezos is an 8?
I actually think she's more beautiful than this one. I don't know which one's which or who's who, but it could even be the same person, but I actually think that this more natural looking lady is much more beautiful than the fake made up one.
I think that's his first wife there, and I think he gave her the walking papers, and then he upgraded.
I would say he downgraded.
Because he went fishing.
I don't know. She just doesn't look very good. She looks fake.
She looks like you caught a fish out of water.
She looks plasticky.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with you there. I saw this. There's no way I'm gonna rub one out to her.
I don't even think her hair is real, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah, I would. You know what? If I were Jeff Bezos, respectfully, I would be with. That might be what he liked. Maybe that's his fantasy. I don't know. That's his thing.
Yeah,
that's his thing.
Mackenzie Scott's way better. I don't know which one. Mackenzie Scott's, I think, better looking than the other one. I don't know who the other one is.
All right. Well, she might be available. Casey, you could add her.
No, that's okay. I'm taken, but Lauren Sanchez. That's the other one. Okay.
She's
yeah.
dirty.
Does it say? Let's look it up.
At any rate, I was attempting to show that that's a perfect example of the trophy wife.
Yeah.
No, the girl there that girl, look at that picture right there on the left. I mean, and
54.
Who's more likely to end up and
yeah, 54.
Who's more likely to end up in the pages of Centerfold for Playboy magazine?
Wait,
and
they're the same age. Well, that's weird.
Same age, different product.
Yeah.
One is plastic and one is real.
Yeah, he went for same age but plastic.
He bought it from Amazon.
Yeah. he traded down from Amazon, went Wish. I don't know. That's interesting. I actually, that's the first time I think I've ever seen her. I don't think I've ever seen her before.
I don't like.
I think we lost you half the sentence there.
Yeah, I don't know. I hope maybe she kind of has a look, a presumptuous look about her that makes you think like she's just
high maintenance.
There's not really, or there's nothing there.
Yeah.
But just spending time on like surgery or something. But that's okay. Maybe she's a very lovely person and she's cooks and cleans and helps out and supportive and who knows. We don't know. I mean, maybe it's awful bad for us to be sitting here, whatever. But
the sleepy-eyed midget, I'm sure, was pulling trim when he was selling books out of his garage. What does that mean? I don't even understand what that means. Pulling trim.
Jeff Bezos started out selling books out of his garage.
Mean?
The point was, do you think she would ever even looked at him twice if they had bumped into one another? And she's like, "Hi, how are you?" And he's like, "I'm the dude that sells books out of his garage."
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No. Yeah. Pirate's right about that, 100%.
That's so sad. Like, I can't even, I'm trying to imagine like what it would be like to like look over at somebody and know that the only reason that they're with you is because of your money and that's it. Like, I don't, like, how could you, I don't, that's so sad.
It's quid pro quo, man. You have something I want, I have something you want.
It doesn't seem fulfilling though. Like, where's the satisfaction of?
We've talked about this. We've talked about this before, and I take the ugly side because I just like to fight and I like to poke the bear and stir shit. But my argument is that on some level, isn't it all quid pro quo?
Mm-hmm.
Aren't all women looking for a good provider? And by good provider, that means it's by definition somebody who can produce a lot of money so that your offspring has all the things they need and food. So isn't it all transactional?
No.
Well, what does a woman go about looking for in a man? Does she just, is it just a big cock? Is it just a big cock? I mean, I told my sister one time she was dating a guy and I said, "Why are you with this guy? He's a loser." And she's like, "He's hung like a horse." And I said, "Well, when you go through Walmart with the groceries, does he flop it up on the counter and pay for the groceries with it?" I mean, my point is, when a woman selects a man, isn't it her nature to say, "Well, I'm looking for somebody who is going to help me feather my nest"?
I hope not.
So isn't it just a version of degree? Isn't it just a matter of degree that some are just more
sometimes
open
it's about
their gold digging?
Laughing.
Oh, they're open about
sharing movies that you like to watch
that's
together.
That's what it's supposed to be. Yeah, I think that's what it's supposed to be.
Yeah, and I would hope that's not the reasons.
Well, but aren't women hardwired? I don't even think they have a choice in this matter. I don't think women get to get. I don't think that they get to say. They get to say, "Well, I was." You don't believe in the genetic. You don't think that there's a genetic predisposition that's built up over
Stability.
millenniums of evolution for her to seek out. It happens in every other species on the planet that the most dominant male gets to breed. And it's because she wants her offspring to have the best chances for survival.
I would say
so
majority
picking the biggest fucking loser in the room isn't a way to guarantee that your children eat good.
I would say probably majority of the time you're probably right, but probably the relationships that are probably better off are the ones that are not like that.
AC, if you moved into a cardboard box, would your family follow you?
What do you think I'm doing right now? Yeah.
I've heard, actually, the truth is that AMC shareholders, especially male shareholders, are having a very difficult time fending off women currently. You carry the bucket or the T-shirt or hat, and it's, you really just have to fend them off.
I've heard no such thing, but that's it's interesting to hear. I haven't heard. That's the first I've heard that.
Yeah.
That's funny.
It screams money, so yeah. Yeah.
If one of your daughters has reached the age where she's going to start dating, and she mentions a gentleman's name, a young boy's name that she wants to bring around, what is the first thought that comes to mind as a father? Now, I don't have daughters, but I think I know the answer to this. If what's the first question you would ask your daughter or what's the first question that comes to mind when she says, "This is Bob. I'd like to introduce you to my new friend Bob." And then she leaves the room, and you sit down. You guys are having a beer. What's the first thing you're going to ask Bob as a father? Anybody? Any fathers? Any fathers or girls out there?
I'm not going to say what do you do, but I will say I would say.
Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you say? So you're saying it's not.
That would never be the first question out of my mouth. Actually, I know for a fact because I hate it when people. No. I hate it when people lead out with questions like that. There's some bullshit questions right there. I would literally never ever say that.
Don't ask it. Maybe you don't ask it, but isn't that the first thing you're thinking?
Not at all. No. I could care less.
I'm thinking, are they respectful, and are they gonna hurt?
I just assume that's supposed to be a given. I would just assume that that's supposed to be a given, that anybody your daughter you would train your daughter that anybody she wants to spend time with would have by default have to be respectful. I guess what I'm getting at isn't one of the first things you ask yourself is if this prospective suitor does indeed become her life mate, will he be able to provide? And I would argue that any father, that's going to be one of the first things they think of.
I'd probably be more interested in finding out what his interests are.
Yeah, I'd be gauging if this
compatibility.
Is this person going to be hurtful to them or not?
Yeah, I'd be looking for compatibility.
So it never dawns on you to say whether this guy's got his shit together or not. And then
well, I think you find that out.
He's got his shit together. The implication is he going to be going places and providing a good life, or is he going to be a lifetime of fucking disappointment?
Well, I'll give you an example of like one of the things that I kind of looked for, and I haven't really had a chance to talk to him very much, but Savvy's boyfriend, new boyfriend that she just started seeing, picked her up for school this morning, and I guess she looked at her phone at some point and said, "Oh, he's here to pick me up." And she walked to the front door, and he was just getting ready to knock on the door. He got out of his freaking car. He came to our house, got out of the car, and walked to the freaking front door. And instead of just waiting like a schmuck out in his car for his girlfriend to come in and hop in, and I'm sitting there, and blow the horn for her, and that's the kind of thing where I go like, that's good. That's a good start. It's a good start. You're gonna walk up to the front door and actually just, and I asked Melissa, I said, did he turn the car off?
It doesn't dawn on you though that any of that can be like fake though.
No,
for your benefit.
You know what? It may be.
It might be your fucking eyes.
It might be, but I'm okay with that actually.
I would say, let me ask you a question. If he knew you weren't home, would he still do the same thing? If he was picking her up at her college dormitory, is this for your benefit?
Yeah.
Is this for your edification, or is this truly a representation of what this guy's all about?
Well, and I guess he got her flowers the other day, and he asked Savvy what Melissa thought of the flowers, and Savvy hadn't had a chance to, because Melissa worked this weekend, so she hasn't had a chance to see the flowers yet, and so
he's listening right now.
He might be. It's possible. But Melissa didn't have a chance to see the flowers yet, and so Savvy had told him, she's like, well, she hadn't seen them yet, and I felt bad for the guy because he's probably like, oh, you're embarrassed or something, like she didn't show her flowers to her mom kind of thing, but it really wasn't that at all. It was just that mom was working over the weekend, so she didn't have a chance.
The flowers though?
She did like them, yeah. Oh no, she didn't have them. She never got those. She never got those.
No, the flowers I sent you Saturday?
She never got those.
Did she like those? She didn't like those?
She never got them.
But my wife said specifically my huge crank, and I just happen to be a pilot.
A huge crank. There you go.
A huge crank.
Volume, actually, volume.
Wow.
32 Viper says, I want to know if he makes her happy and if he's kind and compassionate and brings her out the best in her. His wealth and future earnings are not a priority for me if they work as a team. And that's actually exactly what I was thinking too. Like, I mean, if they can work on anything together, like one of the best things you could probably do as a couple is like be poor as shit going into life together and making it work between the two of you, like as a team, to really kind of like just grow you as a couple. That's probably one of the most amazing things is if you're a good team and you partner well together, then you're going to be successful together because you feed off of each other's energy. And that's really what you should be looking for. Somebody that has that kind of compatibility in life, that is able to drive you as a person and make you become better than who you could be otherwise without that other person. So I'm with 32 Viper on here, which is why I was saying like I would want to find out about his interests and hobbies, because I want to know, like, are those going to be compatible with with what she likes in life and what she wants to do, or if that's going to be, are they just going to be headbutting the whole time?
I think it also depends on the age that we're talking about.
Oh, of
You're
course.
talking about
Absolutely.
someone 16 or someone who's like, your 30-year-old daughter.
Yeah.
Well, is it puppy? You're talking about puppy love versus somebody who's screaming out for a life mate. That's different.
Right. Yeah.
I'm just trying to paint a picture of that. It's some way or another. It's all transactional.
Yeah.
I'm not a real big believer in this fucking love at first sight. And there's one person on this whole planet for you, and you got to find them out. I'm not a big believer in that. Call me an old, unromantic or whatever, but I'm just saying at some point, I'd like to think that people would agree that, well, ask any young girl, ask all these young girls today, what do they want for in a guy? 6'2", $100,000 a year, blue eyes. None of you can go out and interview 1,000 girls right now, and how many of them you think is going to say, "I want a guy who's good at heart"? Really, that's what you're going with? You think if you interviewed the entire sorority house at any of your Ivy League colleges right now, that you could get, if you could put a microphone on them and secretly tape their conversations and ask them what they're looking for in a guy, you think the first thing out of their mouth is going to be someone who's going to be a good partner?
I want to travel.
You ain't listening to what these girls are saying.
I gotta travel and have a nice house.
Again,
Like
I would agree that maybe perhaps that the large portion that might be true, but and as we have seen, the divorce rates are greater than 50%. So I mean, if that's the case, then maybe that's the reason why.
There's something broken about the whole system.
Yeah, but they might be dropping now because people I think stopped getting married as early as they used to. But
they're not. Nobody's getting married. You can't have divorces if they say "fuck it, I'm not doing this."
Right.
Look back on 2 or 3 generations of disastrous marriages, and everybody wonders why people don't want to rush off to the chapel and hitch up.
Yeah.
I tell you, the group of people I'll ask next time I go to work, I'll ask the flight attendants who they're trying to talk to in first class. That'll be the ultimate. Girl in her 30s or so. What are they trying to chase?
Yeah.
Of course, there's also that picture of Bezos and his lady. I didn't realize how short both of them were. And what's his name? Leonardo DiCaprio shows up and she would have dropped him in a heartbeat for an hour.
Yeah, you can literally see the moisture running down her legs. You can
Yeah.
see the moisture running down her legs. You're like, we need to clean up in aisle 3. Can somebody bring a mop? Or
That's so
can we bring a mop
gross.
and a squeegee in here?
That's so nasty.
Pretty much sums it all up.
Yeah, that whole oh, Jeff is such a great guy with his lazy eye and his 5-foot frame, his belly muscles.
Exactly.
You're gonna get
Thank you, man. That's what I'm talking about. This is what exactly.
Yeah.
I hate to say it.
His lazy eye. When he looked at me with that bald head.
This has no reflection
Hayden,
on the.
I'm gonna say you're
airline.
biased. I'm gonna say you're biased, Hayden, because I think you've been hanging out in first.
I got her figured as the girl that Tom Brady is bending over in the coat check room while Jeff Bezos is out. While Jeff Bezos is out waiting to see if he can get somebody to get some club soda to get the ketchup stain off of his trousers.
I call
Tom
foul.
Brady's got her bent over in the coat room, just going fucking.
I call
at it.
foul.
Her eyes are hanging out by her fucking optical nerve. She's getting reamed so hard.
Hayden's been spending too much time in first class and not looking at the back of the plane.
Wow. Big sell order on Delta, by the way. Big whale just dropped a lot of shares.
If you want an honest opinion, you have to ask an Amish girl or Amish person.
There we go.
They wouldn't have technology to influence them. That's the problem with
Who said
people
this?
these days. Is too many influence.
Look at Junito. Look at you coming in here.
You've never heard of Rumspringa, have you?
Junito, thank you for coming in here and voicing your opinion. I appreciate that.
Totally agree with him. Totally agree.
That pudding.
Yeah, I mean, there's too much influence in this world right now with social media, TV, movies, money, everything. You got to have someone who none of that it matters to. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you better have a 10-incher.
That's the Amish.
Good point. I can feel the passion in your voice too. I feel there's so much passion there. Janine, are you married?
You got 20.
What's that?
Are you married?
No, I'm divorced.
Yeah, I can feel that passion burning strong.
Oh
yeah. Been there, done that. All right.
Which from the hookup he had last Saturday, that burning.
Wow.
Yeah, he's hot, all right.
Listen. We all want that trophy wife, right? No, I'm just kidding.
No, I personally, I don't know. I like exactly what I got, but yeah, some people do though. And I think it takes a certain kind of individual probably to be okay with that.
Yeah, you'd get pretty. You wouldn't have anything to talk with them about.
I know. I would be so bored.
I
would be so bored, like never being able to
and
say.
Then afterwards, when you asked them to make you a sandwich, they would just put bologna and 2 slices of bread. They would, do it all up.
Oh, that's
how you find a good wife, right? It depends on how good they make you a sandwich.
I'm with you on this, Ginny. I'm with you, man. Do you get a little sliced tomato on there? Maybe some lettuce, maybe a little pickle or pepperoncini, or like you said, is it just a little bit of the fucking bologna and 2 pieces of stale bread? Because all sandwiches are not created equal.
Hey, that's no way to talk about their female
parts.
part.
Trophy sandwich.
Mm-hmm.
That's funny.
Yeah.
I'd never even thought about a trophy sandwich before, but that's funny.
Trophy sandwich with the beef curtains hanging out.
All right. Well,
technically,
now we're on to numbers.
Wouldn't it be called a trophy? Wouldn't it be called a trophy sandwich maker? It's not really the sandwich that's the trophy. It's that that you have like a chef level. Yeah, I get it.
Sure. Numbers
at the roast.
Yeah, he's gonna put
Rai says he knows how he's paying for groceries next time. When Rai goes up to the counter with his milk and steak and eggs and box of cereal, and the girl goes, "Is it cash or credit card?" He's just gonna flop his dong out and says, "Pirate says I can use this." Yeah.
Wow. Casey, are you gonna put up the poll about asking about labia preferences?
No, not doing that. No.
Okay.
All right. Numbers. Let's do this. I'm taking you guys over to the other page here.
Not a minute too soon.
I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look and see what we got going on with these numbers for the day-to-day. Normally, by this time of the day on off exchange and EDGX combined, I would expect to see about 64% going through there. We have about 59.59%, 57.59% going through off exchange. EDGX 8.61 for combined total of 66.2%, or about 2.2% higher than what I would expect it to be by this time of the day. CHX volume for the day is extremely high, which tells me that somebody is definitely returning shares right now. We got about 46,157 shares going through CHX. The normal number for me that kind of gets me excited is about 30,000 shares. So it's about 15,000 shares higher than that. 16 really, but who's counting? Let's look at GME. GME CHX volume for the day today is coming in at 471. Nothing unusual going on there. Borrow fees on AMC. Nothing has changed for several hours. In total for the day, we've seen about 1.15 million shares borrowed according to IBKR, with fees at 1.89% and rebate at 3.43 currently. Taking a look at Ortex, an hour ago there was approximately 1.07 million shares having been borrowed for the day, or returned for the day rather. That has now dropped to 996,000 shares. Which is going to raise the estimated short-term interest of the free float to 13.7%. Cost of borrow mins at 1.04. Average is 1.62 and max 3.14. Total amount of shares on loan for the day today is at 71.6 million shares. That's 1.09 million shares less on loan today than there was on Friday. And Ortex is estimating that 190,000 of those is in closed short interest. Taking a look at GME. There was 544,000 shares having been borrowed as of an hour ago. It's now at 864,000 shares. So we're starting to see some borrowing going on GME today. Options. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day on AMC is at about a $5.50 strike. There was 18.5 thousand contracts in volume. There's now 19.8. Highest amount of put volume coming in at a $5 strike. There was 5.2 thousand contracts in volume. There's now 5.4. Market's still suggesting a closing price between 5 and 5.5 by the end of the day. I think we're at 507 right now. Taking you guys over to the other page, based off of orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for in this top 30 list here. And due to the fact that we have lower quantities of volume, I do not expect us to be on there, and we are not. I think we need to see like 40 to 50 million shares, maybe 30 in a day in order to see us get on that list. The MMRI an hour ago was at 238.27, is now 238.51. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates was 0.116 as of an hour ago. It's now 0.113. Slight drop. The only thing that really stands out in my mind right now is we're starting to see the Nikkei starting to become inverse from the US dollar, which has not been the case lately. And SPX as a result is kind of shaping up to really look a lot like the Nikkei, which if I were to line these up right now like that, which is usually inverse to the Nikkei, right? So we're starting to see the Nikkei and the US stocks kind of trending in the same motion now. And then we've got VIX, which is obviously going to be inverse. And then we've got something going on here. The lighter purple color is Bitcoin, and the darker purple color is XRP. Somebody's having to dump something. NASDAQ is down 1.12. Dow Jones is now down 0.03. It was green most of the rest of the day. S&P 500 is up down 0.48 rather. 2,916 advancers to 2,675 decliners. The market is more declining this hour than it was an hour ago. Sectors that are red, a lot more of them starting to pop up now. The worst two performing sectors for the day today is technology, followed by consumer discretionary. The top two performing sectors are energy, followed by, it's a tie right now between utilities and consumer staples. So some of the recessionary sectors are starting to go green. Of the Mag 7, only one is green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since Friday's close will get a shout out. We've got Coinbase down 3.26. FRC is up 6.25. And that's about it. Gold is currently down, up 0.32, but is trending down. Looks like it has not broken that trend that it was in earlier that was an uptrend yet. So let's just call it an uptrend or consolidation. One or the other, I'm not sure which, but it does still appear that the overall larger trend here is still up. Silver is currently up 0.45, trending up. Ethereum Classic is down 2.77, trending down. The US dollar is up 0.11, trending up. Oil is up 1.5, consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.01 to 0.02, and consolidating. SPY is down 0.44 and consolidating after a trend down. VIX is up 4.35 at 1655, with futures suggesting 1613. Futures are starting to trend back up after VIX kind of maintained or is consolidating, maybe a slight uptrend a little for right now. I see mostly consolidation at 1655. IWM is currently up 0.15 but trending down. VB is down 0.06, trending down. Tesla is down 3.97, trending down. Amazon is down 1.15, trending down. Cinemark is up 0.22, trending down. Doge is down 4.27, trending down. Bitcoin is down 1.31, trending down. GME is down 3.2, trending down. HYMC is down 1.28, consolidating. NCMI is down 0.22, consolidating. Hood is down 0.95 and trending down. Looks like it's trying to break the trend currently. It does look like it's breaking it as well. Maybe moving into an uptrend on Hood. AMC is up 0.4. We are on a current downtrend after some consolidation. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day today, there's approximately $1.4 million more outflow than inflow. 8.5 million shares traded so far for the day today. We're going to beat any kind of volume we had last week whatsoever. After 288 minutes worth of trading. Right now we're on a pace for about 11.51 million shares traded. I think we had about 9.1 million shares traded on Friday. No, it was 9. It was just shy of 9 point. It was 9 million shares traded on Friday. So we're definitely going to see some higher amounts of volume today. And if we're going to be moving up in price, that's what I would like to see. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 57.64, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure. Yeah, there might be just slightly more selling pressure. RSI is at 54.94. Which is just slightly above average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 49.96, which is average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 41.47, which is below average. And with that, I yield my time to the back of the big tramp. You remember that talk about RFK Jr. that we had on Friday? Where I was confessing that I have a hard time listening to him. Anybody? Nobody? Parrot? Microphone? Anyways. He was in an interview, I think, this weekend that I saw. And he was speaking faster than I feel like I've ever heard him speak before. And boy, it was so much easier to listen to him. I don't know what changed for this interview compared to maybe he felt more passionate about what it was he was talking about, or maybe he felt more comfortable. I don't know what it was, but just the fact that he was talking faster and it made it so much more easy for me to listen to him. And I mean, yeah. So just thought I'd throw that out there. John got caught shaving. Sounds like we're at his work. I think he put us down next to the lather. Hey, John. Oh, he's at a bus stop. Are you at a bus stop, John? I don't know. Nana says, yes, I noticed. Good. So I'm not the only person. I mean, I feel like it. Maybe he was just more comfortable, right? Like now that he's not, there's not everything writing on the words that he's saying, and can just be himself. Maybe he can just talk easier. I don't know. But it was so much easier to just understand him and follow along. I enjoyed it. But Donkey Kong says, the way Casey feels about guys with trophy wives, that's how I feel about guys with trophy cars. Interesting. How does one get a trophy car? And what would you consider to be a trophy car? I am curious. UPS delivery guy says, I was shocked that most of my coworkers don't have joint accounts with their spouses. They divide the bills. So Melissa and I do that. We have separate accounts. And part of the reason I think that's... Well, I'm not entirely sure why that's the case, to be honest. I don't know. I guess I never really felt the need to... Well, I'm just sitting here like comparing. My ex-wife and I had joint accounts, so and that became a problem like later on. It wasn't a problem at first, but it became one later. And but with Melissa and I, I haven't had any issues yet with separate accounts. Not to say that you couldn't one day. UPS delivery guy says Dodge Charger is definitely a trophy car. UPS delivery guy? Whew, thank goodness, because I didn't have a Dodge Charger, you bastard. They're called Challengers. Dodge Challenger. Dodge Charger is definitely a trophy car. All right. $1980 AMC Eagle 4x4. 1980 AMC Eagle 4x4. Okay, let's look it up. That thing. If that thing doesn't reek of late 70s to early 80s, I don't know what does. Yikes. I feel like that's like borderline... it almost looks like a borderline gremlin. It's like a gremlin and a station wagon had a baby. Here's the two-door right here. Well, it's weird because one of the This two-door right here is actually pretty flashy looking for its time. This two-door looks more like I have kids, but I can't quite afford a four-door vehicle. And so, yeah. Big difference. Looks like a jacked Pinto. Maybe that's what I meant. Hold on a second here. Now I gotta look this up. Pinto or Gremlin? Pinto. Look at 1980. Oh yeah. Maybe I did mean Pinto. Hold on a second here.
Anyway, fish. I'll catch up later.
Take care, man.
Yeah, thank you.
You're right. It was a Pinto. It looks like the cross between a Pinto and a station wagon. You were right. I was wrong. I thought it was the Gremlin. No, you're right. It was the Pinto. It looks like a souped up station wagon. It's actually not a bad looking car for its time. I mean, look at this one. I would drive this today. I would drive this today. Right now. I would pull up in this thing just about anywhere. I love those door handles. Those are so awesome. Oh, this is an Eagle Jeep. This is not that AMC thing that you were talking about. This is pretty cool. I like this, though. That's pretty cool. Your taste buds are in your butt. Okay. Let me put the message up on the screen. UPS delivery guy says, "Did you talk about the latest Yiddick video?" Or I said Yiddick. I don't even know how you would say that. I mean, there's no vowel between the Y and the T, so it's like Yiddick. I feel like it has to be Yiddick. Anyways, I haven't checked to see if he has a newly released video. Hold on, let me a second here, and let me see. Oh yeah, there's definitely a new video. Hold on, let's check it out. When he says run is what I got. Okay, let's see. Let's check it out. It's like he's getting ready, right? Like he knows. Time to run, Forrest. What song is that, guys? I don't recognize the song. I'm gonna have to pull out. Don't make me pull out my phone and check it out. Tell me what song that is. I am curious. Running Up That Hill? By who? Here we go. From Wiki, on September 1st, 2022, Running Up That Hill was issued a CD single for the first time. But who is it by? It's a song that they played on Stranger Things. Perfect. Well, that fits right up there with the Upside Down. Oh, was it in small print at the beginning? Hold on. Oh, yeah. I feel like Butthead when I say it like that. Oh yeah. Or no, I guess it's not Butthead, it's Beavis. There it is, song Running Up the Hill by Kate Bush. The fact that it's from Stranger Things is probably pretty appropriate, or at least seems appropriate. Very interesting. It was the theme song in the last season of Stranger Things. It shows how much I pay attention because I don't remember it all. Very, very interesting. Alrighty, guys. I'm heading to break. Parrot, are you here? I don't know if he's here or not. I will, I don't know if I should turn music on or just let it be silent. What time did you post that at? 1 hour ago. The exact time was 12 o'clock on the dot, noon. I would assume that's my time, so maybe 1 Eastern. No, that can't be right, because that was not 1 hour ago. So it's got to be Eastern time. 12 would be 11. No, that's not right either. I don't know. It says 12 o'clock p.m., but it's got to be my time, but that's not an hour ago. So, oh, it is an hour ago. It's an hour and a half. Yep, okay, so an hour and a half ago he posted that up there. Whoever that is. We don't know it's him for sure. All right, guys, let me head out. I'll see you in a bit.
Living life on the open road, ain't got no home, just a van for mine. Long beard hanging down, taking AMC, it's all about the line. No ties, no suit and tie, just dark circles round these tired eyes. Sipping coffee, crunching numbers, technically analyzing. Windows roll down, the wind in my head, I embrace the gritty grind. There's my castle, rules my kingdom, no place else I wanna be. AMC ticker keeps on rolling, stock charts and patterns unfolding. Fear and greed, bulls and bears, it's a wild ride, I'm all inside. Oh, ticker in my sights, AMC's my fight.
Alrighty, guys, I'm back, and it is time to take a look at our numbers and see what we got going on here. Let me start with saying I've taken you over to the other page here, and I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the Big Tramp back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. If you do sign up for that and your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, probably not a bad idea to set that up, as you never know when something's going to happen to your primary device. Last but not least, make sure you guys are getting those statements of your portfolios. Super, super really important. And, those statements could help provide you information that you may need further down the line. And it's by far probably one of the most important things you should do. So if you haven't done so, I would highly recommend you go get it right now. Just stop listening and do it. All right, let's start with these numbers. Starting with off exchange, normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 66% going through off exchange and EDGX. We got 57.44% going through off exchange, EDGX 8.53. The combined total 65.97%, or 0.03% less volume than I would expect by this time of the day going through that exchange. Heavy amounts of volume going through CHX today. It's 46,157 shares. That's about, 30,000 is a lot for me, so it's 16,000 higher than where I would expect for a big number. Somebody is definitely returning shares on AMC currently. On GME, CHX for the volume today is at 521. Nothing unusual going on with that one. Borrowing fees on AMC have not changed since earlier this morning. It is dead stopped. And according to IBKR, for the last, since Friday late afternoon, 2045 to current, we've seen about 1.15 million shares borrowed in total. Fees at 1.89% and a rebate at 3.43. Taking a look at Ortex, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 996,000 shares having been returned. That has not changed in the last hour. It's going to leave the estimated short share interest of the free float and the cost bar numbers all the same. The total amount of shares on loan for the day today is at 71.6 million shares. That's 1.09 million shares less on loan today than there was on Friday. Ortex is estimated about 190,000 that was in closed short interest. Taking a look at GME, an hour ago there was approximately 864,000 shares borrowed. That number has not changed in the last hour, still sitting at the same amount. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume for AMC for the day today has been at a $5.50 strike. An hour ago, there was approximately 19.8 thousand contracts in volume. It's now 21.5 thousand contracts. Highest amount of puts coming in at a $5 strike. There was 5.4 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now 6.5. The market is still suggesting a closing price somewhere between 5 and 5.5, with our current price at 508. So very, very, it's definitely within that range. Taking you guys over the other page here. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two. Oh, wait. Hold on a second. I got to go back to the other page. We've got to look at GME's final numbers for the day. Highest amount of call volume for the day today on GME is at a $22.50 price. It's about $1 higher than where it's at currently. $1.02 to be exact, with 9,177 contracts in volume. Highest amount of put volume at 21.5, with 4,000 contracts. Market kind of signaling for a 22 close based off of those numbers, and we're sitting at 21.48. So what did I say? Let's see, 21.50, 22.50 is 22. So it's about 52 cents lower than where the market's suggesting it should be, like the target zone. It's a little bit on the lower side of that. It's favoring the puts. Don't forget the max pain is 21 by the end of this week. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. Neither of which are on there. Just going to take a look at this page real fast here. Interesting stuff going on. MMRI was 238.51 an hour ago. It's now 238.97. Spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond yields. .118. It was .113 an hour ago. NASDAQ is down 0.81, Dow Jones is up 0.14, and the S&P 500 is down 0.31. We have 3,124 advancers to 2,518 decliners. The market is currently more advancing than it is declining than it was an hour ago, I should say. Sectors that are doing poorly for the day today. Technology followed by consumer discretionary. The top two performing sectors are energy followed by consumer staples. Of the Mag 7, one is green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% are going to get a shout out. Coinbase is down 2.95%. FRC is up 6.25%. That appears to be it. Gold is up 0.4. What's it doing? Trending up. Silver is up 0.58, trending up. Ethereum Classic is down 2.32, trending down. The US dollar is down 0.14, but trending up. Oil is up 1.5 and consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.04 to 0.05 and trending down. SPY is down 0.28 and consolidating after a trend back up from earlier. VIX is up 0.44. Started to drop at the end of the day today. It's at 1593 with futures suggesting it should be somewhere around 1588. So futures and current VIX movement are starting to align a little. Right at that 16 mark. IWM is up 0.29 and is trending up. VB is up 0.1, trending up. Tesla is down 3.31, trending up. Amazon is down 0.87, consolidating. Cinemark is up 0.41, consolidating. Looks like it's trying to get a little bit of a breakout. Doge is down 3.33, trending down. Bitcoin's down 0.74 and is consolidating. GME is down 3.26, trending down. HYMC is down 0.04, trending down. NCMI is up 0.43 and starting to trend up. Hood is down 0.83, consolidating, and AMC is up 0.69 and consolidating. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day today, about $1 million, not quite, maybe $900,000 more outflow than inflow. 9.24 million shares traded so far. We're definitely on beating out the pace from last week. After 352 minutes worth of trading, The market's the pace right now in the market setting is about a 10.23 million share traded day for the day today, which is about 1 million shares more than what we got on the books right now. On a 4-hour time interval, we currently have more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 57.64, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour chart, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 56.53, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute time interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 52.12, which is average. And a 5-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.88, which is right down the middle. And with that, I yield the rest of my time to the back of the big tramp. Let me head over there.
Taylor Swift and Donald Trump's ear was bleeding, and he said, every time I hear a Taylor Swift song, this is what happens to my ear. And I was like, that's inappropriate.
Oh, the actual picture of his ear when it was shot?
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of funny.
Kind of funny, but probably inappropriate.
Sorry, I had to do another horn. Hello!
Howdy. Fu, good to see you. Who else we got? Brandon, afternoon. Papa Mac, welcome back. Papa Mac, I redid the poll to just kind of narrow it down on a date, to specific date, and it's really looking like 9/7 is going to be the date here.
Does Casey know he's muted, or is he like, why is no one talking to me?
Okay, my bad. Sorry about that. I was talking to you guys, but it was just happening on the live stream. Brandon and Fu, good afternoon. Papa Mac, good to see you too. What I was saying was, Papa Mac, I redid the poll and it was looking like everybody wants 9/7 as the date here, and I tried to boil it down to, like, where can the most amount of people show up at, and it's really looking like 9/7's the date here. So unfortunately, I know that was a date you said that you couldn't do. So I apologize.
At least at this point, I'm scheduled to be out of town. If something changes, I mean, I'll be glad to record it. But if I'm not home, I won't be able to.
Yeah, sounds good. Hope maybe I'll have my internet back up and then I can stream, or not back up, but I'll have that faster internet. Maybe I can stream it by then.
Cool. Yeah.
Right. It'd be nice. Good. It'd be nice, but I doubt that'll be the case. UPS delivery guy said someone made a great point that on the last video on that account, if you click on the video and hit settings, you can download it. You can't download DFV's videos. Let me just check something out real quick here. I just want to see. Yeah, copy video address. If you right click on it, it says on some of these you can copy the address. Is that right? For the last two, if you right click on it, it says
might be a little bit
copy video address on the video. If you right click on some of the other videos that are in here, no, it shows the same thing on the other ones. So let's go to DFV's page, or is
when you upload to YouTube your videos, it asks you if you want them, I think, to be downloadable, doesn't it?
Okay, I went to the very last one that Roaring Kitty placed, and that one says the same thing. When I click on it, it says copy video address. So I'm not sure what you mean by downloadable. Like, I right click on the video itself and it's getting copy. Same thing happens with the reverse account. Hodor, yes, I did. I did see it. And while I was on break, I tweeted out two things. Let's see here. Let's pull them up. I think I tweeted out two things. 1, 2. Oh yeah, we were talking about this one earlier this morning, and I already have this one tweet, the actual Adam Aaron post. So I couldn't. If I click on it, it already says that I've retweeted it, and so to unretweet it and retweet it again, I would have to click on that, and then it would get rid of my previous one, which I don't want to do. But anyways, somebody else had reposted it this morning, the picture of Batman with the dollar sign up there, and then the picture of the. To me, this looks like a queen. It doesn't look like a bishop. It looks like a queen on a chess piece, queen chess piece, maybe. It doesn't look like the. I mean, it could be the king. Cassius King. He said that before. It could be the king. Yeah. It could be the king. Cassius King. Some people were saying the Dark Knight or the knight sits right of the king. But there's bishops usually in between, so I don't know. Some people were trying to make that connection way back in the day. But anyways, there was that. And then I saw this interesting post, and I actually looked up the actual to make sure and verify that this was some kind of post that was actually put out today. And indeed it is. It's a real news article put out today. We already knew Millennium was having issues, but it says Millennium shuts 2 trading pods in Asia, managers to leave. That's what I said, them packing up their boxes and going out the front door. It's kind of stuff that perhaps leads to things. Let me pull up the actual article itself here. Give me 1 second. So this is as per Bloomberg 8 hours ago. Should we run the Bloomberg one or something else? Let's do Bloomberg. We're going to pull up through Yahoo Finance, but we're going to put it's per Bloomberg. Millennium Management shuttered 2 investment teams in Asia that run index rebalancing strategies, and 2 managers are leaving the $68 billion hedge fund firm, said a person with knowledge of the matter. One team was led by Xiao Ying and the other by Zachary Cronus, said the person who asked not to be identified, discussing private information. Both portfolio managers are based in Hong Kong. The performance of both teams, their assets under management, and details of the decisions to shutter them weren't immediately clear. Markets whipsawed earlier this month amid concerns about a weakening U.S. economic outlook and tighter Japanese monetary policy. Millennium representative declined to comment. Xiao and Coronis didn't immediately reply to messages requesting comment via LinkedIn. Index rebalancing has become a popular strategy for hedge funds, which bet on companies that may be added or removed from an equity gauge as stock exchanges revise index numbers or members. These changes, typically made quarterly or semi-annually, often affect share prices as passive funds with trillions of dollars buy or sell stocks moving in or out of an index. A niche area for just a dozen firms in 1998. Index rebalancing has now attracted more than 50 companies in recent years, including pods at the big multi-manager hedge fund firms. Japan's Topix Index this month suffered its biggest 3-day losing streak going back to 1959, triggering circuit breakers that briefly halted index futures trading. The Bank of Japan hiked interest rates for the second time in 17 years on July 31st and hinted at more increases to come. Combined with concerns about a weaker U.S. economy, it let loose days of gyrations in global financial markets before stocks recovered. Hedge fund platforms like Millennium and Balsani Asset Management LP allocate capital among pods trading with different strategies. They keep a close tab on the amount of losses each can sustain before its trading risk is curtailed or the team is shuttered. The approach allows the firm to post steady returns even when individual pods suffer losses in times of market swings. Xiao, a well-regarded female senior portfolio manager in the world dominated by men, previously worked for Goldman Sachs Group Incorporated and Square Point Capital LLP. Before joining Millennium in 2021, Coronis was managing director of Central Risk and Alpha Strategies at Citigroup Incorporated, according to his LinkedIn profile. There you go. Boomstick says, so I caught the end of your conversation on the Roaring Kitty backwards Twitter. Is there anything to that? I don't know. I don't know if it's him or not. I tend to believe that it's him. There's a few things I talked about last week about the account that tend to lead me to believe that it's his account. Very few people were getting some of the information right, that account was getting right long before people finally started figuring out how to count calendar days versus trading days. So, but yeah, I don't know if it's his or not. There's no way for me to. I don't think any of us will know until he, either confirms it or denies it. Tim says, did you see where Adam Aaron said 2 weeks? Yes, I did. And not only that, but I talked about it earlier this morning in regards to AMC's. Let me put it back up here real quick. So first off, there was this little nugget here that played out, which apparently is a movie that released in September 1st of 2021 or something like that. And it's on the AMC theaters thing, and it says, do not watch this ad. And it's a very short ad for like 20 seconds or so. But the interesting thing about this ad is if you listen to it,
Here, kitty, kitty, kitty. Here, kitty, kitty, kitty.
here, kitty, kitty, kitty.
Here, kitty, kitty.
Yeah, so here, kitty, kitty. I thought that was kind of interesting. I just noted that. It was a really odd ad that popped up for a movie called Strange Darling. And then Adam Aaron's post. We talked about this one. Where's the 2 week one at? Oh, yeah, I think it's this. It's the Usher one, right? It's the Usher one right here. In about 2 weeks, our new concert film shot in Paris starring Usher will be in theaters everywhere, open September 12th, and playing for 4 days only. Buy your tickets now. Yeah. September 12th through 15th, which is, 2 weeks and 3 days. Yeah. Yep. 2 weeks. And then we talked about some of the numbers for AMC that we're pulling off this quarter. I'm not saying we're going to pull off $3 billion, but if we do pull off $3 billion, and don't forget we've got a full another week left in this month, and a whole nother month to go here. We're on pace, I think, for it right now. Let me pull up the numbers again here real quick. Give me a second. Oh, shoot. I just heard some thunder outside. That's not good. Oh, it is totally raining out there. Did not know we had a storm coming. Quarterly. So, as of right now, 1.981. How many weeks are there here? Hold on a second. Let me look at this quarter real quick. We got... how am I going to count this? Let's see here.
Rain makes the corn grow.
1, 2, 3,
corn makes
4,
whiskey.
5, 6, 7, 8. We're 8 weeks into 8, 9, 10, 13 weeks in total. So... we're on pace right now. Like, if we were to manage to maintain this, and I'm not saying that we are, but if we were to manage to continue this pace with 13 weeks, and we're only 8 weeks into this quarter, we're on pace for 3.21. billion, which is going to blow anything that we
Comms
had
broke
from
up 3 point how much?
2.1, almost 3.22, which is a strong pace. I mean, consider the fact that Deadpool and Wolverine were pretty strong. However, we do have Usher coming, and that's going to be funds that are, it's going to be more that AMC can make that than they would normally on just like a regular release. But Deadpool and Wolverine is going to be tough to beat. I know a lot of people are thinking that Beetlejuice can beat it out, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if it can or if it can't. It doesn't really matter though, because in my opinion, I think we're slated to be probably very, very close to beating out 2016, which is 2.97 billion. 2016 is the all-time highest third quarter period that we've ever had, ever in history. So, and we're really close to being on pace to beat that out here, I think. I mean, our pace right now, but I just don't know if we can manage to maintain with, Deadpool and Wolverine really carried us quite nicely. Does it have... Yeah, Deadpool and Wolverine's kicking butt. Believe it or not, wow, I did not know that. In this quarter, number 2 is Despicable Me. 3 is Twisters. 4 is Inside Out 2. I'm actually really kind of surprised by some of these numbers. Let's see here. It looks like Deadpool is really taking the cake right now. I mean, it is just beating everybody up as far as in terms of how much it's making. If it can continue to carry on for another week or two, that'd be awesome.
Going to the floor, laying out.
Box it in.
It's a good movie. It's a great movie. I very rarely do I give movies 10s. And I wouldn't I would not give it a 10, but it is so darn close. It's like a 9.75. Maybe a 9.6, but it is so close. What?
Are you a fan of Elmo?
Sure.
Like the Tickle Me Elmo. I guess.
Yeah. Everybody is.
Why do you ask?
I'm just asking.
Well, I know.
Do you like Tickle Me Elmo?
No, I don't like Tickle Me Elmo. I just like Elmo.
Just asking, I mean.
Who doesn't like that giggle?
I do. Who doesn't like Man Jit Me Elmo? Who doesn't?
Uh-oh. The box.
I love it.
Tech, Manjit, good afternoon to you. Good to see you guys. Man, are we going to finish out the day right at 5:05? Is that what they're really going to do to us? This feels unrealistic. I thought for sure we'd be at least a few pennies up today, but to close us out right at 5:05 again, that's crazy. Grove says, one of my buddy's dad was a voice actor of one of the minions in Despicable Me 2. That's pretty cool. Tech says, so far I'm forecasting 2.52 billion for Q3. I'm hopeful that we'll try. Wait, that's so low. How are
we
you
already over that?
How are you? No, we're at 2 right now, but I don't understand how he can get 2.5. That's crazy low. How are you coming up with that estimate? That's so low.
I'm comparing it to the rate of 2023 and 2022, and then I average it too. So it's not like a science or anything. My own forecasting.
Man, I feel like that's way lower than what I mean, I don't expect us to hit 3.21 because all I did is just took the current numbers and divided it by the amount of weeks that we have in the month, in the 3 months, which there's 13 weeks, and we're on week number 8. We just finished week number 8. We're going into week number 9, and we've accomplished 1.9 something billion so far. So I feel like 2.52 is a little bit on the shy side, but I mean, I guess we'll have to see. I mean, what movies do we have coming up here? Hold on a second.
Well,
let me look. We've got
each week that I've done it, we've been trekking higher. So like,
He's sandbagging. So tech sandbagger.
I'm being conservative. Yeah.
Let me just see what we got coming out here, because I mean, we already know what's been out, but we've got
Right generate. You don't want to go over.
We've got and at the end of September we got Transformers. Let's see here. We have Afraid is coming out. Let's see. We have Speak No Evil is September 13th. The Wild Robot is September 27th. Now most of that's going to go into fourth quarter, so we can't really count that one. August 30th is Reagan. I know there's some people that are happy about that one, but I don't think that's going to do anything crazy. Let's see what else we got. The Front Room is September 6th. Talk to Me is August 28th. Shaun of the Dead, 20 Bloody Years. I don't know what that is. That's August 30th. Okay, Beetlejuice is September 4th.
That's going to be big. Shaun of the Dead? I didn't know that was coming out. Holy
That is coming out. It's going to be the biggest.
That's going to be huge. You
Really?
didn't see the first Shaun of the Dead?
I have not, actually.
Oh.
But it is the first one. I don't know what it is, actually.
No, it's just a remake, or
I don't know. I'm looking at it. I'm not sure what this is. Shaun of the Dead, Dolby Cinema exclusive. I don't know what this is.
Is it supposed to be the spoof of Dawn of the Dead? Is that what that was?
Oh, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shaun of the Dead.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Yeah. Beetlejuice, September 4th. So we're gonna get a full month of Beetlejuice, right? That's gonna be pretty big. Usher's gonna help out quite a bit. I don't know how.
Billy said that that's just a re-release for the anniversary of Shaun of the Dead.
I don't know what Batman's gonna do, but that's this Wednesday. What else is there? I mean, it's going to come down to Usher, Beetlejuice. And the Transformers, but the Transformers we're only going to get about 10 days of.
Someone mentioned the movie earlier, Legend, I Am Legend, and I know they're coming out with a sequel to that as well. I Am Legend 2.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Will Smith.
Guys, I just got a notification that there was a powder outage in my neighborhood. So, if I happen to just suddenly shut off all of a sudden, you'll know why.
What about Transformers? Are they coming up? Transformers?
Yeah, that's like I said. That's gonna be the last 10 days of this next month. So I mean, we'll see some of it. You know, some of the numbers will show up for the Q3, but not a whole lot. It'll get the opening weekend and maybe one after that. Let me see. Let's see here. What are the dates? 20. Yeah.
Is Joker Q3 or Q4?
It's gonna be Q4.
Okay, I thought so.
I think so. I think. Let me make sure. Yeah.
And
Okay.
Craven was supposed to be this month, but they moved it to December.
Wait. What about The Crow? When was that supposed to come out? Is that already out?
Oh, that's out.
That's out.
That's out.
Oh, that's gonna help. There you go. We got The Crow.
Yeah.
I wasn't even looking at what released this last weekend. The Crow's gonna help.
At first, when they first started showing trailers, I didn't think it looked too promising, but everything I've heard from people who've seen it, it's been good reviews so far.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing about that one is I've been hearing a lot of people who actually go and watch it say it's really good, but not a whole lot of great reviews. Not sure what's up with that. But that's kind of like what happened with Deadpool too. Deadpool was getting like shit for reviews, and then ended up being like I don't know. Some people are gonna say that Beetlejuice is gonna be the #1 movie this year, but I think it's gonna be. I think it was already happening. It's Deadpool. I think that's the biggest movie of the year. Actually, I have to look at the movies that are slated till the end of the year. I shouldn't say that yet, but it feels like so far it's the biggest movie of the year.
Donkey Kong, that's supposed to be a really good comedy as well.
Does anybody know what Beetlejuice is rated offhand? Is that a PG-13 movie or PG?
Let me see. Hold on.
I'm heavily rooting for Joker too.
Yeah, I really want to see that, but I don't know how it's gonna rank. It is PG-13.
There can be only one.
But Dinky? It's a good thing for you, UPS delivery guy, that the O and the I are right next to each other on the typing board there. Otherwise, I'd think you'd done that on purpose. Badinky. From now on, Badonky, it's going to be Badinky. Badinky. Badinky, did a coconut fall on your head? Living 3D says Crow bombed last weekend. Yeah, I maybe if the word gets out and enough people hear about it, that maybe it'll get some more showings, maybe stronger weekends going. I mean, it's got to compete against. People have to choose right now between Deadpool, Romulus, and I guess pretty much that, right? I mean, what are they going to? Twisters is still in the theater.
They're sucking hind tit, yeah.
So it's gonna be tough for people to decide. I mean, they got choices. I mean, there's a movie out called The Blink Twice right now, and I haven't even heard anything about that one.
I'm not going to go see The Crow. I find it insulting to the original.
Yeah, there's.
Come on, censored content.
I mean,
it's in the spirit of Brandon Lee.
Did somebody tell me I need to go watch It Ends With Us? And I was like,
not.
So I feel like somebody told me I need to go watch that. And then I said,
I think that's a chick flick, ain't it?
Oh, take your wife.
I don't know. All I know is it just seems like the traveling sisterhood of pants or whatever it's called. It just seems like one of those kind of movies where I don't know. I'm probably not going to enjoy it.
I never saw that movie either. Did they not watch the pants?
I have no idea. I have no idea.
Yeah, I'm proud to say I'm in your club.
Yeah.
I'm in that club. I've never seen it either.
He said he saw it and it was okay.
Is that what it was? Yeah, he was like Danny was trying to convince me to join his cornhole league or something.
Yeah.
Go watch this movie. It'll be good. You'll like it.
Go alone with a tub of lube.
Recruitment process.
Yeah. Pass. The doggy dink.
So, Casey, does that mean you didn't like any of the Meg Ryan movies of the, what was that, the 80s, 90s maybe 90.
See,
You've
I feel
Got
like
Mail and-
okay. I never saw that. I've never seen that. You've Got Mail. I've seen the scene where
About
she does the whole orgasm thing, and that's like
Sleepless in
way too
Seattle.
far.
When Harry
Never,
Met Sally.
never seen any of those.
So you don't. How do you know if you like them or not?
Because I've seen enough of other ones to know to avoid it.
The General's Daughter.
I
Courage Under Fire.
don't think I've seen those. I'll tell you what I did see though, and I actually really enjoyed it, but it was more for the music than anything. I think it was Angel. Was it Angel? Something Angel. Fallen Angel? No.
Angel Has Fallen.
City of Angels.
City of Angels. That's it. City of Angels. I saw.
Isn't that with my boy Nicolas Cage?
Yes, and it pissed me off, that movie, so bad, so bad. I was like, who the
And
f
it could have been good.
rides?
They could have done so much with that.
I'm gonna ruin it for you guys. Spoiler alert! I'm telling you how the movie ends. So shut me off right now if you don't want to hear this. Shut me off because I'm telling you the end of the.
Yeah, it's a
Who
whole
the
different
f
movie.
rides down the middle of a lumber street and with their arms wide out on a bicycle? Nobody does that. Nobody does that. That's so stupid. It was so dumb. A lumber street where a bunch of big rigs drive all the time to drive lumber from one spot to another.
Unimproved road, like a
I drive on those all the time.
So
lumber
stupid.
trails, access road.
So stupid. Just dumb. It's dumb. Oh, I'm in love. I'm gonna close my eyes and spread my arms out and ride my bicycle right down this street. Nothing's gonna happen. Stupid ending. Just
Spread your
dumb.
chocolate starfish right now.
That's the kind of stuff. That's the kind of stuff that they're just looking to just grab an emotion out of you, and it's just such a cheap way to grab emotions out of people in a story. And it's
But
like,
you can go with an Indiana Jones falling down an airplane and
Yes.
ended up
Yes.
going down a mountain. That's reality.
yes, that's how it works in life.
That's not unbelievable.
That's exactly how it works in life.
Jumped out of an airplane, inflatable raft, and ended up sliding down a mountain.
Now look, Papa Mac.
You know that actually
happened.
happened. Papa Mac, you know that actually happened in real life, don't you? Are you aware of that or no?
What?
Oh, that's a documentary? I thought that was just a movie.
No, it's not. I'm not saying it's a documentary, but I'm thinking you say that it could never happen, and there's a true story. I think during World War II of a paratrooper, his chute doesn't open, but he hits the side of a mountain and slides and comes to a halt. So yeah, it's one of those weird things that actually happened in real life. But
So you say he jumped out, his chute didn't open, he had an inflatable raft that somehow.
no, not an inflatable raft, but he just landed on the mountainside and survived.
Oh.
It took all the impact out of him, hit on an oblique angle and slid, coming to an increasingly slower, finally coming to a stop without any injury.
Wow.
You have 4 minutes and 20 seconds left.
Yeah, I know. I'm getting ready to end it. Final.
Ford did it with a girlfriend and that boy, didn't they? All three of them made it in that raft.
It's completely realistic.
Final. Yeah. I don't understand why you have such a hard time with that, but you're okay with somebody riding down the middle of the street with their closing their eyes with their hands wide out on a lumber road.
Yeah, that never.
That's some bullshit right there.
That's some serious bullshit.
Sleeping on the railroad tracks. Everybody sleeps on the railroad tracks.
Yeah. That's right.
You know, that's where I pass out. Anytime I'm ready to pass out dead drunk, I always make sure I'm on a railroad tracks.
I sometimes ballet dance in the middle of afternoon traffic on the freeway. It doesn't, there's nothing wrong with it. It's actually very safe. You'd be surprised. I mean, all those other cars are trying to avoid me, but
Pretty common where I come from.
I do a little tutu dance with my fingers on the top of my head and pirouette across. The cars just veer all the way from me. They just miss me left and right.
My mind is trying to make a mental image, and I'm like, no.
So it's time for a gummy.
Yeah, it is time.
For a gummy.
Yeah, Papa Mac's Discord.
I get.
Alrighty,
Papa
guys.
Mac a gummy.
It is that time of the day. I'm out. I'll come back in a few.
All right.
Well, guys, unfortunately, it is that time of the day, and as usual, all good things must eventually come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow's another trading day. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, take your pets out for a walk because they like getting outdoors too, and for crying out loud, go see an AMC movie because after all, that's what we're here to do, is help support the company that we love so much, AMC. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night. Beep beep.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now on S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
I wanted you to know that I love the way you laugh. I wanna hold you high and steal your pain away. I keep your photograph, and I know it serves me well. I wanna hold you high and steal your pain, because I'm broken when I'm lonesome, and I don't feel right when you're gone away. You've gone away.